Welcome to the LST National News. The national qualifiers for all 4 regions in the LST spring season have officially ended, and today we'll bring you the results of the SAM national qualifiers. Here's the final standings for the SAM region. Climax as well as Empire both qualified for the national minor with 5 wins and 1 loss, while IMP as well as RSG had to play an additional tiebreaker match and eventually advanced with 6 wins and 1 loss. One of the best matches brought to you during the SAM national qualifiers was the first encounter between Sovereign as well as Resurgence. Sovereign picked up Tryndamere as the final pick for Sovereign, moving in to this David versus Goliath match. Despite the early game disadvantage suffered by Sovereign, Yone was not only able to carry his team through split pushing, but he was also able to contribute significantly during team fights as Tryndamere and eventually turned the match around at an Elder Dragon play to secure an important victory. Let's take a look at the heroic performance coming out from Yone one more time.
The Cataclysm on to multiple members of RSG. It's a big fight, the flag and drag over to the backline as well. Yone just dishing out tons of damage, trying to kick down Raven. He will be able to find that kill. It's a double for the Tryndamere. Meanwhile, Ice looking to pick up the Elder Dragon. He finds it, and one by one, members of RSG get taken down as Sovereign come out on top.
You've got to be kidding me! Sovereign able to go around the blue buff. They find the right flank. Galio was actually waiting inside the bush.
Now we're going to go take a look at the matchups for the national minors. IMP is going to be playing against Climax on one side of the bracket, and EMP will play against RSG on the other side. These are firework guaranteed matches, and they will be taking place on April 14th, starting at 2 o'clock. Over 80 players have participated in the SAM national qualifiers, but one particularly caught our eyes and is selected as the SAM region's Rising Star. Similar to what we have done for the other regions, we have selected the Rising Star based on 3 categories: the player's overall performance, his personal statistics, as well as the contributions he has made for his team. The Rising Star of the SAM region is none other than Imp's Scarlet Petal. Scarlet Petal was one of the highest damage dealers within the team based on his 29.3% damage share on average. His kill participation sits at a staggering 74.8%, which positively reflects on his overall contribution to his team's success. His ability to consistently suppress the enemy bottom lane during the early game has been a huge factor in contributing to his team's mid-game teamfights. He was also able to showcase his ability in explosive fashion, not once, but multiple times, and it is especially highlighted by his amazing Kai'Sa pentakill, which had everybody off their seat. We can't wait to watch more of what Scarlet Petal has in store for us during the National Minors. Thank you for watching this issue of the LSD National News. We'll see you next time.
And welcome everybody to the League of Legends Sea Tour. It's the Singapore and Malaysia National Minors. I'm Opal, joined by Fish as we start things off here to decide our final team entering into the Sea Tour Major.
That's right. We've already locked in the candidates, the participants coming in from Indonesia, from the Philippines, as well as Thailand. Now we get to see who the final is. Words are really difficult, ladies and gentlemen. Thank goodness I don't get paid for a living to talk. Now we get to see who the final team joining the other 3 at the League of Legends Sea Tour Major is going to be, and that's going to be the representative from Singapore.
Yeah, we have 4 teams
Malaysia
that are going to be battling it out. We have 3 best of 3s to help decide which team is going to be moving on. Our first match is going to be Impunity taking on Climax, and then we're going to have Empire taking on Resurgence.
And it's the first time we've actually had both servers playing in the Sea Tour as a unit for a long time. They were split up into 2 different regions for quite some time, back when we had Kuala Lumpur Hunters and Singapore Sentinels, now playing as the same region. So we do have a Singapore versus Malaysia and another Singapore versus Malaysia match.
Yeah, we get to see the top teams coming out from both these regions. It's not heavy one-sided from one country or the other. Both teams, both regions represented equally in our matchups. But our first matchup, our first best of 3, is going to be between Impunity and Climax. From Impunity, we're going to have Tuzi up in the top lane, Penguin in the jungle, Atheris in the mid lane, Scarlet Petal on AD carry, and then Smurf coming in for support.
And we've got Quans, Desmond, Jerkaway, Raze, as well as Azora Vec. He forgot the I on the end of his name, Opal. His captain didn't submit his name properly. So he is forever Azora Vec. If his team wins the Sea Tour, he should keep it.
You might as well, for good luck, right?
Yeah, for good luck. Drop the I, dot the T's.
Drop the I.
And dot the T's, yeah.
There you go. And then they dropped the L too, because they took the victory. No more losses.
What does I and L have to do? They're not the same.
I've had to deal with you already for 4 hours today.
Guess what?
We've
got about 6 more.
We got about 6 more. It's going to be a bunch of fun.
And then I disappear, and then you get to just hang out with Grandin, and it's all
lovely.
okay, right?
For a little bit. No, we do cycling Grandin afterwards.
Yeah, you leave, Grandin comes in, I'm still around.
Yeah.
It's only at the end that I disappear.
You're just like, nah, I don't need to see the final.
Who needs finals?
Anyway, it's all good. We'll be able to see these teams no matter what happens here. I'm interested, though, because Impunity and Climax, they're coming into this. Both of the teams dropped a game during their group stage. Impunity was actually the one team that did have to play a tiebreaker. Climax actually were able to win their group completely. So Impunity were the ones to play the extra game. And of course, they were the team to also bring out, say, the Riven like we saw in their last game, as we're already into our ban and pick phase.
It was a decisive tiebreaker from Impunity, though. So yeah. I think this is going to be a close match. I think both of our semi-finals, to be honest, are going to be very close matches. Climax is a bit of the wild card. We didn't think much about this team until we realized that it was a Zoroveki. Shout out to Hungry Kid, region historic expert of Southeast Asia, who didn't know that was a Zoroveki. Calling him out again.
Oh!
Gave me false information. Thanks, I really appreciate it. But it is Zoroveki. When we realized it's Zoroveki, and he's playing like a Zoroveki, we're like, alright, that's the X factor for this team. In fact, they didn't use him for majority of the group stage.
Yeah, we only saw him a couple times,
Yes.
actually, during the group stage. I think it was one or two games at least that we saw them come out from Climax. They were running Keen down there in the bot lane from time to time, but we're starting to see our first...
I think Kim played like 2 games or other way around. Kim did play less. There was like a day where Zoroveki couldn't play.
Yeah, I think it was 1 or 2. But we're already, into our first pickups here. And Impunity, they're going to opt in for the Jarvan for Penguin. Penguin has been one of the key members coming in for Impunity to help unlock Aetheris and then let Scarlet Petal get into that late game where you can go for those, say, big pentas like we saw on the Kaisa. So getting a Jarvan early on allows for that playmaking on Penguin. Then followed up here with a Varus and a Rise shown right away from Climax.
I like the Varus and I like the Rise pick. If anyone watched the North American Grand Finals today, Varus was one of the priority 80 carry picks. We often saw it when, picks like Kaisa were banned away, but Kaisa's still left up to be taken. Tahm Kench is still open as well, so you can have the roaming squad of Varus Tahm Kench. Very strong, given that Varus already has such a strong lane. Tahm Kench keeps him safe and is able to take him cross-map. Semi-global is very potent with Varus because he has instant lockdown crowd control being the ultimate. We saw the hover coming out from Penguin of the Sona. Sona Taric is always an option. That was permanently banned in the North American series this morning. Taric was permanently banned out by one of the teams because they didn't want Sona Taric to be picked up. Yeah. That new funnel-esque composition of Sona Taric bottom lane, some analysts have said that it's just impossible to deal with. That's just the strongest pick down bot lane.
Though
so
it did get defeated in LEC.
Yes, in LEC it has been defeated.
Yeah, it did lose in LEC over in Rotterdam.
I wonder if we will see it today. I think that one of the teams might pull it out today.
Maybe they've been practicing it in scrims or during practice. We'll have to see though. Impunity, they're going to opt in for the Braum and the Ezreal. And like you mentioned, we're going to see the Kench then go on over to Climax.
We will probably see a 9 global game again. We saw that in the North American Finals this morning. Game 4, there was at one point in time 9 different ways for the 2 teams to cross the map. You had 2 teleports on each side, 2 spellbooks on both supports, and then you had 2. So that's 6. There was 3 more. I lost track, but there was like 9 different ways to teleport across the map. There was a Tahm Kench, Rise is being played eventually as well. Lots of different ways. So in this match already, we're going to have the teleports coming out from Jarvan. Not Jarvan, sorry. Tuzui as well as Aetheris, if all things go according to what their summoner spells have picked up. Then we're going to have the Rise as well as the Tahm Kench. So you can have 2 different semi-global ultimates available to bring people across the map. Then, especially with an Ezreal lock-in, there is the potential for the 80 carries to go towards teleport as well. Ezreal is one of the main 80 carries that does like to pick up that summoner spell from time to time. Lots of global threat in the first match.
Seeing here, our final bands coming through. It's going to be the LeBlanc and the Riven band away from Climax, so Impunity not going to be able to pull that one out for themselves. Getting rid of the Talia and the Kennen, and Jack's going to get locked in here, likely for Quan in the top lane.
It can be flexed if they really want to. Desmond could pick it up as a jungle pick of choice. But like you said, that should be a top lane pick. So they're saving mid lane, they're saving either their jungle pick or their top lane pick for last, unless we get some crazy flex and Quans picks up the Rise top with Jax in the jungle. Wouldn't it be too out of the box?
Hey.
That's nice.
Going to see a Karthus coming out from Impunity in game 1 here of the series. We've seen the Karthus. I don't think we've seen the Karthus actually yet in Singapore and Malaysia. I don't think so. This would be the first time.
In the qualifiers we had it played.
It was once or twice. It was only once, I thought.
In the first couple of days, it was quite popular.
Okay.
And then we just saw a dramatic drop. We know that was played a little bit in the Filipino qualifiers, but not too much. So that's going to be Karthus heading into the jungle.
Jungle, Jarvan top?
That's still a lot of flex picks, right? Theoretically, Jarvan gets to do all three roles. Top, jungle, mid, more common in top and jungle. We have seen mid Jarvan a long time ago, and just like majority of the top laners, he can go towards top side of the map. So it's going to be Kayn, the final pick from Climax, so it is their jungle pick for last. But you'd expect to be top Jarvan, jungle Karthus, and then mid lane Zilean. We saw Zilean being played by, again, North American Finals, very popular overseas as well. It's just something we don't see too much in the C-Tour. It is a very strong mage pick at the moment, but it was kind of brought back through Kleptomancy when it was a top lane pick during the short brief.
For like the one patch.
But then people realize that, hey, Zilean's still difficult to deal with. Normally you see it, comboed with champions like Kindred. You get the double invulnerability, you get the invulnerability coming out from... Sorry, you get the invulnerability coming out from the Kindred ultimate, then Zilean to keep a key prioritized target alive after the ultimate as well. But just going to be used on its own here. Works well with champions like Karthus as well, who want to dive into the backlines, Suicide Karthus. Imagine having a Suicide Karthus who comes back to life thanks to Zilean, and then Suicide Karthus is again. And then stays alive for another 7 seconds because of passive.
Also, while he's in
Boom.
the revive, I think he still has his AoE
Does
going
he?
off. I think it still goes off, if I recall. I'm trying to remember. I think during the resurrection it does. Because I know it goes through Zhonya's.
But that's stasis.
True. I have to double check. I'm trying to think. I know there's some AoEs that still go off during the resurrection. Possibly not.
That would be
I haven't seen a Karthus and a
disgusting.
Zilean in the same game for a long time. So
But you think about the composition that they put together, right? For the side of Impunity, they're going to have that big, threat of Karthus. And how do you deal with him when he's got not only, his initial health bar, now you've got a Zilean revive to deal with, Zhonya's to deal with, giving his stasis and vulnerability, and then his passive. 7 seconds where he's still a threat. During this entire time, you've got champions like Braum to lock you down, Jarvan to lock you down, Zilean to lock you down. Lots of ways for Climax to start a fight, keep people contained, and just allow Karthus to go to town.
again, it's a bit of a different style though coming out from Impunity, because Penguin, I would have suspect to get that Jarvan.
Oh, yeah.
To try and unlock Atheris right away, trying to support with Scarlet. You can still do it with the Karthus. It's just, I feel like the Jarvan's something you provide CC. It's a little bit more consistent.
Penguin is an active jungler. He often synergizes with their support, and they roam around the map together, starting skirmishes. So you see a lot of bottom side focus coming out from Impunity, and Penguin facilitates a lot of those fights. Normally, Tuzi is left on an island all to himself, top side of the map. But with this composition, it looks more like, scaling composition for them.
Yeah.
That can't be right. Win-win loss? No way.
Yeah,
Oh, they lost it. That's right. They lost their final game.
yeah, they lost their final game.
That was a troll.
They were going.
Troll-
they were
troll
close to going
match.
for a perfect 6-0, and then they're like, "Wait a sec, we forgot how to play League of Legends." Let's take a look though at our player matchups here. We're going to be in the mid lane, Theris on Impunity, and then Joker over on Climax. The big discrepancy is that that KDA, though the damage share that comes out from Joker does a lot more of the team's work there. Theris
boy.
more there for the cleanup.
Theris has had a good run so far in the C-Tour. Joker way though, it's been up and down performances for him. He's been the main, like as you can see from the damage share, he has been the main damage output for his team. So he's been one of the star carries for the squad. But we've seen him have a couple of rough games for Climax. Even the games where they won, it wasn't necessarily from his impact in the lane. Often, again, it came in from people like Desmond coming in to help him out, or the bottom lane snowballing out of control, and then that impacting, his lane eventually. So, hopefully he can really step up here, because I think Atheris is going to be a tough opponent for him. That's somebody who can lock down the lane by himself, who is used to, Penguin going off to the side, helping the bottom lane out, and then he comes in as, cleanup crew, janitor duty.
The big one here, though, let's take a look at our ADC matchup.
This is the big one.
That's your gold difference right there. At 15 minutes, Scarlet usually has 1,000 gold lead, where Raze is borderline even / just below. On top of that, too, you look at your KDAs. Scarlet, when it comes to those late game
Scarlet
fights,
Peter.
really nicely done. Usually really nice positioning coming out. We saw the pentakill on the Kaisa last last week. On top of that too, usually great positioning during other skirmishes.
So Scarlet Petal has been doing very well. He was an up-and-coming AD carry. He's shown that he has mechanical prowess. He's very good at clicking his buttons and hitting them at the right time. But if you look at the flip side, I don't think Ray's stats do him justice. He's a decent AD carry. I don't think he's flashy. He's no double lift. You know, he's no imp. But he's a good AD carry. The main benefactor he has is he is supported by probably the best support in the entire Southeast Asian region.
Yeah.
Which is Azoroveki. You put Azoroveki on any one of the LST squads, anyone, and across all the multiple regions, it's an instant upgrade. Instant. Just because of his international experience, the amount of teams he's worked with, and his raw mechanical ability. So I think Ray, although he is the matchup here against Scarlet Petal, I'm really looking at this as a Scarlet Petal versus a Zoroveki lane. Is it the support from Climax that comes out ahead? Because if he does, now you've got a powered up Rays because of the support that comes out from a Zoroveki. Or is it Scarlet Petal that's just able to brute force smash through the lane?
Well, we're going to see. We load on into Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of our first semifinal for the National Minor between Singapore and Malaysia. Impunity on your blue side, Climax on the red side. We'll see which team can start off strong here in their series and look to go up 1-0. Top of that, too, we didn't really get to mention, we also got a Kane that was locked in.
Oh, yeah.
By
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
Oh, boy. Kane again. I got proven wrong last time. I talked about Kane, saying that was a really bad pick.
And a couple times, too. It depends. It was also the Shadow Form Kane, too.
Yes,
which made us really angry, but it still worked.
Red Kane, to me, makes more sense in this composition, though, and we should see Red Kane.
We did see a Red Kane also come out in another game as well, where it did make an impact. I believe that was Imperium during the tiebreaker, where that extra CC was crucial, but it just didn't get them the victory here. Again, more brawler you'd like to see coming out of the jungle. On top of that, with the Jax, you're going to have a lot of people trying to jump in there and try and get all your squishy members.
So both junglers starting on the top side of the map as well here, Opal.
You expect that from a Karthus.
Yeah, you expect Karthus to start blue side. Kane's going to be starting red, though. So I want to see what he does with this. There was an early ward that was placed down by Penguin. So even though Desmond gets a bit tricky with, going through the walls here, he is spotted out by the ward. So they're going to be able to spot his pathing. They're going to know if he goes towards that Wraith camp as well, or, the Scuttle Crab, or if he goes towards the blue side of his jungle. Allows Karthus to just farm up nice and safe. Curious, though, because I want to see how does Desmond attack this game. Because there's no real good area to attack, right? You could go towards bottom side. That's where your jungle pathing is taking you. Take Scuttle Crab. But from there, what do you do? Because bottom lane is a Braum Ezreal. That's a very safe lane. And same for Karthus. If you attack bottom side, it's a Karthus Tahm Kench. So I believe the lane will push in for Ray. Ray will be completely fine pushing it against the Ezreal Braum. That's going to be a relatively easy job for Varus to do. Varus is a very strong laning phase. Combo that with the amount of protection he gets from a Tahm Kench, he'll be relatively safe. So where does Desmond attack? Because if you're Penguin, you can just sit back and farm. That's completely fine. You're Karthus. You scale. But for Desmond, Jax is going to push Jarvan in for quite some time. Jarvan has a lot of burst, but sustain damage trades go towards Jax 100% of the time.
Yep.
Mid lane's a difficult lane to gank because it's a bloody Zillion. And yes, Jokerway is on Rise, but you're going to need Zillion to be pushed out for that to work. And that's not happening. Both solo lanes are being pushed in. In fact, all three lanes are pushing in. So I feel that Desmond here, his only real avenue of attack is power farming and trying to get Karthus. That does mean, though, is he'll get his Shadow Form upgrade. Sorry, he'll get his Darken upgrade?
He'll get his Shadow Form early because
he'll get his Shadow Form early because he's going to be hitting ranged champions most of the time. You can only really attack Jarvan if you want that.
See, Penguin's been able to sneak over. You got Smurf that's just going to go ahead and jump on in. That's going to be the stun connecting onto Zoroveki. He's going to be forced to flash away. Raze also, small auto attacks are coming on through. What's going to be the main goal, though? Penguin picking up first blood on the Karthus. Maybe looking for a little bit more there as Raze takes a little bit more damage.
Yeah, good damage on towards Raze, and Zoroveki does get taken down. Meanwhile, Z in a bit of trouble. Ooh, Conqueror.
Conquer decides to hold on to the flash there. Quan already used the leap strike, so that's going to allow Tuzi to get back into lane. We'll have to burn the teleport.
I disagree with how Zorovecki was playing that lane. He's Tom Kench. Varus already has a good laning phase. His innate long range, 575, allows him to, get the first trade most of the time. And then he has 2 abilities that poke enemies out. He's a very good champion in the lane. Top of that, you want to trade auto attacks with him? His passive from his W allows him to trade auto attacks so well because it adds extra damage. So Ezreal gets 50 damage down, Varus will always get 55.
Oh,
my
geez,
goodness.
that damage!
Oh, no!
Doesn't even use the flash there on the side of Tuzi. He's going to be wanting to get that one back, and that's a criticism we've seen from a lot of different regions when it comes to LSTs. Players being very conservative with their flash and deciding not to use it when they honestly should.
Oh, yeah. And despite the fact that that was a solo kill going Climax's way, they are still down by a sizable amount of gold this early on. 500 gold plus.
It's a decent amount of farm advantage when it comes down to that bot lane. You also got Klepto on the Ezreal, so small little adds up here and there.
So what I was trying to say is, Raze already has a dominant lane, right? He can already bully Scarlet Petal if he ever, has the wave pushed up. What Zorovecki should be doing is keeping him safe. This was just, so he shouldn't be fighting this.
Honestly, too. He had the time to auto attack. You have time to flash.
Jarvan's EQ has one of the highest priorities in the game. I think the only thing that beats it is Urgot's throw over the shoulder. So what you should do is when you need a flag drag out, just flag drag immediately. Because if you hit that Q before the stun goes off from Jax, you get back to safety. And if you don't, you lessen the animation time by just hitting Q after the stun, if that's what you're going for. But like you said, flash will just get you out of there. Zorovecki in that last fight, for the long-winded way of me saying, should have been playing back, behind Ray. Because if Ray gets into trouble, Zorovecki just goes, nom 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 nom, you're safe. If Zorovecki gets into trouble, he's Tahm Kench in the early game. You can kill him relatively easily. And that's exactly what they did. They burned his flash, made him pop his shield, and they just killed the aggressive support.
Look at this though, Smurv feeling like something's up here. Desmond, I think, went over a ward, and Desmond doesn't have all that much health. He's over toward the side here. He's stuck. He gets that smite off, able to dodge away from the Winter's Bite. Forced to flash away. Oh no, Smurv! Here comes the Ezreal though, over toward the side, and Zorovecki can't get in range, and Penguin picks up the 2nd kill already on the Karthus. Oh, Raze, why are you pushed up that far? This should be a dead Varus in the end here. Winter's Bite, though, going to go onto Zorovecki. Going to be able to chomp up the Varus. Last auto attack will stun him up, but he's underneath tower, underneath safety.
Look, Opal. There were a lot of things wrong right there.
Where do you want me to everyone's
start?
at fault.
Where do you want me to start? Or do you want me to be nice and be, go easy on these guys?
I'm actually interested how they knew Desmond went over that wall, because there wasn't actually a ward in the river during that time. They just guessed.
He could have just been checking the Krug camp, because that might have been the only place that Desmond could have gone towards. But to me, it's, firstly, Desmond. The gig was up. They found you. Smite, flash, get out of there. Secondly, why'd you fail your walk over the wall? To begin with. Smurv, why are you flashing into the wall when you know that your teammate Karthus is already on the other side? Save your flash. You don't need to.
And honestly, for Desmond, we talk about his form change. He hasn't gotten into any fights yet. He hasn't collected any orbs. And they did make changes to Kayn that even if you get the wrong form early, you can still get your other form in about a minute or two.
Faster now.
It's a little faster. You don't have to wait 4 minutes. You're not time gated. You can get orbs and decrease the time. At this point, though, he isn't even getting close enough to his orb change. It does. The orbs do matter a little bit more the later the game goes, but we haven't seen that crazy snowball that Kayn is known for.
I just don't see the pick. Look, Red Kayn is great if you need a big tank front line, especially when you're dealing with a sole tank on the other team, like Jarvan. Because now you can just ult Jarvan and take, get majority of your hit points back. But even Jarvan's going towards damage. His Tiamat's coming out first. So unless that's a Titanic Hydra, it's going to be a pretty damage-heavy Jarvan. So Red Kayn still works. You become a tank for your team. Good crowd control, good sticky, good ability to stick onto one target. It's nice. I just don't see what the benefit here is. If you told me that he was going to try and lock down Penguin and counter jungle all the time, great, but he's not doing that right now.
Penguin knows something's up here. Going to try and contest over this red buff. Desmond does have an extra level, though, for the smite, and priority from Joker is going to allow them to invade here. Penguin goes a little too far. The slowest auto attack in history. Unfortunately, you can't run away too far from the Realm Warp. Get some damage there, but no, Desmond is stunned underneath. The resurrection comes on through from Atheris, and Desmond is going to get taken down, and Climax now in a little bit of trouble. Ray goes down extremely low, and here comes once again the Karthus ultimate double kill going back in favor of Penguin.
And it turns out that you get a 3-4-1 when your team is not coordinated going for those fights. So many things wrong again. So I'm going to start with the Climax side of the story. Look, Penguin did fine trying to disengage there. He called his teammates over, wanted to contest red buff, sure. Flashed away nice and early. First mistake. Joker away locks down Penguin. Why is Desmond backing away? Desmond's natural instinct there was to run away after taking red buff. So if the call was to disengage, then disengage as a team. Don't have Joker away going forward with the Rune Prison. Even if he was, do it for a bit of damage, try and force a flash out of Karthus back off. But if the call there was, we're killing Karthus, Desmond should be moving forward much earlier. The crucial damage they could have gotten off there might have been the difference between Karthus going into his passive right before the rest of the team showed up, or when the rest of the team was there like we just saw. Secondly, Razy has tried to join the fight, but now has to go through the entire team. So he's taking Karthus damage, he's taking damage from Atheris. It's just too much. So watch this. They go for the red buff fight, that's great. Bottom lane has priority here, but they're not rotating yet. Tahm Kench and Varus should already be getting to Fog of War to rotate over, but they're not. That's where the first mistake happens. Desmond doesn't jump in or joke away. This is fine, the Rise ultimate comes through, but now Impunity's bot lane gets there first, and then Tahm Kench has to take Varus into the middle of 3 champions. This entire time, Penguin not only gets to revive, but goes into his passive. So Ray's forced to blow blow his flash to get away from this fight, when what Zoroveki could have done is Tahm Kench ultimate towards the Raptor camp so that he's in a safe spot to fight to begin with. And again, Climax were the ones to get the jump onto Penguin. They should be rotating first. I'm not saying Impunity did a bad job. I think they did a very good job rotating that fight, and the way they actually played that fight was great. But Climax could have done so much more because they instigated the fight.
Well, this is not the start Climax was looking for, because now Penguin on that Karthus already has 4 kills. You're likely sitting at 5 stacks for his rune choice as well. The Dark Harvest. He's already going to start hurting quite a bit. Smurf going to go for the engage here. They get themselves a stun onto the Kench. True Shot Barrage came through. Still, Zoroveki is able to walk away. No summoner is going to be burned across the board. But here comes Desmond on this Kayn, looking for a path in. Has yet to really join in onto a fight other than what we saw in the jungle. Wasn't able to pick up anything, was killed immediately, and really just showing himself. And he's still a little bit behind now. He's only got that team at and the Warfields completed. Not even got the Warriors completed yet. You look at the side here, you got, again, the Echo completed in the jungle for the Karthus.
And that upgrade for Desmond, it's about 100 gold away. It's the most efficient item upgrade in League of Legends. The amount of stats you get in comparison to its components is incredibly efficient. So he is running at a... What's the opposite of efficiency? He's not efficient. He's inefficient right now. He's running at an inefficiency. The Tiamat is nice, but that 650 gold upgrade is huge for Desmond to have right now.
Meanwhile, we have Muramana starting to be stacked here by Scarlet. Row is completed for the Zillion in the mid lane. Everything feeling like it's going in favor of Impunity right now for where they need the scaling to come in. Meanwhile, on the side of Climax, where they want to be brawling early, they want to try and get ahead. Still a long while. On top of that, too, Desmond, I still think he's only maybe halfway into his form change. We're almost at 15 minutes. By 15 minutes, you want to be already changed and picked up another item. It's going to be a long while. True Shot Barrage going to connect onto Raze once again. A little bit of damage there coming out from the Sheen on the auto attack.
You'd have to think as well that that fight they just had delayed his transformation significantly too. Because that's the time where if Climax came out on top during that fight...
He gets so many orbs.
Yeah, so many orbs come their way. They're really looking towards Quan and being like, hey buddy,
Need you to carry a bit.
You got that 6 solo kill, right? Can you do about 5 more, please?
He's got Trinity Force now completed for the Jax.
He's a big boy, right? A big boy Jax.
But I don't know if he's that big. We'll have to see if he can keep pressuring. But Tuzi's decided, you know, he's fine, you know, tanking a little bit of farm. He's got the Ninja tab he's already completed too. And his job in those fights later is, you know, he's the Cataclysm bot. He jumps on in and then holds everyone down for Penguin.
Oh, he's got some good damage as well. Old mate Tuzi, because he's gone for Tiamat. I think he's going for Black Cleaver next. He's going to have a decent amount of damage output. If he jumps on top of Ray or even Desmond at this point,
they'll chunk him.
Joker Way is also in trouble until he gets his Ceres Embrace. He needs a double shield for Rise in order to deal with that damage Java can dish out.
Well, Rift Herald, Shelly going to go over to Impunity here as Penguin's able to secure it at 15 minutes. Gold still pretty even, only ahead slightly by about 500 on Sun Impunity.
I'd actually like to see where all this gold is going towards, because Desmond's power farming, so he's slightly ahead of Karthus when it comes to farm, but it's 4 kills in Karthus, so I don't see that being worth more, the farm that Desmond has, more than the kills Karthus currently has. Quan's doing well topside with a single kill and 20 CS up. The rest of the map is, you know, swinging in favor of Impunity. After that last fight, I thought they'd be much further ahead. I'd like to see how much turret plating gold the teams have gotten. That could be the difference. But it's a much more even game than expected, especially after the blunder around Red Buff.
If you take a look at the health bars in the minimap, bot lane has not been touched by Climax. Top lane has been crashed maybe once or twice by Quan. He might have gone a turret plate or two. But mid lane, it's a farm lane. That's maybe a turret plate if he got it before.
He must have got one.
But other than that, you know, turrets have been pretty much untouched.
So it just is the raw CS differential between Jarvan as well as Karthus. Jarvan, Jackson, Karthus, and Kane.
We're going to head on back here on the side of Beauty, possibly looking to maybe bait this. Penguin has snuck his way down into the brush. Ray's deciding, no, I'm going to go up and back myself.
Oh, on a ward as well. So if they wait the 8 seconds, Ray doesn't have teleport. And Ozorabek has gone out warding.
They could just take that tower
He
instantly.
comes back. So we're still in the lane. They don't know that Karthus is there, though.
So Raveki just trying to get some ward coverage. They do know, though, now, with that Rift Herald announcement, that their bot lane about to be sieged upon.
Oh, get this easy. It's Ezreal and Rift Herald.
Yeah. Where they're going to give this gold on over to all 3. So Scarlet Peta and Penguin both going to be happy with that. A nice little play there coming out from Impunity. Opens themselves up a slight gold advantage of about 1,000.
Means that Impunity open up the map as well, so now they can dictate the flow of the game. It seems like their first order of operations is to go towards Dragon, take a Dragon for themselves. So they're just securing objective after objective, nice and slow coming out from the team.
Oh, Joker might want to be careful here. Isn't in range of the bombs. We have Desmond looking for a play here. That's going to force the flash out, at least, of Penguin. So some nice respect there for Impunity. Does allow them to secure the Scuttle Crab on the side of Climax, but that Dragon was already taken. Impunity, I think, are just fine not giving up any kills.
Yeah, they make a mistake and they decide, you know what? We're going to pay for our losses with a single flash instead of an entire team. So nicely played there. Just respectfully burning the flash, disengaging, losing the Scuttle Crab as well. Climax do lane swap. Sorry, Impunity do lane swap. So they send Uzuri down to the bottom lane. I like this just because Jackson's had such a good time top side of the map. If Jarvan sacrifices a little bit more to get Ezreal and Braum further ahead, I think that's an okay trade.
Desmond still looking for this mid lane. He has yet to transform Fish. It's almost 18 minutes. It's past 18.
They might force a fight top side of the map here because both Desmond as well as Jokerway are rotating over.
Doesn't have the Realm Warp though, so they're still going to be a little late.
Zillion didn't rotate up. He actually cheated towards bottom side, so this is a big fight.
Desmond going to come over here. Penguin in the thick of things. Quando's taking a lot of damage, but guess what? The Requiem is available, and here it comes. They don't even need it, Fish, because they turned this one around, because unfortunately, this Kane doesn't really do anything.
And it's the double-edged sword of, do you focus Karthus or do you not? Because if you kill Karthus, suddenly you have an invulnerable Karthus for 7 seconds, dealing damage without a care or reason with the world. And then Scarlet Petal and Smurf are just like, well, we just kite through Karthus' passive and we'll just deal even more damage. So Climax arguably have the really strong skirmish. Jax, Kane, and Rise, but like you said, Kane is not upgraded. Penguin is on fire and on form right now. So that's a big fight going Impunity's way. I thought it would be a disaster because Zillion didn't cheat top.
Yeah, without that realm warp, it felt like Climax, you know, were a little slow to the punch, but they still took that fight.
And you think about what they get for it. Karthus gets even further ahead. He's 500 gold ahead of Kane now.
I guess your one benefit of killing that Karthus early, he doesn't get the Dark Harvest. That's the only thing, though.
That's a consolation prize. Like, that's it. That's like a woohoo, yay, we're still losing the game.
So it's a slight gold advantage over to that Jackson.
You look at what they get for it. Because Climax put so many resources top and they lost all of it, right? They sent all their pieces top side. Then they lose top lane out of turret after they all get killed. Zillion didn't have to cheat top. He was actually cheating bottom to try and help out Z, because Z was losing bottom lane out of turret.
Oh, it's a shadow form too.
Oh, wow.
He's already behind.
So Zillion cheats bottom, then comes back mid lane, and because Ryze is dead, just takes mid lane out of turret. So you get a 2-for-1 turret trade and a 3-for-1 kill trade. So now you're 3,000 gold ahead, and you've opened up the map. On top of that, Impunity have taken almost every natural objective. Rift Herald and a single dragon traded between the two teams right now. Quan's in trouble.
Quan, Cataclysm comes out from Tuzi. He's stuck in this 3v1 and maybe going to be able to trade back a kill, but it ain't going to happen. Tuzi going to be able to pick up the kill. Nice. And even with Climax, this Jax that is, you know, arguably ahead of the Jarvan can easily just be collapsed upon.
I mean, nice move coming out from Smurf there, recognizing that Jax did have a potential to cause an upset in that fight. Just threw out the ultimate nice and early. I actually kind of like Shadow Form here. Thinking about it a little bit more, I know I said Red Kane's probably the best to go to, but realistically, what's he going to be able to do? Big fight, though.
It's a decent fight there. I think the only concern with the Shadow Assassin, if he doesn't kill Scarlet, even if he tries to ult Scarlet, you're going to have a Zillion ultimate right on top of him.
My thought process here for Shadow Assassin is jump in, deal a lot of damage, ult, disengage from all the damage that Karthus, Zillion, Jarvan, Ezreal is going to be distributing while you're in your ult, and come back and do another round of rotation. I think that if you were, you know, Darkened form here for Kane, it's a good tanky frontline, which Climax don't have. But at the same time, we just saw what happened when Penguin was in that skirmish there. Even if he dies, he still does a ton of magic damage, so it's just difficult. I just don't understand why they've gone for Kane here. Why have Climax decided we're going to pick Kane? There was no counter juggling involved. There wasn't used to snowball very early on. There was no dedicated lane for him to attack. He didn't get many skirmishes, and even the skirmishes they got, they didn't play towards it. I mean, the biggest indicator that they weren't playing towards the skirmish was Jokoe was going forward, and Desmond was the one disengaging. You'd expect Kane to be the one that's moving forward in those fights, saying, we need a fight. I want my orbs. I want a snowball. Not happening. Let's see if he has something up his sleeve, though. A different strategy in mind to take to this.
Well, has just finished up the Dustblade, so you got a little bit extra damage. You're also starting to get some items come online here for the side of Climax. This Varus is starting to feel a lot better, has the Bork, has the Rageblade completed. There's something that's top lane getting collapsed upon, and here comes Desmond. There you go. You can find yourself 4 members of Climax up here for a single kill. They trade a Mountain Drake. Is that worth?
I don't know what Zillion's doing up there to begin with. He shouldn't be the man that's up there and that far across the river. Very slippery fellow when he's in the lane, because he just has one direction to run, which is go home. But when you're running down the river, you're going to run into all sorts of problems. So good pick coming out from Impunity there. Sorry, for Climax, it might force a fight here.
Raze, that's a huge ultimate. He already fanned on the ultimate from the Varus. Penguin takes a lot of damage, but unfortunately, without any full CC coming out here, are they going to be able to do it? Quan gets, though, on top of Scarlet, and that's the main target getting taken on down. Penguin is too far from the fight to apply any more damage, and Climax, they find a fight that finally goes their way in the team fight and are able to go ahead and ace Impunity.
Oh, we saw this mistake during the Philippines National Minor yesterday, which is teams biting off way more than they can chew open.
They're just going to go for Baron.
They're going to take it as well. This is a Varus with Rageblade Bork. It's going to be an easy Baron for them to take. Zillion's going to have to come up with a massive 4-man bomb to stop this. First and foremost, Zillion gets caught out. You trade that kill for a Mountain Dragon. Great. Why are you pushing mid lane in a turret? It's 23 minutes.
He comes on over. He knows exactly what he's doing.
What are you doing?
Yeah, he just ran in and suicided there. True shot barrage. Oh, Requiem! That's enough damage! Oh! Takes down Quan. And Impunity from the other side. Oh, they also get the kill on the Scarlet.
Oh, what
and
is-
Impunity. They get control of the dragon.
Get the clown
Bear
car!
pit.
Get the clown car!
Excuse me. Penguin, he's been able to get those kills. He's collected the stones, Fish, and he's starting to apply the snaps.
All I saw was the clown car pulled up just one by one.
Oh, they're gonna start it.
Now. Oh my god, it's Impunity, so I can't even analyze the mistakes that people have made. There's way too many right now, Opal.
Desmond's nearby, uses the Shadow Walk, needs to try and get on over into the pit. He's going to try and refresh it. Chain of Corruption comes out from Ray. He's trying to go on in. Flag Dragon's going to get the knock up. Guess what?
That's
Joker
Ezreal dead.
is over toward the side. Scarlet's going to get taken down. Tuesday's down
What's
the
the
middle.
split?
And every team, they just throw bodies into this pit, and they see who's going to come on top. Over toward the side, Quan is able to get on top of Penguin with this Jax Counter-Strike, got the stun, and Penguin's going to get shut down. And now CLX, they start up the Baron once more.
What are they doing? Why are they both throwing, Opal?
Atheris, he can come by. I've seen this before.
No,
Fish.
stop. It's done. Climax won the game of throws. The game of throws have been won. And they get Baron. All right, let's go back to the very beginning, shall we? The very beginning. Very, very beginning. Back to when Zillion died top lane, Opal. Okay, then we have this first. It's just a Reclam to kill one player, followed by immense feeding that took place after. Easy kill. Do you know what you do here? Do anything else but try and start Baron again. And if you're going to start Baron, I'll get to that later. There's too much to analyze. Okay, let's start with Zillion. Shouldn't be top lane. Died there. Unfortunate. It happens. You trade a Mountain Dragon for it. It's a trade, right? It's 23 minutes into the bloody game. This is not the time to attack an inner turret at all. Unless you have like a 3-man wipe and it's like 5-on-2, you are not pushing for an inner turret. It's ridiculous. You are too far into the opponent's base. They could get too creative with their flanks, like we see another one coming in.
Oh,
my God!
you go. Desmond finds it, but he'll be instantly taken back. Both junglers can just apply a lot of damage to each other, Fish.
You cannot attack inner turrets this
Quan,
early
though.
into the game without something to empower you, like an ace, like a big team fight that goes in your favor, like enemies out of position or Baron buff. Impunity pushing that far was a huge mistake, and Climax punished so well. So well. Then, Atheris is the right thing. He went in a little bit too risky, but sacrificed his life to stop Baron. Baron reset its health. That's where Climax should have gone, okay,
Oh,
Baron reset,
geez.
we're not going to take it. Now we'll look what happens. The big old fiesta happens, there's a big Baron trade, you know, lots of mistakes on both sides, but now with Baron, with the split pushing ability, they're going to take down bottom lane inhibitor turret. They're going to take bottom lane inhibitor.
He might get top tower.
Climax are going to snowball this game out of control. Impunity, though, they still have the team fight. Once this Baron falls, once the split push is not as accessible for Climax anymore, they still have Penguin. Big team fighting threat at the moment. We saw Desmond jumps in and uses his full kit except for his ultimate, dies to Penguin before even the Karthus ultimate comes out. And that means that, you know, you've got Zillion to keep him back alive. You've got ways for him to stay in the team fight a bit longer. Rapidos is coming up soon for Karthus. That'll be a big item purchase for him. But man, I like what chat's saying, Opal. Everyone just looks drunk right now. That's best way to describe that Baron play.
Well,
because you want me to go into that Baron play? Why is Joker Way allowed to get a flank onto your damn AD carry while you've got a Jarvan sliding over the pit with your support? No! Braum, you stick next to Scarlet Petal and you protect him like your life depends on it. You are Braum. Put your big bloody shield in front of his face and say, alright, edgy boy, start heading to Baron. Kill the big purple worm. Why is the rest of Impunity not doing that? You can't send everyone over the pit to stop them from stealing Baron when your AD carry's dead. You're a team. Work together. You need to form your 5 fingers into a fist. If not, you're just annoying, poking people individually. It's not great.
Well,
As Kobe said, turn it into a fist. All right? Smack him.
well, at the end of all, Fish, it's
Mangry.
a massive gold swing back over to Climax. They're now up 5,000 gold after being down around 3,000 at the start of what you would consider is a bloody fiesta. 13-13 the kills, but the big difference is the standing gold that was taken by Climax. They took 7 towers, they took that bot lane inhibitor, and during all of those fights, Quan was able to get 2 major shutdowns onto this Jax, who was already slightly ahead in the matchup, now has that Hydra completed. You got a BF sword, you got a Kindle Gen as well to add a little bit more of cooldown reduction. This Jax is scary and can now apply that split push. Again, though, that timer is ticking. There's a point where Climax won't be always able to rely on that, and Impunity can look to force these fights. We have items, though, starting to come back online over, like you mentioned. You got the Rabadons completed for, of course, the Karthus. You got the Miramana now fully stacked for the Ezreal. Other side, though, you got Rabadons now completed for that Rise. You also have the Edge of Night going to be applied here for Desmond, so he's going to have that spell shield to try and jump into these middle of these fights. He might be looking for this play. He already popped it. Does get rejected. And Desmond takes a little bit too much damage. Cataclysm going to come out. He's down to barely any health. One more auto will do it, and Desmond gets caught. Quan trying to go for a 2v1. Ain't going to happen, though, and he's going to get shredded down slowly but surely. Scarlet not going to continue with the chase. Meanwhile, mid lane Climax are trying to push.
I'm disappointed again. All right. How to take inhibitor turrets one-on-one with Fish. Let's go. You do this checklist first. Is Baron up?
No.
No. Do you have Baron? Yes? Okay. Push for turrets. Next. Do you not have Baron? No. Okay. Have you taken an inhibitor already? Yes. Okay. Attack the other 2. Split the lanes. Okay. When do we attack the turret? I don't know, wait for the super minions in the bottom lane to enter their base so one of their players has to disengage and suddenly you have a lopsided fight where either your 3 or 4 or 2 or 6, whatever number you put in the mid lane can push the turret against the majority, and then your single split pusher or duo split pusher top side can push that turret. You have an advantage of taking the inhibitor. If you refuse to use your advantage, then what the heck did you take the inhibitor for in the first place? You need to use all the tools given to you to win this game. Bottom lane inhibitor is down. Let the super minions crash into the base. Force one player from Impunity to go bot side. That will relieve enough pressure for you to attack top inhibitor turret, attack mid inhibitor turret, and eventually take it down. But when you brute force, cut in between the 2 lanes, get caught out by Impunity, they can kill you, they can chase your Jax away, they can stop your mid lane push, and deal with the super minions at the same time. That's not how you need to play around that.
Well, Baron has rejoined us. Climax are looking to position. Desmond got a little too aggressive. Azora Vecchi's going to get caught out on the Tom Kench. Sure, you have that Jax in bot lane, but now lopsided fight in favor of Impunity. What are they going to be able to get? Raze gets a little bit of damage. Desmond, though, jumps right back into the thick of the fight. He's ulting the support. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, Joker and Quan, they're trying to look for this back door, and now the Quan rejoins the fight. Joker, though, is taking the inhibitor.
Okay.
He used the Realm Warp. He has it for safety. Will he get away, though, because he got slowed? You can't escape now on Rise when you're slowed, when you're stunned. There's nowhere you can run. If you get slowed one more, does he get out?
He's out.
He gets out of there, Fish, but Scarlet's on the other side. He's going to apply the slows.
Oh my god, that's some damage.
In back, it ain't happening. And like that, Impunity
Baron's gone.
now going to Baron.
What is this trade? Firstly, Quan wasn't able to kill Zillion. Zillion got out with like 5 hit points or something. So, Climax, you know you have a split pusher who's winning a fight. Please stop going anywhere near Baron. Not going to warding us for. They're going to lose this. It's gone. Impunity pick up the Baron. Look, I can respect what Jokerway did there. The back door to get an inhibitor.
Almost got out.
But is that really the right move there? Is it? Why not reset?
Well, they were trying to set up this play for a while. Quan went down into that brush into the bot lane, and even Joker was sitting in around the red side jungle to try and set up a play with the Realm Warp. Ended up just walking to the inhibitor. But again, the Rise changes that are coming on through, I believe it went live where if he gets slowed, I don't think he can take Realm Warp anymore. That or that's coming up next week, but still, it's much weaker to try and escape with Rise.
I'm a little bit upset with Climax. Azora Vecchi's played internationally. He's played in the LMS. He was a big carry at Hyperplay. He should understand how to approach the mid and late game. You have 3 teleports in your team, and you're not using them effectively in a split push. Rise and Jax not using their teleports at the right time and right place. You're throwing Hail Mary plays to take down inhibitors when you've already shown that you're struggling to take inhibitors naturally. Giving away Baron to a team that was 5,000 gold behind. That is like the best way for them to say, we now have 2.5 minutes to let Karthus farm up a bit more, get a few more items, and then look for a big fight or another pick.
On top of that, too, these kind of mistakes, these kind of plays, are they going to work against the victor of Resurgence and Empire later today when you go into the final? Sure, it's your first game. It's a little shaky, but it's got to be a concern. You still got to win this series before you even think of that other one, too.
Don't get me wrong. Both sides have made a lot of mistakes in this game, but Climax have been in a driver's seat. If they lose this match, they can go back and pinpoint not 1, not 2, not 3, but multiple mistakes.
Oh!
Here's a big fight, though.
There you go. Penguin gets caught out, and the Karthus alone up in the top lane is just going to get dove. CLX, they're going to go ahead and push here. Righteous Glory completed for Joker. He wants to lead the charge. We're going to have, of course, a Redemption come on down. Inhibitor's going to be taken in the top lane. And even with the Baron, we'll see whether or not Impunity can hold all 3 of their inhibitors. They're being oppressed upon, and Joker should be able to finish this with Quan. But look at this, Impunity. They're able to hold. Quan, gotta be careful. Cataclysm is available for the Jarvan very shortly, but now Climax look to rotate on down, possibly go for the play. They're able to catch out the Jarvan. 3 inhibitors down in their base, even with the Baron buff, Fish.
Oh my goodness. And that there is a good attack from Climax. Not going to take away from them. They split apart the map. They were being very patient with their back and forth. Why is Penguin topside against a team that has multiple threats that can kill him almost instantly? Quan, Desmond, Joker away. These 3 picks can almost one-shot Penguin. That's a very squishy Karthus. No Zhonya's.
No Zhonya's, yeah.
No stopwatch. No Zillion close by. Why is he the man protecting the weakest inhibitor turret right now? Actually, no. Why is he the man protecting the only inhibitor turret? That is your strongest side. That's where majority of your members should be. Everybody else should be up there with him. Because you lose your inhibitor, oh, I'm sorry, you deal with super minions for a bit. You lose your last inhibitor turret, that's all your inhibitors gone. That's an open base. It's very poor lane designs coming out from Impunity as well. I'm getting angry because I'm being so negative about this, but I have to be realistic. A lot of these plays have been big blunders from both teams that have been brilliantly capitalized by the other team sometimes. Because other times, we see big blunder, into blunder, into blunder. It's the snowball domino effect going on. The gold is relatively close. I just think that Climax now, they have too many ways to deal with the threats coming out from him.
I think it's easier for them. We got that Varus ultimate now. As long as Raze is able to land onto a squishy member like Scarlet or Penguin, they're pretty much done. You're going to have to blow the Zillion ultimate. You're still going to be fighting in that 4v5 for about 4 seconds while the Resurrection comes on through. You have to deal now with double super minions pushing in onto your base. And the ability for Climax that if they really wanted to, they can always maneuver these minions themselves with a Rise ultimate. They have pressure from all lanes. Impunity, they have to decide when they want to hold. Inhibitors back up in mid lane, but guess what? The minions are already clicking on toward those Nexus towers. Impunity are deciding to go for the fight, but Quan is able to 1v4 in the backline on this Jax. Has to run away though, and 2C's a little too far forward. Both top laners almost biting off more than they can chew. Redemption going to come back. Quan's going to get a bit of a heal. The inhibitor, though, does fall.
Look at the super minions on the base. So double minions pushing in. Scarlet Petal.
Smurf is able to intercept a little bit of the damage, but guess what? Those minions are already crashing in, and Beauty are being suffocated underneath their Nexus towers, and there's the call from Climax. They're able to take down Penguin. Are they able to hold even with the Requarium? It's not going to happen. Resurrection going to come out here onto the side of Climax, but the Nexus is already exposed. Desmond's going to go into his ultimate, get some damage on down. He gets taken down. Scarlet Petal, he can look to hold this. Are you serious?
Why?
They're able to pull it off. True Shot Barrage finds its mark onto Quad. Triple kill for Scarlet. He's going to keep on going. Can't find the Quadra. But Impunity hold the base as Climax's 2 last members limp away with barely any help.
Zaravecki is literally trolling. He has Flash and Exhaust up, and he walked the bomb on top of Ray. Why?
Impunity able to somehow hold the Nexus.
They need to take Elder Dragon here, but I don't think they can.
They can't. Minions.
It's triple teleport as well. They leave their base for even a second. Jax or Rise is just going to jump straight back in there.
On top of that, too, the AP scaling that goes with auto attacks. Arise can just backdoor your base instantly. They are leaving these super minions. You have Penguin, you have 2 members going to go out, scout out, try and get some gold via the jungle.
Oh no.
Climax, though, they're going to start up the Elder Drake here with Joker. I don't think Impunity... Are they going to try for this? Quan?
You have no smite?
This is insane. They're actually going to try for this. Quan could 1v2 them if he wanted to.
Easily.
Smurf is nearby. Climax are able to secure the Elder Dragon. They should be able to rotate back up, pick up the Baron, and look to close this game out completely. Unless Quan gets caught out here, he's still a scary Jax.
I hate this game.
Remember, Fish, this is your region.
I hate this game. I love this region. I hate this game. Double... He's teleporting in. Double...
Oh, geez, already.
Super
Inhibitor's
minions,
online.
but it's Elder Dragon
With a Baron.
3 empowered dragons, Baron, and Naked Nexus. I mean, Impunity, you got to come up with something special right here, right now, but it looks like it's going to be over in a second if they don't.
He missed the ultimate there from Raze. Ultimate's down, but they might just go and try and rush the Nexus here at this one. Quan is thinking about it. Impunity are trying to hold. They get an inhibitor.
The Nexus!
Just going away from the Nexus! And then Climax can just look to finish this game on True Shot Barrage. They take out Desmond, but guess what? Raze is still alive on the Varus, and game 1 goes to Climax. Yeah, Tippers
I didn't
died.
do anything. Tippers just died that time.
He
I
died.
didn't hurt Tippers, all right? I didn't touch him. You all right? I think that's how a lot of people feel right now. Okay? You don't see us complaining much.
No, he is done. He's lost the will to live, Fish.
I didn't do it this time, okay?
I know you didn't. No, instead, he's fallen backwards. That is his choice.
It's very difficult.
Now, the choice is made by Impunity and Climax. You're not getting away with this one, Climax.
Look, both teams made some blunders. Hats off to Climax for sticking through it. Their tenacity allowed them to push through to finish that match. Their composition came online. I was skeptical. I thought that Impunity actually had a better fighting composition. It worked in one of their desperate fights, but by then, too much of the base was already in tatters. Not much they could do then. So, that being said, the best way to describe this game was they were holding on to a hot potato. And one team just goes, nah, you hold it. Nah, you hold it. Nah, you hold it. And whoever dropped the hot potato lost. Because it was literally blunder to blunder to blunder for a good 5 minutes. It was first Zillion getting caught in trade for a mounted dragon. Then push for a mid inner turret too early into the match at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. Get caught in a team fight. Get pushed off Baron by one member. Baron resets. Then another team comes in to clean up. And then they do Baron. And then another team comes in to clean up, and then they take Baron. So it's just blunder after blunder that led to that. So this game, I think the best way to credit Climax was they were the team that eventually came out on top, capitalizing on mistakes, which is fine. It wins the game. At the end of the day, it's still a W on the board for them. But this is that exact play. Impunity is down. You can see that Zillion is respawning, and they're pushing towards an inner turret. That's not the objective that you take right there. You cannot even justify pushing for a mid lane turret like that.
Oh, Penguin had no mana during that
Yes,
fight.
that was the other thing. He pushed for the fight, didn't get taken down. He wasn't focused, no mana. And he flashed over the wall, was like, Karthus, I'm gonna staff smack someone.
I'm gonna smack ya.
Staff smack. That's what he could do at the very end.
Yeah.
So, regardless, semantics aside, like Karthus matter, whatever. Why are they pushing for a mid lane in a turret? Climax identified that and said, well, we can fight them. We're at advantage. We picked Zillion. Great pick. Now they're pushing. We kill them. And they got a really good flank there. From there, the bundle started. But in credit to Climax, they got the pick on Zillion. They capitalized on that push coming out from Impunity. And I think that's where the ball really started to roll for Climax. And they got the win at the end of the day. That's what matters. They are now at match point to move into the grand finals of the Singapore National Minors, the Singapore Malaysian National Minors.
And for Impunity, you know, you had one of the best starts you could ask for during that game. Your Karthus got 4 kills in, I think, the first 10 minutes of the match. where you're allowing Penguin to, you know, farm up, scale up. Well, he skipped the farm stage at that point. He was farming champions in the first 10 minutes. He got the gold. You already got gold put onto your main carries. You know, Scarlet was able to get a tier very early, finish off that Miramana, even got the Iceborne to be a little bit more defensive. And, like, it didn't feel like Climax was out of control other than that Jax in the top lane, but he was able to be, you know, contained by 1 or 2 members going up there.
Someone in the YouTube chat put it quite frankly, which is at 5-6 items, Ezreal is almost going to one-shot both the Shadow Form Kayn and Varus. If a random Mystic shot hits them, they're out of the fight. So you're really relying on your damage-dealing front line. Like, Jax and Ryze to deal with Ezreal, who is a slippery AD carry, which the front line can deal with. Karthus would have been able to dish out a ton of damage there. In all honesty, though, I think that one really goes towards Joker Way as the most valuable player. I criticized him, saying that during the group stages, he held his own, but wasn't very flashy, wasn't a standout performer. Despite his single weird backdoor.
Hey, he got the inhibitor.
He got the inhibitor, traded his life for it. I knew the team can really tell if that was worth it. To me, it was like that wasn't the right play because he could have lost Baron. There you go, he picks it up. He actually made some really good picks. Good damage as well. His positioning was solid. He caught out a few players, and he was the one person in Climax where I can't really say him and I say Jax. You can't really say they at one point made a huge mistake.
Yeah. In lane phase, he was able to play it well. He didn't get caught out. He wasn't really ganked
Even
by
the
Penguin.
initial skirmish, that was a blunder by Climax. He was the one that got a good realm warp, was in a good position, threw that in the right area as well. I think he had a really solid game. I think Joker Way was the standout performer coming in from Climax. I criticized him at the start, saying that he wasn't very flashy. Then he held his own. Turns out in this match, that's really all he had to do.
Well, for that, guys, Climax are able to take home the victory here in Game 1 and are able to take that over Impunity. Impunity, though, have a chance to strike back. So we're going to go ahead and take a small break, and we'll see whether or not they can go ahead and force this all the way to a Game 3.
Just a sec. There. Hey, dummy. Did you ever dream of a life among the stars? Well, now you can live that dream aboard our magnificent ship, the Morning Star. Let's meet the crew. First up is Malphite, big boy with a heart of gold. We're still working on his temper. Then there's Yasuo, our captain. Nothing faces this guy. Watch. Heads up! And finally, me. Jinx, your trusty pilot. I also like exploding stuff! junk, like recreational activities, hands-on medical training, and team-building exercises. Oh, here's the best part. This beautiful and psychotic assassin wants to annihilate our entire crew. Here's a little mess if you left us.
You took what is mine. I will find her, and I...
So cool. So, consider this your invite to join the greatest crew in the galaxy. The only question now is what are you waiting for? No, come on! No. So, kid, what do you say?
Welcome back, everybody, to League of Legends Seed Tour. I'm Opal, joined by Fish as we get set for Game 2 of our first semifinal between Impunity and Climax. After a bit of a back and forth, to say the very least, Fish, we got Climax coming out on top and looking to secure match point here in Game 2.
Oh yeah, accurate representation of that last game. Ooh, a cupcake. Literally what happened.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, you get nice things, and that's why you can't have nice things. You smack it away.
So that's Impunity.
Yes.
All right, there we go.
It's like, ooh, It's gone now.
It's gone. It's lost to the ocean behind us.
And then Climax were like, here it is. Put the bomb here. You know, Impunity, throw the bomb at Impunity. But then they decided to do like this big wind up and went, I don't know where the bomb's going. Eventually, they like fumbled it onto Impunity, but it took some time.
Took some time.
Big, like, you know,
Yeah, we'll have to see
bit
how
of a, how's
these-
it going.
Well,
that
you
game
know,
was.
we had a break. Maybe the coaches were able to get in there and, you know, get some
Good
talk in there.
I hope one of them took their belt off.
Oh, well.
Like just the crack, the smack. Like, listen up.
It's go time. It's do or die here, especially for Impunity. You had that early lead. You had that great start for that Karthus jungle. And kind of threw it away. This time, though, Climax...
Kind of?
Okay, did. Climax on your blue side, Impunity on the red as we get set for our ban and picks for Game 2.
Lost by Cupcake.
Yeah, it's actually behind the ocean.
Oh,
It-
did we
it's
knock
in
it
the ocean.
through the abyss?
Yeah, it's actually in our ocean now. It's going to float its way up
I
to
am
the
so
top.
strong.
You were able to knock that cupcake
Oh, yeah.
a couple miles out to shore. All right.
I watched a Netflix series last night.
Oh, which one?
Love, Death, and Robots.
Don't think I read.
Scarred for life.
Oh, no.
Do not watch that show. It's a series of short films about either love, death, and robots, or all three, or two of the three.
Is that why you're afraid of the robots? We
Yes.
had this discussion
Do not
earlier.
watch that film, or the series of short films, if you intend to go to sleep that night. That was some really scary, crazy things happened in that. And you know what? I'm still scarred more by that last game than I was by those series of short films.
Pick and bans look like we have some adjustments coming in. Climax opting to actually not let that Vars go on over, so we saw it be popular in NA. We also saw it in the LPL last night. Not going to see it here for Game 2.
It was a very popular second pick because you go Varus, Tom Kench immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It does pair well with lots of different supports, but Varus, Tom Kench was the main like giveaway because Fred say you get 2 picks back to back. Priority on Jarvan. I feel like this is a reactionary thing you'd have to think because of how much emphasis Impunity put onto Jarvan in the last match.
You know what's interesting, though? You let over the Rek'Sai this time around. Climax opted to ban that one away. It is available for Impunity if they want to try and pick that one up. Again, that Jarvan could be a flex like we saw in the last game from Impunity. We'll have to see, though. They're going to opt in for a Vladimir this time around, and Impunity taking an aggressive stance if they lock in this Lee Sin.
Touch on Vladimir first. It was played by Team Liquid in their winning game. It was against Broken Sword. What's his name? TSM's top
Broken
laner.
Blade.
Broken Blade. Sorry. Broken Blade.
Akali.
He was playing Akali in the top lane, and Akali was able to put Impact's Vladimir down for quite some time. Was very pressurized in the lane, but like we saw in the first opening match of the Philippines National Minor, Vladimir scales very well. He was able to survive through all the harassment, survive the couple of kills that went towards top side, scaled into a late game beast. So I think a lot of emphasis now is on Climax. They need to draft something that's going to do well into that Vladimir top. And they need to have a game plan that relies around, okay, Vladimir's put down early. How do we either outscale this, or how do we capitalize on the fact that Vladimir is not going to be relevant for some time, try and win the game right there and then.
See here, Climax, they're opting to take away the Brahmin Ezreal actually here from the bot lane of Scarlet and Smurf, so they're not going to have that on the side of Impunity. Again, synergized very well with Mystic Shot.
Also, shout out to Jensen Go, by the way, who we know was working with the what's the secondary division in LEC?
That depends on which region.
So whichever region Splice has a second team.
That is, I believe, is Splice.
They won something
French?
recently.
No, that's Vitality. That's a French
So
organization.
I don't follow the European scene
I
very
think that's
closely.
Spain. Is that Spain?
Might be, but I don't follow the European scene very closely. But he was over there helping out with them, and they actually took home a title. He's one of the best analysts that we've seen in Southeast Asia. Look at his track record. He's taken multiple amateur teams and teams that nobody regarded as being a top 2, top 4 team, and they've won titles in local regions like national minors equivalent in Singapore and Malaysia in the past. He had, worked on the LMS as well. So big name analyst coming in from Southeast Asia. He pointed out that I've been saying Tuzi's name wrong. It's Tuzi, which is Tuzi. It's two Chinese words. It basically means rabbit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to mess that up.
I just call him rabbit. But I'm going to keep calling him Tuzi because I think that sounds great.
Karma actually getting locked in here for the side Impunity. Could get flexed in toward that mid lane, or Smurf could go with the more poke-heavy support alongside the Kaisa.
Picking a Zoraveki's champion into him. That's gutsy, to say the least.
Oh, Silas, though, was able to make it through here, and likely we're going to see that on Joker. Could possibly see it on Quans, too.
I do like the Kaisa priority coming from Impunity. Really good scaling. The power spike for Kaisa times well with Vladimir, and at the same time is very strong in the early and mid game as well.
On top here, though, for Climax, we're going to see ourselves the Hecarim get locked in. And again, that's judging from the summoner spells, that might, I'm going to guess that's a Hecarim top then with Ignite Teleport coming out from Quans. And then we'll see the Jarvan come down in the jungle for Desmond. But the Riven in response.
Ooh,
now we see, is it going top or is it going mid?
You'd have to put that top, wouldn't you? Because I feel like Hecarim would... Hecarim into Vladimir, it's too brutal. Like, even Silas in the Vladimir is like, oh, you're not going to have a great time in the mid lane with Theris, but at least it's a survivable lane. Hecarim just runs over Vladimir. So the Riven pick here is nice. Let's see if Tulza can actually use it, to his advantage to try and shut down this carry pick top side of the map. He's got a Lee Sin in the jungle as well, so the jungle skirmishes, you've got to give it to Riven and Lee Sin very early on. Jarvan and Hecarim is something you can't mess with, though. That's very potent, especially with Hecarim bringing an extra combat summoner spell into the skirmish with Ignite being picked up.
Not even taking the ghost that we usually see with a Hecarim, for that extra speed.
Nah, that's jungle Hecarim. Top lane Hecarim, Ignite Teleport, kill some noobs.
that's your game plan right there?
Yeah, noob stop, let's go.
Oh, we'll have to see. Climax, if they're able to take home the victory, they will move on to our National Minor Final. Impunity are looking to tie up our series. Again, you got a very aggressive top side of the map in the form of a Riven and a Lee Sin, unlike last time where, it was a little bit of a change up there. You had a Jarvan that was going to get pushed in all the time by a Jax.
And the next match is one that a lot of people are sticking around to watch as well, because it's basically the previous super team from Malaysia. Like multiple members from Kuala Lumpur Hunters, multiple well-known players in Malaysia joining the roster as well from Team Anything, the second seed team coming in from Malaysia. And then on top of that, you got players like Maxi joining all the way from Singapore. This super team in Malaysia, Empire, go up against the most established esports organization between the two countries, which is going to be Resurgence. Full-time roster, they've played with the team for quite some time now. Lots of backing. Resurgence has been all over the local news in Singapore recently as well, with a lot of the sponsorship deals and partnerships they've been distributing. It's a really big name. That's going to be a titan of a clash between those two teams. So again, there's a lot of emphasis in this game and a lot of reason why we are being so critical on both Climax as well as Impunity.
It's because their likely next opponent is going to be even more critical.
Yeah, it's likely they're going into a David versus Goliath match in the grand finals. And just like what we talked about when we saw the Philippine national minors yesterday, when Liab looked like they're going to be the Goliath of a team that's going into the finals, the other side of the bracket needs to show some strength. They need to be able to at least show they can win a decisive match, or at least show they can play a good game plan. Because if you fall behind and have an okay game, but you make no mistakes, that is good signs when you go into a powerhouse team. Because if you're not making unforced errors, you can play your game a bit better. You're not being punished as heavily, and there's more chance for you to pick up the win. Because you need every single inch when you go up against these Goliath teams.
Well, we take a look here for Game 2. Impunity, they're looking to tie up our series, and this composition, it's a lot more aggressive. You're also running a Karma on support there too to help with the maneuverability of the team. You can speed boost, apply the shields to the group. On top of that, you got a Kaisa that's going to be looking to jump on in. All these players are just going to be just jumping on top of that Silas, as well as the Ezreal. Though on the side of Climax, you got a Braum, you got some safety there as well, and you got an Ezreal too, who's going to be pretty slippery to deal with.
It's just volatile for me. Let's put it this way. The volatility is going to be top side of the map. I don't really care about what happens after 25 minutes. that is going to be a matter of what happens in the early game will affect that. Vladimir's going to be scaling in the mid lane, so Silas going to have lane priority there. If Silas lands a single chain to get the stun lock and then combo out with his abilities, Vladimir's going to be pushed out of lane quite hard. Reason why Orianna and such good picks into Vladimir is they could trade so effectively in the early game and keep Vladimir underneath his turret. Silas can do something very similar. He can push the wave out, he can duel against him, and there's two very combat-focused junglers of Lee Sin as well as Jarvan. So he's going to be, pretty happy to push in the Vladimir, knowing that he's got a Jarvan in his back pocket. Bottom lane's going to be a farm fest. Kai'Sa, Ezreal, two teams going to farm unless jungle impact comes in, which they can again. Attacking junglers, Jarvan and Lee Sin, they can move towards the bottom side of the map. There is potential, but those are not volatile lanes. You know how these lanes are going to go. You know Vladimir's going to be pushed in, but he'll be fine. He'll just scale up to late game. You know that bottom lane AD carries will be safe. They'll poke back and forth and will only really be heavily influenced by a jungle gank, bar a big play or a big blunder. Top side is volatile. That is a Hecarim, teleporting Knight Hecarim, which is fairly staple for top lane, against a Riven, which we don't see too much of outside of the LST. Volatile champions, damage base, especially in the early game, looking to try and snowball with aggressive junglers adding fuel to the fire. All eyes are going to be on that lane for at least the first 10 minutes, and it could decide this game.
Yeah, on top of that too, it's a volatile matchup that if one gets the ball rolling, they can utilize that teleport to impact that bot lane if one of these lanes overextends. We'll have to see though. We're going to go ahead and load on into the Rift for Game 2. Climax looking to take home their slot in our National Minor Final. Community looking to force a Game 3, but they got to take Game 2 to do it.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Thank you, announcer. I feel grateful to be on the Rift today.
It's a nice welcoming mat.
Please tell me you banned the clown car.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I hear it in the distance.
I hear disturbance in the clown car force.
Hey, new trailer dropped, by the way.
Trailer?
Yeah, new Star Wars trailer.
What?
It dropped.
Mets.
Did you not watch this?
When?
Yesterday!
Damn it!
For 9!
Why didn't you tell me?
I would assume that you...
You're fired!
Excuse me, you're an eSports caster. Reddit should be like half of your daily
was asleep.
consumption. It wasn't...
I was playing chess and then I went to sleep.
Oh no, the chest. Yes, it got revealed. Oh my god, you don't even know the... Oh.
Don't you say anything?
You need to watch it during the next break.
Nah, you don't talk to me now.
Oh, how can... I'm going to make so many references now. Oh, Fish, you have done...
I will fire you.
You have made me angry.
I have the power to fire you. Be careful.
Oh boy. Fish out of date. Tell me what else is new.
This is interesting. So, good wards placed down by both teams. They're going to spot out that a topside leash was initiated, so they know that this Smurf and Scarlet Petal coming into lane late. Fake.
On top of Smurf actually tanking some damage from the ground.
And they don't know where Jarvan is. This was an early push coming in from Azora Vecchia and Ray, so they think Jarvan starts at blue. But in fact, Desmond did a no leash start on Rev. This is a cheeky level 2 gank bot. Very cheeky.
Push up. Oh, they don't see it. And it's double knockup. Gonna come on through. Smurf gets a lot of damage. He's gonna burn. Flash on forward from Raze. It's gonna be first blood going in favor of Climax. What a way to start game 2.
A little bit clumsy, seeing that they went for different targets. Good knock up on towards Smurf. But at the end of the day, they get the kill, both summoner spells, and they're gonna be pretty happy about that one too. Well played coming out from the cheeky gank. That was set up by Climax really well. Great wards to start it. Wards towards the bottom side to make sure they knew. Sorry, wards towards the top side of the map to make sure they knew where Penguin was starting, where he was going to be, and they spotted out. Riven came from the top side of Tribrush, not from the bottom side. So coming in from the red bush, has to have been a leash, saw through the fake leash that came in from Smurf, went for the gank. Really well done. So very cheeky. Penguin doing the right thing though. He sees that the gank goes bot lane. Nothing you do to impact that. Just takes away everything on the top side of the map to try and pull some of the gold back for his team.
Yeah, he's going to be a Gromp and probably a Gromp only ahead overall. Meanwhile, this mid lane. Oh, Joker laying down the lashes here.
What we meant. Silas is going to push in this lane 24/7 until Vladimir starts to scale up. Vladimir will take a beating. He'll be underneath his turret, but he will be fine. This is not like the matchup we saw in the NA finals against Akali, or like a matchup against Hackrim, where it's just going to be a complete dumpster. We're not going to be great. Oh, no, not like this.
Oh, they're just going to
Missed
pile in.
No way!
Oh no! Scarlet gets double buffs at the end of this. Gets some gold back. Desmond, why at that point? I get the idea. You're trying to heavily snowball, but now
Well
Penguin
topped.
can come up toward top lane. Tuzi's just a little bit too far forward.
Can't fight it. Penguin, you can't fight him.
No. He had Conquer up too. Penguin would have been...
He had a minion wave as well. We're only 4 minutes in with over 6 range minions. Oh, you attack him once, they're just going to club you to death with their magic range spell. Whatever that thing is. Hey, you know what? Something's happening, Opal. Something's happening.
Oh, no. In the faint distance.
In the distance, I heard it. It was calling out to me. The clown car made a trip bot lane. The one drop Desmond, you just hit your EQ. Scarlet Petal was dead.
We asked the Summoner's Rift lady to put a parking ban on the small vehicles.
Didn't happen.
No.
No.
Oh, no! Oh, there's a ward this time,
They
too,
spotted
Desmond.
him.
Oh,
He
no.
didn't walk through the majority of the brush. They had to have spotted him.
He doesn't have flash up either. This is such a... No, he's wasting time at this point. They might get a stun, but that's pretty much it.
They even pinged him with a question mark.
Penguin up toward the top side here.
So I thought top lane was going to be the volatile lane.
No.
And again, bottom lane was meant to be completely even. But because of all the Java against bot lane, it's actually been a volatile bot. Ooh,
Oh, the Ignite's ticking. The shield. Is it going to be enough? No. Quan's going to be getting the solo kill on top lane.
And I was also wrong. It's still volatile top side because Tutsa can't fight this Hackram.
Oh, no. Impunity.
Flag drag out.
They
Flag drag out.
They got to get out of here. Okay, Blasting Cone ends up helping him. Joker was also able to get priority in the mid lane, so was able to push it back, even stealing away the Vladimir ultimate if a fight were to break out.
So apparently Hackram does well into this matchup against Riven. He's just winning it straight out. No jungle influence coming in from Desmond. Penguin's tried to make an impact top lane, hasn't been able to. So this entire time, I thought it was going to be a volatile lane with both junglers going there. We can't talk about it just yet. Might have a dive.
We got 4 players coming over
it's
on
here,
the
though.
side. It's going to be a 3v1 underneath the tower. We'll see, though. Instead, they're going to opt to back off here. Scarlet Pita actually going very aggressive here on the Kaisa. Penguin's nearby, too. He's going to show himself completely. So Climax, they call off the dive play, realizing they won't be able to pull it off. I like the idea. Joker had that priority, so he pushed in the wave, goes down to bot lane, has a Vladimir ultimate, but unfortunately, still very early to be doing this, and man, they're trying to rent out a new lease on that clown car.
I mean, 4-man dive would have been great if Lee Sin was there, and they respected Lee Sin was there, so they backed off. That was nice. So what I was talking about topside map, turns out it's a Hackram 1 lane. So I thought it would be even volatile based in jungle matchup. Nope, it's Hackram's lane. So Climax have drafted 2 winning lanes, and then they just put huge emphasis bot lane to get the ball rolling there.
Oh,
Smart.
no.
But now Riven's in trouble.
Knockup's
Again.
going to come out
Oh, no.
into the ultimate. Quan's going to get the kill. Joker gets an assist. And I have some bad news for you, Impunity. Once the horse gets rolling, there ain't no stopping this stampede.
So I like this. I like what Climax have done with their draft. Hit level 6, but didn't level up in time.
Not a whole lot of mana for Quan at this point. Penguin could maybe
He has
try.
to dance around the minions.
Oh, no,
He cannot
he's
get
in
hit by the Q.
minions. He gets the kick back underneath the tower. He needs to actually land the Q, though. He can't finish it off. Here he goes, able to survive.
The only thing that he had to do, despite no summoners, despite no mana, was he had to dance around the minions. Forced the flash kick out of Penguin, but Quan got a little bit too what's the word? Rested on his laurels a little bit there. Rested on his laurels. He should have just continued darting in between the minions. The only way he loses that is if Penguin hits him with the Q, which he did. That's it. Sadness.
So Climax, in the end, though, do trade back. They get themselves the Ocean Drake, with Penguin showing top. 3-2. Climax with a small gold advantage. The question is, where is the gold when you take a look at these kills? Both AD carries have one. You got Tyr now being stacked up by Raze. Sheen also picked up very early, can get a decent amount of poke damage here. Looks like we might also see, depending on what Scarlet wants to go, whether that's going to be a Storm Raze or maybe the Vindy Edge Rush. Joker also looking to make dives here into top lane. Every time, pushes out the wave, tries to impact the lane.
Man. I'm trying so hard to think. What is Impunity's plan with this Riven pick? I don't get it right now. Is it late game against Hecarim? Because they didn't put any emphasis towards it in the early stages of the match. Well, they tried to. Penguin couldn't get there in time. So I'm trying to think, what does this Riven do for them? It was clearly the last pick, trying to throw them off their trail, instead of putting Vladimir top into Hecarim. But I just haven't seen the value of having Riven right now.
Arizora Vecchi going to step up. Scarlet's going to be able to trade back a bit with the Acathian Rain. Take a look toward the map. Big thing for Impunity, they haven't been able to really push out their lanes, and that has allowed Climax to actually get some more coverage for themselves and deny some vision away. Penguin, though, able to sneak his way down here toward the bot lane. Needs that one minion to die a little soon. There it goes down. Penguin can move up, but they've waited so long for this play. The Jarvan's nearby.
Ray and Ozora Vecchi are both fairly low.
Oh, there's
Scarlet
tag.
Petal.
There's a tag, though. They got the Winter's Bite. That's going to be an instant teleport, though. Coming out from Atheris, wants to join in onto the fight. So the Vladimir teleport is going to be burned. Joker didn't have his to answer, but Climax plays safe, back away immediately.
Good call from Desmond. He saw the teleport come out, decided not to continue with the play, and just backs away. Very smart, very respectful, and they get a teleport for the trouble. It's just trading teleport for flash. And again, that teleport means a lot to Vladimir. He's the one that needs to scale up and sit back, relax. Now no teleports except for Scarlet Petals available. Tutzes will come back up soon. Joker Waze is going to be up in a second. He's actually trying to gank top side.
Tuze might be a bit of trouble. Already using the Q there. Shield is going to be popped. Ultimate comes out here, gets some decent damage, but the Onslaught of Shadows keeps the Riven contained in CC. That's going to be the kill again, going to Quan.
0-3. Riven's not worth very much gold now, so I want to see how to Climax press this advantage. You can keep killing Riven over and over again.
They get the
but what's the
turret
next play? How do they transition this gold into stopping Atheris from farming up and becoming a monster on Vladimir later on?
I've seen this before, Fish. Knockup is there. Q is going to land, gets a decent amount of damage. Waits a little bit too long, though, on the side of Quan.
That's just greedy.
Yeah.
No reason for Quan to continue pushing there. He's not going to get that next turret plating. There's no wars. The spot of Penguins coming up top. Just back off. Go to base, reset the lane, come back, and cross Riven again. Save your teleport. Do not use your teleport now, Quan. Do not use it right now.
You're a horse. With Ninja Tab, he's complete.
Run.
Run fast. You know, we'll have to check, though. That's going to push into the tower. He's going to use it. Nah, he decides to run.
Good horsey.
Good pony.
Well, that's big. Now, Quan has a big window to punish Futze. The small, minor mistake of dying Elise in the side. Now there's a window where he can just duel Riven and say, I win this because you're 0-3 and I'm 3-2. And just pressure Riven, try to take that turret, and use the teleport to force a fight that's in favor of Climax. Remember, Atheris used his teleport not too long ago. So there's a teleport advantage for Climax. If any fight takes place towards the bottom side of the map, they win just because the teleport plays. I would like to see them start to make and look for a play to dive bot lane.
Joker going to steal away the Lee Sin kick.
Very nice.
So going to go for the disengage. Desmond going for a invade immediately. Is going to see Penguin around the corner. Penguin's going to actually clear out the ward.
He's going to get this.
He realizes something's actually up. Joker's actually come up here. Still without the ultimate. Atheris going a little too far forward. Desmond has the ultimate available. Cataclysm could be there. They decide not to use it, though. Still a bit unsure on their ability. It's a 17,000 gold lead in favor of Climax.
Look at
Majority of that is on Quan, and he is just being a bully. Even between the two towers, he can go for plays onto this Riven.
This is insane. Again, I don't like this pick of Riven here. I thought that they were going to focus a lot of pressure towards top side, try to kill Hecarim nice and early because they're both squishy champions. Riven has a good lockdown, good delivery system to get released in with a safeguard. But so much pressure bottom lane coming out from Desmond that Climax has shifted a lot of the tempo in this match. Hecarim's going to take top tower here. I would really like to see them set up a play bot side.
Instinct could be used here. Penguin gets the knock up.
block
Scarlet
by
though,
Zorovecki.
double TP comes out. True Shot Barrage going to land onto Penguin. And the onslaught of shadows separates the team. And Scarlet's going to get taken down.
That is silly on so many levels. I don't understand why Impunity are trying to go for a gank bottle lane. Yes, Scarlet Petal and Smurf looking good. They will push Ray Z and Zorovecki back. But you're against 2 teleports and you have none. You know that as soon as you make that play, they're all coming down into the bottom lane.
On top of that, too, Climax has just denied the vision so early on in this matchup that Impunity haven't cleared out any wards. There's control wards all through this bot side river. There's normal wards going into the jungle. They know when Penguin's coming down for the play. That could just wait for the overextension, blow 2 TPs, and just pick up a kill.
I have to give some credit to Climax, though. This is a much better game for them against Impunity. The only thing that I would say has gone wrong for them is Quan dying the 2 times that he's died. The first time was an arguable, like, he was trying to get an outplay against Penguin. Fine. Second time was like, what are you doing, buddy? You're a pony. Go home. And the other one was Desmond coming in for the flag drag, which a lot of people can argue and should argue that was a good side set from Scarlet Petal. I'm not going to take that away from him. So, Climax are playing so much better. This is how they need to play and how they need to especially draft if they make it into that finals. Impunity have to pull up something special. They're really relying on Aetherius to scale up and Scarlet Petal to scale up now. I don't know what they do with Tutsa though. I don't know where they put Riven in a lane that she's going to be able to farm up or split push because she's so far behind now.
On top of that, too, you need vision if you want to try and go for these flanks on the Riven. Maybe you get on top of a squishy member's flag drag. Over-prioritizes the dragon kick. Penguin going aggressive here. Here comes Aetherius, though, and Impunity are able to find themselves a kill. They're locked down, though, inside the Cataclysm. Joker rejoining in toward the side. Impunity Killer Instinct on top of Scarlet. Brings her closer to the action. Joker able to trade back a kill. Scarlet, you're a little too far forward. Mystic Shot gonna connect, and Climax just turned this one around because guess who's come down from the top lane? It's the Hecarim.
Come on and slam.
Trying to just run away at this point. Joker's gonna try and just keep toe-to-toe here. Decides to back off. And Tutse, unfortunately, on this Ribbon, can't do anything. Quad don't even care. Look at the damage coming out from the Conqueror stats. Onslaught of Shadows. Quan gets back to safety, but the tower going to go down in mid lane.
I don't understand. Firstly, why is Desmond and Zorovecki pushing so hard for a ward in the tri-brush behind bottom lane turret? No teleports available. Mid lane's not rotating over. That's the wrong time to make that play. You already got your bonus from the double teleport. Don't push. You don't have priority there. Penguin can come from the jungle like he did. Next, Impunity. You got the big play already. Penguin, you got the great chase going on. But after you kill Zorovecki here, you need to rethink what's up next. Okay? You get the kill on Zorovecki. You chase Desmond. You get the kill here. Now get the heck out of there. Run away. Stop chasing this man. Stop it. Why are you chasing?
Oh, big one here, too. Look
Why
at
are you
Scarlet
chasing?
Petal. He comes in closer when he has only 300 health. And then, boom, there's the Buck and Bronco. That's been just farming up champion kills in top lane. He's now going to join in on these team fights, and it's going to hurt even more for Impunity.
Why are you chasing? Stop chasing. Take your win. Pat yourself on the back. Call it a day. Oh,
whoa. Tries to
play
get
for Penguin.
fancy, but unfortunately, that Ezreal has one quick arcane shift, gets himself to safety.
Penguin's got a really mean Lee Sin. He's known for it in the scene.
Oh.
He's playing well. That was a nice kick, but good safety measures come out from Razy, realizing that he could be the target for the kick.
On top of that, too,
Big
because Penguin, he does get the back off in time. But guess what? Shelly, she's going to get a free charge onto an inhibitor tower. And if you're Impunity, you know, that's a decent chunk of damage. Shelly won't be able to finish it off.
It takes pressure away from bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
So Razy can continue pushing here, try and get some chip damage on this turret. And on top of that, because of how strong Quan, Desmond, and Joker Way are at the moment, Vladimir, Lee Sin, and Riven cannot duel these 3 champions red side jungle.
Riven has 4 components complete.
Oh, goodness.
It's had to go into
KFC
this
Variety
weird...
Bucket, sponsored by the LPL.
You got components here and there. You're looking toward that Death's Dance, but you're still, you know, you got to do the combined costs, and he had to go into the Kindle Gen to try and get a little bit more CDR. Almost would have liked to see the Ionian boots if that was the case. Either way, when you take a look at the items, again, the team's still a long way there. Aetherius only has that Proto Belt. It adds a little bit of damage. You're seeing more of the Korean-style Kaisa build come out here from Scarlet. Opted in for an Infinity Edge Rush. But again, still needs another item or two before you actually do a lot of damage. Meanwhile, you got a Trinity Force completed. There's a Horsey in the wings. You also got Iceborne completed for the Israel. You got the Muramana starting to be stacked. Even Cutlass. Climax are just surging ahead. This 7,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. That's about 30% more gold that they can utilize for these fights.
Oh my goodness.
And barring,
This is a
like you mentioned, the small mistakes from Climax, if they're able to play something like this, you know, there's a chance when they go into the final against the victor of Empire or Resurgence. Small mistakes, though, can cost them. And that is still the opportunity here for Impunity. As we saw in the last game, both of these teams, even when they have the game in their grasp, can just go ahead and throw it away.
We're sitting back, now we've got some breathing room. Sub 20 minutes, no Baron buff. I don't want to see Climax force here. You've got Ezreal, you've got Braum, poke away, but don't force. Relying on a split push, chip away at turrets. That, much better. Then I want to see them start setting up for this Baron. You've already got double turrets top lane taken, so throw it on its head. Get Quans into this lane against Atheris now. Or even put him and Joke away both down there for a bit because you have double teleport. Split push this turret and start setting up for Baron. Because you can take all the turrets naturally, but I don't want to see the force. They don't need to force, and that's a good way to give Impunity that first token back into the game. So well done, they chip away at it, they bring Quans down. Now I would like to see them set up for this bottom lane turret and then set up for Baron.
So again, 5 towers now taken for Climax. You gotta be careful. If they do, you know, throw away a fight here, and it's a big disaster, Impunity, there's lots of standing gold on the map they can use to try and fight their way back in.
And Atheris and Tuta need to start looking for a big Hail Mary play. You can either try and get Penguin to steal Baron, which is difficult, or throw a big Hail Mary play when you've got Hecarim or somebody split pushing. Look for a 4-for-nothing trade, bring the gold back in your favor, sacrifice maybe an inhibitor, and take a Baron. That would at least stop the bleeding. Pull it back to a 4,000-5,000 gold game. Bring Atheris back, you know, in terms of the item power spikes he needs to hit, because he is so far behind.
Okay,
he needs to scale so much.
Quan's going a bit evil on this build. Look at that. It's the second item, Death's Dance, coming out. That's a very aggressive Hecarim. That, again, if you're not able to get on top of a squishy target right away, he's still sitting on 2,000 health. Love that, too. He's going to have his W to regen. It's a bit disgusting. He can also last a little bit longer. Quan is going to go ahead and push that back. Impunity starting to be pushed back into their base. All outer tier towers have fallen outside of the inhibitor towers. Infernal Drake going to be secured here for Climax, and that is just going to inject a bunch of damage here. That 10,000 gold lead now feels like a 13,000 gold lead.
Oh boy. Make it stop. The pain. They have to send both their solo laners to deal with one. And this entire time, Climax can be like, well, you can deal with Hecarim all you want. We're just going to eye down on your Baron and clear out all of the wards inside your red buff.
Deny the vision. Penguin sees that and uses Resonating Strike. Blast Cone's taken away too by Desmond. Penguin tries to rotate. Oh no, knock up, not going to connect there, but Desmond just goes on in with the Cataclysm. Resonating Strike going to connect on back. That's going to be the redemption coming out here from the side. Whee! Oh, there you go. Here comes the pony. Here comes that Joker. Gets the insect back with the stolen Lee Sin kick. They're able to find the kill, but guess what? Scarlet is now here, has a Rage Blade completed on this Kaisa. That's going to be a stopwatch used by the Jarvan. They're going to go on and find a double kill. Impunity, they find an opening fish.
Want to see if they can keep going, because that was a big fight for Impunity and the fight they desperately needed. Unfortunately, Smurf falls. He could have been a bit more clean, got tagged by the True Shot Barrage. Not entirely his fault, not going to blame him for that. But Impunity really needed that fight, and that was Climax biting off more than they could chew. We saw that during the National Minors yesterday. We saw that in the last fight. Stop pushing for silly objectives. Don't force a fight when the other team has clearly disengaged and got away. Yeah, you're 10,000 gold behind, but a good team's going to punish you for that. And Impunity were able to pull it back slightly. They're not in a winning position now, but at least they pulled it back.
Gotta be careful here. That's going to be a stolen ultimate from the Karma this time around. Ooh, damage coming in. Oh, and True Shot Barrage just a little bit to the side. That should allow Climax, though, with that chip damage to go in and possibly start up the Baron.
It's not Impunity out of the woods yet, but it was a good move for them to try and pick that fight. It's the right call.
Double teleport.
Yep, but they, unfortunately, what can they do with it? I don't think they can get there in time.
It's going to be killing her instinct within range as the Void Seeker is going to be there from the Kaisa, but can't steal away the Baron. And Baron's going to go on over to Climax, and Quan's looking for a play.
What I would have liked to see is after they won that fight, drop wards at Baron, regain your vision, stop the next objective that Climax want to take, and grip up for a fight there. You've proven you can get the flank. Get a Theorist in a flanking position. Get him to teleport while they're taking Baron. Get Tutsa behind them as well. They give it away to Baron. Now they have to do it while they try and push a lane. Like, pushing for the mid lane out of turret is just like, what do you get for it? Even if you took that turret, you get a bit of gold. That's it. Climax is going to see that and be like, well, you haven't gone back to base. You're low. You lost 2 members. We're going to take the big objective instead. Worthwhile trade for them. Vision control, Opal. It lets you see things. You reach Nirvana faster.
And Climax have been dominating that.
You won with the universe.
Impunity, they do get a couple wards up toward that top side. Not far enough, though. Baron goes in favor of Climax, and now the push is going to start here. Quan doesn't even care about this ribbon, by the way. He's going to take a tower shot or two. Does care about that, but still being aggressive here. And now that Ezreal can also siege in with that W and those auto attack procs with the Sheen Enhance. It's doing damage here. And you got 3 fronts of assault coming out here from Climax, forcing Impunity back into their base.
And Impunity need to throw a Hail Mary somewhere because they're going to lose all 3 of their turrets. You might as well lose 2 and try and force a fight to win 1 and keep one of them alive. Because eventually, these turrets are all going to fall.
Look at bot lane. Joker's just going to keep pushing. He's stolen away the Vladimir ultimate.
Pick a lane, Impunity!
Someone has to do something here. Theris is going to rotate on over. The Climax finally break open the base. And now the inhibitor is going to be sieged upon. Impunity, they're letting it happen, Fish. That base now going to be scarred as super minions start to pour in through the mid lane. Quan going a little bit aggressive underneath the tower, taking some tower shots. Doesn't matter, though. That tower's going to fall. Next target going to be the inhibitor. Tuesday taking a bit of chip damage there from the Ezreal. Redemption going to come on back. Imperio, they got to go for this. Impunity have to find it, but guess what? They're all clustered together. True Shot Barrage just cuts through the team, and they're isolated within the Cataclysm. They find 2 members as the Hecarim going to keep on charging in as the fucking Bronco at this point. They're able to trade back 2. It's a 3v3.
Impunity tried, but now it's Baron on 3 members of Climax and 2 inhibitors down. They can at least destroy all the remaining structures inside this base. I applaud the fact that they tried for it. I don't think that's the right play there. They had teleport wards to try and get a big flank for Vladimir for the Riven. Didn't play around it. Now they've taken down all but 1 turret inside of Impunity's base.
Impunity's base in shambles. Now 12,000 gold behind of Climax. Climax can reset, spend some of the gold they were able to get. Also clear out what looks to be another Infernal Drake just to add insult to injury. Go back to base, finish off the items, and then look to lock in their slot into our grand final.
It's going to be a desperate play coming out from Impunity, but regardless of what happens, they're going to look back at this draft and say, why did we pick Riven? Why? Riven's the only thing that sticks out of this draft, and you're like, I don't get it. It didn't work one-on-one against the Hecarim. They didn't put Penguin up top side of the map early in the early game to, try and fight him. So why? It's unfortunate. Oh no.
Impunity.
Oh, they've
There
got
you
it.
go.
They've got it.
There you go, Quan! He's got to use the Onslaught of Shadows. Penguin goes in,
they
though!
keep it
He's a little too far forward! He's going to get taken down! And that should be the nail in the coffin. 2 members fall. It's up to Scarlet to somehow hold on to this game, but they've already gone for the retreat. Impunity, it looks like their hopes, their dreams at Seed Tour Major are coming to a close.
The pony!
Trying to save. The pony chases it on down. It's going to be a 15-9. Smurfs
Protect
going
the
to
KDA!
fall.
Protect
And right
the KDA!
there,
No!
that's your ace. That is Climax. Moving on to the finals for the Singapore and Malaysia region.
Well played coming out from Climax there to close out the game 2-0. It was very shaky in the first match, but game 2 they had a plan and they stuck with it and executed it very well to end out the series. Well done coming out from Climax. I am actually very impressed by that.
Yeah, it was a much cleaner game, barring some mistakes here and there.
Couple, which, you know, happens. But again, I'm really looking at this and like, Riven.
Yeah.
That's the first question. Why Riven? Why? Why? Yeah. Can you tell me? Denny? No, can't tell me either.
Dead.
So doesn't know. Sporano doesn't know.
Now he's
Nobody knows
out.
why.
He's sick of it.
So the initial theory was that you've got a volatile lane, and that's Riven going to impact that with the Jarvan, Lee Sin, and you know it looks like Riven and Lee Sin win the early 2-on-2 skirmish. Desmond didn't decide that's where he's going to attack. He attacked bot lane. Worked out really well for them. Why? Hecarim wins that one-on-one matchup against Riven. Then he had Lee Sin going for a few ganks. Penguin did go up towards topside map, but every single time he was up there, either Riven was already dead or about to die, and nothing could ever happen.
Well, for me too, a big thing was Climax's vision control in this game was much better than what we saw in game 1. Early ward coverage got to track Penguin. We're able to spot him up toward the top lane. That allowed Desmond to go for that play early on in the game. On top of that too, they found so many opportunities to go for other fights. Penguin, a little too far forward.
He tried to kick him back into the team after he used the onslaught of the shadows, but it didn't work. Sad. And then Scarlet Petal. You gotta run. You've gotta run. You've gotta run.
Ain't running away from this
My
racehorse.
little pony.
You know what? She puts up her screen and it just shows like her rear view mirror right there. She's like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, I've made a mistake here. Either way, Climax. They were kind of our, you know, what's going to happen team. A lot of them, when it came to the group, they were considered to have more of the easier group when it came into our group stage, dropping only a single game after a pretty bad mistake from them during that game at all. So we were wondering, you know, we're going to power check them when it comes here into our semifinals. They're able to perform against Impunity in a game where they actually are able to play cleanly. Thing is, though, can you make mistakes like that in game 1 that we saw when it comes to the final?
Yeah, that's the next big thing. It's Empire against Resurgence coming up next. Climax needs to have a much cleaner match. They had a very good draft against Impunity in that last game. They executed it fairly well. A couple of minor mistakes, but nothing too glaring. But if you give either Empire or Resurgence an inch, no, they'll take everything. Everything you own. Like your stocks, everything. Not just you know, a mile. They'll take everything you own. So you have to be very careful going into that next match. Congratulations to them, though, moving all the way to the grand finals of the Singapore and Malaysia National Minors.
Yeah, it's a 28.5-minute game, and Ray is going to get his first MVP of the tournament here on the Ezreal. Again, decent KDA. Don't know if it was necessarily what allowed him to be unlocked. He did well.
Give it to Desmond.
I feel like Desmond's early plays allowed him to get
yeah,
fish.
Desmond.
You know what? We'll give you a big voter button here.
Yes.
Big old voter button. You hit that button, it'll fire the
Look,
graphic.
he played well. Was he the reason the team won? Yeah, he did the damage. Yeah, so Javin.
Either way, you guys can see it. Climax is going to go on to our grand final, which will be taking place after our second series of the night. Now we look forward, though, toward Empire and Resurgence. We're going to go ahead, take a quick break, swap out the casters, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
everything. The glitch mom, Mako, the word alive. It's Bobby, by the way. Let's get it.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember.
Busy chasing round with you on the downtown. There's blood on the crown. Yeah, rise.
They will remember.
Busy chasing round with you on the downtown. There's blood on the crown.
Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment, take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and
Rise, rise.
make them remember.
Busy chasing round with you on the downtown. There's blood on the crown. Yeah, rise.
They will remember.
Busy chasing round with you on the downtown. Yeah, homie, we gon' rise. And we will never be sober. Yeah, 지혜 우리 간지에 we can never be humble. We gon' shine. Movie scene when we enter. 평생들이 저런 고백 형님의 heavy metal. Smell like a tin spirit 준 golden Lord Bonner. Pick up your weapon and face it. 아무도 널 막지 않아. 뭘 그리 말 많아 간중은 널 믿지 않아. 보기 전까지 무시. That's why we gotta rise. Homie, god dang it. 난 너만 틈지 못대로 걷고. Yo, 바꿔내니 키보드 잘 봐라 모니터로. 내 방패는 카시오 전투하는 날기. 중력 씹어먹고 저 달나라까지 rise. Prove yourself and
Make them remember.
remember what we're about to do. Remember what we're about to do. Higher.
They will remember.
Remember what we're about to do. Remember what we're about to do.
Pick up your weapon and face it.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Singapore and Malaysia National Minors. We're in the semi-finals and the second set for today after we just watched Climax pick up a 2-0 victory. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me now is Gaminism. You're back! Where'd you go? You've been missing for half the day.
I took a little bit of a break. I wanted to see how you guys would
Were you
play
in the
out.
clown car as well? Like, were you about to jump out, but you saw too many jump out? And you're
Yeah.
like, jumping out too?
I saw everybody jump out in game number 1 between Impunity and Climax. I don't even know what that was. I don't have words to describe it.
But at least game 2 looked a little bit cleaner. Like, a lot cleaner coming from Climax's side. I think
Absolutely.
Impunity still had sketchy draft.
I
but-
mean, game 1 was a little bit of a... I don't even know if you can describe it as a back and forth because it shouldn't ever have been. It was very much so within the power of Climax to just end out the game whenever they wanted. They looked like they delayed that a lot, gave some opportunity back over onto the side of Impunity to try and skill back up, maybe come back into the game, but it didn't happen the way that Impunity wanted. Ultimately, the win still goes over to Climax. We're getting ready to jump into game between Empire and Resurgence. 2 teams.
Yeah.
Once again, Singapore versus Malaysia. Malaysia beat us out in the first BO3. Let's see what happens in this one.
This is one of the biggest matches to watch in the Singapore and Malaysia national minors, right? Granted, this is probably the powerhouse from Malaysia going up against the powerhouse of Singapore. I mean, tell us a little bit about these 2 teams because they've got a lot of history between not only the organization of Resurgence, but also the multiple players that are playing. And those are the players that are playing on your screen right now.
Yeah, so we're taking a look over on the South Empire. This is basically the team. This is the brainchild when you take KLH and Frostfire and then realize that, oh wait, both these teams don't have these organizations don't really exist for League of Legends anymore. That's fine. We'll just mash them back up together. You get Empire, and that's what they have bring to the table right now. Some very strong players in a lot of these roles. Shiro, Caspio, Kirino, Ribena is there. And the Resurgence side, you take some of the best League of Legends players that have existed in Singapore history for the past few years, and then you bring them onto one super squad. That's where you end up Resurgence with Shinsekai, Eternal, Raven, Ciela, and Kusuo.
All right, what are your thoughts on Ribena starting today? For those that don't know, Ribena, one of the twins that has played in Southeast Asian League of Legends for the longest time.
Yeah.
But it's not it's arguably not the biggest name that's joined this Empire roster because they were, the hybrid between Team Anything and KLH with the number 1 and number 2 seed from Malaysia during last year's Sea Tour. But we have Mexi Liu has joined the team. He's registered as a substitute, and we actually thought that he would start in most of the games today. What do you think of Ribena playing?
I mean, having Ribena join us for these games today, it has to come down to that twin synergy, right? You bring the twin synergy down bot lane, you can't lose. That's not true, actually. But that being said, the play style that Mexi likes to employ down the bot lane, he's played against Ciela so many times. I can only respect the decision they came up with after consulting each other and looking at, alright, so in these matchups, what's more likely to happen? Playing against Ciela down bot lane, Ciela likes to opt for those defensive style champions. You get the Ashe, you get the Varus, maybe something like the Caitlyn as well. Whereas on the side of Mexi, they want something a little bit that doesn't really fit well with that.
Well, let's see if they do bring Mexi in later on, because this is a best-of-3 series, and the winner between Empire as well as Resurgence will head over to the grand finals of the Singapore and Malaysia National Minors, where they will meet Climax, and the victor of that very final best-of-3 series will be the representative of the Singapore and Malaysia region to head over to the Sea Tour Majors, where they'll fight against the winners that have already been selected from Thailand, Indonesia, as well as the Philippines. But let's get into the first match of this best-of-3 series with Empire as well as Resurgence. Already LeBlanc, Morgana, as well as Vladimir being banned out here by Empire. Resurgence take away the powerhouse of a support, which is Galio. Kalista, a ban that we haven't seen too much of over the past few days, but very popular ban as an AD carry internationally. We saw it banned out quite frequently during the North American finals this morning, as well as in the semi-finals match between JDG as well as FPX from the LPL. Final ban coming out from Resurgence is going to be Akali.
I mean, I have to talk about his bot lane because Ribena coming in instead of Mexi, it does feel like it's a playstyle difference that leads to that decision. When you take a look down bot side, you get rid of Kalista Galleon for the longest time. Caspio, Shiro, Kirino have been playing with a defensive style AD carry. When they used to play on KLH, they had to play Cool Kitty. And Cool Kitty, he plays a good AD carry, or when they played with Ozorveki and ADC as well. But they like to play utility style AD carries. That's what they're better at. That's where they feel like they can bring more impact and bring more oomph to the team. Right? I think champions like the Ashe was very much more prominent, and that took away a little bit of power from the ADC position. I feel like Ribena is able to fulfill that a little bit more with the team, whereas Mexi, he requires more resources to get up to a point where he says, alright, I'm comfortable carrying the team. You guys can just let me do my job now. If they want to go for a more carry-oriented composition with the ADC being the focus, then they want to bring Mexi, but if it means having this safer role, Ribina's the choice.
Well, let's see what Ribina does pull out for Empire so far. They've only gone for one pick, which is going to be Jarvan. That could be flex between Caspi or Shiro. We've already mentioned it is possible to throw him in the mid lane, but it is unorthodox, a little bit niche. Whereas Resurgence go for a very safe start to their draft phase here. Xayah as well as Rakan being picked up, the Lovers bottom lane. Not seen as common anymore. We've seen Varus, Tahm Kench being picked up. We saw Ezreal Braum being favored. But Xayah Rakan still a very strong lane.
Yeah, we'll look to see what Empire want to pick up. Maybe get that Ice Baby bot lane, bringing the Ashe down bot side too. But it looks like it might be the Sivir lock-in, and that's going to be the case here. So going into this matchup, Sivir versus Braum, very much safe matchup. Does mean that the Sivir is a little bit more exposed to the engage coming in from the Rakan, especially since Rakan can easily proc that spell shoot, and that leaves other forms of engage from Resurgence to jump onto the Sivir. So we'll see how else they want to try and work with this composition. If there's something good they can pull out with, Hecarim could do very well to assassinate that backline.
But you got the best of both worlds, like you were talking about. Ribina, utility-based AD carry, it's what he favors a lot. But he's also got Sivir in his hands. It is a utility-based AD carry.
Yeah.
You can hit the front target as well and not be too worried about doing damage to the backline thanks to Ricochet. But at the same time, on the hunt, going to provide the team with a massive movement speed boost. We see it comboed with picks like Skarner, with picks like Rakan quite frequently. But now it's going to be comboed with Braum in the bottom side of the map. We'll have to see what Empire picks up to round out the rest of their draft as they move into the second ban phase. Before Resurgence went into their ban phase, they were able to pick up Rek'Sai, who is considered one of the more dominant junglers in the current meta.
Rek'Sai has a lot of power that she's able to bring to the team and can gank and hold down a lot of lanes. It's worked well for Eternal. He's played that out in a number of games for himself so far. Eternal's playing style is a little bit different going in when you compare it to their substitute jungler Kralix. Kralix prefers to play a more macro-oriented style. He tries to deny jungle away from his opponent, whereas on the Eternal side, he wants to scout out information, moves forward, and look to try and get and set up kills for his team. Different play styles both have their pros and cons. It looks like with the current engage composition that they want right now, the more willingness to engage on the side of Eternal is probably going to be the more favored attribute. So they're going to bring him into this composition, try and run this against Empire.
Lots of mid lane focus bans coming out for the two teams as well here, Grandin. We've got the Victor as well as the Syndra being banned out. Victor maybe a little bit more on the top lane side as a recent place. And then we have Ryze and Lissandra being banned out here by Empire. So both Karina as well as Raven's champion pool being heavily targeted.
It still has to be said, a number of champions that Raven is able to play effectively in the mid lane. Raven and Shizzukai's champion pools both overlap to a certain extent, considering they both have a similar aggressive playing style they'd like to go for. Whereas Raven, with the recent meta, with the recent patches, he's been going for a more safety-oriented picks. Champions like the Lissandra, champions like the Zoe, things that work very well and are very stable in the current meta. They're going to pick up this Irelia, so I'm hoping that Empire come in with something a little bit more aggressive right now. They have a lot of supplementary damage, they have a decent amount of engage, now they need to find follow-up with that. Can Jace be the pick that Empire look for?
Well, whereas for the side of Resurgence, they did go for something a little bit aggressive in their fourth pick. They went for the Irelia pick that does flex between top lane as well as mid lane, so hiding that flex pick is nice, allowing them to choose what they want to give either Shinsekai or Raven as their final pick here. As Empire just go towards the Poppy and instantly lock in Corki, so they're signing their solo lanes immediately.
I mean, the Corki pick, I'm going to talk about that in a bit, but the Poppy for now, stable pick. You get the Poppy up in the top lane, it works very well against Irelia, and that means that they have to find another pick to work against the Corki over into the mid lane. Solid pick up top side. They're not going to go for the Jace. Instead, they go for the Corki. So Corki come in, and I was talking about how I wanted to see Jace as kind of that supplementary damage dealer, and then you take something a little bit more stable in the mid lane. What's a possible option? But with Corki doing so much damage in his current state right now, could look to do that, perform that role as well.
Oh, Corki's been beautiful. We saw him played a lot in the LPL and ALCS, even the LEC trying to pick him up now. Doinby brought him out very early to the season as well, went for the Iceborne Gauntlet builds on Corki. Probably won't see that in this game, but he's up against the Emperor of Shurima, the mid lane. Zazir gets locked in for Resurgence.
Going into the Zazir. Azir is going to have that backline damage that they would need if they want to try and find long-range fights. Because right now, the way you're looking at this composition on the side of Empire, if they want to try and push out waves, you have the Sivir. If they're trying to stop you from pushing in, they have multiple forms of wave clear. if they want to go for an engage, they have the Jarvan. So Empire composition as a whole looks pretty well rounded. Whereas on the side of Resurgence, they have the clear defined strengths. You bring the Irelia into a side lane, or if you want to try and find an engage, you bring Eternal in. Azir kind of fills in this package role where he says, I can be both the front line, get the Emperor's Wall, the Emperor's Divide, just to try and set up for his team, or I can play further back alongside my AD carry and dish out damage from behind.
We've seen this so many times before from Resurgence. We know they can either play as a 4-man unit and leave Shinsekai onto his own island and do what he wants,
As Shinsekai does.
or they can group up as 5. Shinsekai, has been known to do that more often than not, but they can show that they're a big group up, force a fight as 5 team. Whereas for the side of Empire, what do you take from them? Yes, this is a brawl-heavy composition, but is this something where they've gone back to basics and they decided to just team fight their way through? Is this reactionary to knowing that Shinsekai is on the island, or is this something that we could have just expected out of Empire to begin with?
I think looking at the way that Empire have drafted, you don't really think that, oh man, this is so wildly different from the games that we've seen from them before, or even if you look back at previous metas, it seems like something that they're very much accustomed to. Shiro has been playing Poppy for a very long time now. I think Poppy coming back a little bit more into relevance for him now, it's something that's very good for him. It's very lucky that he actually gets such a favorable matchup, because I think he's very comfortable on the champion. But we take a look over on Empire's side, I think it's a stable composition. They know what they're doing. They're working with something that they've done, tried and tested multiple times. So going into this, Empire, I like the composition, I like the draft that they're working with.
And Empire came out of the group stage 5-1. Very dominant team playing in the qualifiers.
I mean, that one loss was silly.
Yeah, it was a very silly loss. The rest of the matches were fairly dominant, and they were praised as like the powerhouse coming in from the Malaysian region. This is the biggest test for them, though. Because going up against Climax, you'd have to think, that's another Malaysian team they played against before. They would be happy to try and take that David versus Goliath match. But to them, Resurgence is going to be the biggest hurdle, the biggest obstacle for them making it all the way to that grand finals. Then they can worry about that match against Climax. And that team, Resurgence, you think it back to the national minors, the only team that gave them problems was Sovereign. And that was only the one game with Tryndamere. You look at the second match and the tie-breaking match, it looked like Resurgence didn't have any worries whatsoever. It looked like they knew exactly what they needed to do. And the last 2 wins there were against probably the second strongest team coming out from Singapore.
I mean, if you take a look just by the stance, it looks like Resurgence actually eclipses Empire here, right? And with Resurgence on form, they can stand toe-to-toe with some of the greatest, at least in Southeast Asian history. I think that Resurgence definitely have a good shot at proving themselves and making a name for themselves. The issue right now is for Resurgence, it feels like they've oftentimes had the jitters when it comes down to the major competitions, when they make it into the international stage of play, when they play the all-important match, the match that determines if they make it or not. It looks like they win the drafting phase, it looks like they've got good composition, but they just can't finish out the game.
This often reminds me of back when Doinby was playing on Jindong. Back when they were, the band of misfits. That reminds me of Empire. You've got the bunch of super well-known players, superstars, if you want to say that word, joining together, number 1 and number 2 from their region, up against what I consider to be Invictus Gaming. Strong, stable, the organization, those players. Individually, they have some weaknesses here and there. You can talk about Eternal in the jungle after faulting in certain situations. Shinsekai being knocked down by Yuren's Tryndamere. There are certain flaws you can point out here. But you think of the name Invictus Gaming, you think of the name Resurgence, powerful team, well-established organization, well-established players. And it just feels like that kind of matchup. Band of misfits working together to try and take down the big structure of a well-oiled machine that's Resurgence.
So that comes to my question. Is Resurgence a team of good players who have financial backing, or are they a good team because they have financial backing? And that's something that can be asked about SGS as well. The strongest team that dominated Singapore's scene for so long, were they a team that were strong because they received support from a bigger organization, or was it because they were strong therefore they received support? And we'll have to see what happens coming into this game.
We're getting on to the Rift for the first match, as Empire will be taking on Resurgence. The winner of this best of 3 will be moving on to the grand finals of the Singapore and Malaysia national finals, where they fight for the right to represent the region at the C-Tour Major that takes place next week, Grant. Not long until the C-Tour champion is picked. We find out who the representative of the region is going to be going all the way over to MSI, and lots of big names. Look at this. Resurgence Empire still in the running. Climax still in the running. We've picked Liab from the Philippines. You've got big names like Mega coming in from Thailand.
Caps from the Indonesian region. And it looks like we're just waiting for the Singapore region now.
And Malaysia. Come on, man. I know you're Singaporean. But don't come in here and be like,
right.
we're waiting for the Singaporean region
You know
now.
what?
Look, there's 2 Malaysian teams still in the competition here,
This is me. I'm already calling it. This is how I see it as it is.
Your prediction is Resurgence take us all the way to the finals.
Look, if it happens, it happens.
You just said you see it how it is and you know exactly what's going to happen. But we're onto the map. Simple fan out coming from both these teams. Nobody really pushing for any late engages, late invades. Don't see many wards placed down on the minimap either, so no vision control being dished out early. I think Raven might push in here to try and get a couple wards placed down. Now we are gonna have internal starting on red buff. Jarvan's gonna do the same thing for the side of Caspiel. He'll start on red buff on his side of the map.
I think if we're looking at a game between Resurgence and Empire, it's very likely that we actually end up seeing vertical jungling. If they don't go for vertical jungling, I can only imagine that one of them is probably going to aim for an early aggressive gank. That makes sense to me. You know, the way that both teams have been playing out for a while now is that they like to go for something a little bit more aggressive, something unorthodox in their own region. Look at this Caspiel moving over to this blue buff. It looks like we are going to spot out some vertical jungling if he doesn't find Eternal over in the jungle here. But otherwise, being able to find a little bit more pressure early on, both of these junglers quite aggressive. They are that playmakers for their team. They let the bot lane do their own thing. Very stable bot lanes in the form of Ribena as well as Ciela. They both like to take things slow. Zer, as well as Guswol, can be a little bit more aggressive, rotating, but my goodness, topside!
Shiro taking an absolute beating from Shinsekai. And Shinsekai was able to tick over to level 2 first. That's going to force a teleport coming up from Poppy to get back into lane, and more importantly, lots of river control going over to the way of Resurgence. Oh, that's a little bit of a cute smite steal coming from Caspiel, so that control meant absolutely nothing, Brandon.
I mean, trying to find control over in the river, they put pressure into the mid lane, try to clear out the waves, brought the Azir over, but at that point, it doesn't really matter all that much. They still didn't account for the fact that the smite was available on Caspiel, and they're just going to move over and pick up some of the camps here.
That's actually so beneficial for Caspiel as well. Just think about his jungle pathing. He went red to enemy blast cone, by the way.
Yeah, you didn't even pick up the blue buff.
And then to Scuttle Crab. Got the first Scuttle Crab. Immediately had to run over and take the smite battle against Eternal to win the second Scuttle Crab. So without that second Scuttle, it feels like he would have been a little bit further behind than he actually was.
I mean, it looks like because Caspiel went for that start with the sweeper lens instead of going for the ward, he wasn't able to establish enough vision for himself over by the blue buff, so he didn't want to end up in a risky situation playing against the rank side. And that makes sense. That's not something you want to try and find yourself. But because of how little information Caspiel has in the game right now, look at this. Tops out the map. There's nothing for him to try and farm here. So he's going to have to try and recall, reset, and come back in. Whereas on the side of Eternal, free reign for him to just move into the jungle of Caspiel, pick up a little bit more farm, try and establish a little bit more control, and then if he can find it, he'll go down bot side too.
We've seen lots of teleports coming back into lane as well. Shiro was able to teleport back into his lane. He's got Biscuits now, but Eternal going for a gank at the bottom lane. Gets the flash forward onto what's Sivir. Bubble knockup coming in too. So Ignite's going to be ticking. Good damage coming out from Resurgence, but just a flash away from Ribena as well as Zed. They'll stay alive in the bottom lane.
I mean, good summoners being expanded there. You take away the flash from the Rex side, but that's not much of a problem. Still has that big gap closer in the form of the tunnels. So at least taking away the critical flash from the Sivir means you can bring more attention down bot side. I'm hoping that Resurgence is going to be able to capitalize off of the summoner advantage they have down bot lane. But meanwhile, looking at the way that Casper is playing,
he's looking to try and get an engage going here. Kusua wants to dash back to Ciela. Smartly just jumps over the wall, was ready to dash over towards Zaya if he needed to.
Right, but yeah, so looking at the way that Casper is playing, doesn't seem like they're going to give Resurgence that opportunity to find it. Meanwhile, we're looking at the Dragon spawning up this game. Should be something that teams want to look to try and pick up, considering how safe they're looking to play this out. You have the Sivir, you have the Zion, both have strong wave clear, so you try and shove out the wave, get them under the turret, and then look to try and pick up that Dragon.
No real move towards the Cloud Dragon just yet, though. Caspiel is farming on the top side of his map. We will finally get the base coming in from Shinsekai. He was able to force Shiro to teleport back into lane, and Shiro didn't buy a single item. He was stuck on just the Corrupting Potion as well as the Biscuit. Shinsekai had 2 charges of the Corrupting Potion and a Biscuit remaining after the initial pushback onto Poppy. Goes back to base, doesn't even force his own teleport, and he still has 3 longswords picked up with that control ward.
I mean, we'll have to see if Resurgence is going to be able to work off of this advantage at all. If Shinsekai is able to get a solo kill up in top lane, great. It's unlikely though. Shiro plays a very stable. Poppy should be able to give some safety to himself. I think that with the teleport advantage they have to upside, they should try and make a play down bot.
Yeah, solo kills aside, that is a big tempo push coming from Shinsekai. Able to force Poppy's teleport without any items early on. He's come back to base. Now Shiro has to make that tough choice, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Does he go back to base? Does he stay in farm with Shinsekai and lose out a bit more?
Not all that far behind on the Poppy right now, so still not going to be too much of a problem. Just push out the next waves, force Shinsekai under turret, try and wait for the teleport to come back up, recall, and then look to try and make a teleport play elsewhere on the map. That's probably the decision coming in for Empire with the amount of information that they have. Now, if we take a look over onto RG versus Empire, one of the biggest win conditions for Resurgence is to get the Azir skilled up. That's going to be something very easy for them to do. If the game goes in the way that they want to, they play out a slow game, nothing happens, going to the next phases of the game, Poppy becomes quite a tanky monster, but that's fine because you have the Azir who's going to be able to out DPS and shred through any kind of match resist that Poppy is likely going to have.
It's true. Azir will have a lot of damage in the late game once he starts to scale up. However, you'd have to think both teams are looking for a slow game right now. You've got a Corki and a Sivir trying to scale up, 2 big tanks trying to scale up for Empire, looking for the big team fights in the future too. What's the main difference? If the condition for 2 teams is the scale, how do you separate these 2?
I think for Empire, the scaling part only exists up to the mid game. Once the Corki reaches the 2-3 item power spike, anything beyond that point becomes them slowly dying of old age, basically, right? They are reaching a point where they won't be able to do much with the Corki that they have in hand. It was something that they were very decisively trying to lock in, which makes sense. It has a number of really good matchups. In this case, they didn't have much information on what matchup they were going to go into. The Azir was that last pick. So if they're going to bring this Corki, they have to try and make use of this 15 to 20 minute mark when they really start picking up the Corki items.
Especially when the package is up and online too. Previously, we used to see the package time very well with Dragon takes. Dragon has had its timer reduced slightly as well, so not so much in sync. Oh, that's a good slam. Gets on towards their relish. This guy forced to flash away. Very respectful flash from Shinsekai.
Solid play coming in from Shinsekai. Solid play coming in from Shiro as well, being able to take that flash away. I mean, I always want to try to highlight when you should have good decisive flashes and not trying to hold on to them for too long, because you can see, we've seen what happens when you try and take the safer play and you end up being caught out because of that. We'll look to see what Empire, if Empire are going to make a play around top side, try and get a kill onto Shinsekai if they can now, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Poppy, haven't picked up these items and with teleport available, in a good place.
It's one of those scenarios where you could see both sides of the coin. That situation, Shinsekai tried to flash away from the damage that was coming through. Wasn't tanking turret though, so you could understand if he tried not to burn his flash. Regardless, good respectful play from the top laner Resurgence. About 10 CS up against the Poppy in the top side of the map. During that time of the small skirmish top, Caspiel and the rest of Empire's bottom lane, they were able to take that Cloud Dragon you mentioned team should start looking towards.
Either way, I'm still going to see that flash from Shinsekai being burnt, so that's going to be a more vulnerable top lane up in the Resurgence top side. Caspiel hasn't really been looking for all too much in the top lane. It's been a little bit difficult. Both lanes kind of moving back and forth. Difficult for the jungler to try and play around. Do you see a little bit of action coming up top side?
Both junglers up here as well. Shiro taking all down. Shinsekai, first one to fall down to first blood. Simple gag coming out from Empire. Eternal was waiting in the wings, but a little bit too late there, Grandin.
Nice move coming in for Caspiel. Finally gets that first blood. And that's the combo that you come in. The Cataclysm plus that slam just going to give you all the damage and CC that you need to get the kill.
Capitalizing the burn flash, but now it's mid lane. Charm comes through from Rakan after Raven slides in with a Shurima shuffle. Able to pick up a kill in return for Resurgence in the mid lane.
At least taking out the Ignite away from Kusuo gives a little bit more safety down to the bot lane. But if you pick up this Corki, you bring in this mid game power, and you're losing out the mid lane. What are you supposed to do? You don't have all that much you can. So we have to look right down to the bot side. Are EMP trading effectively for this? Can they pick up these turret planes? Can they find more CS and deny it away from the Xayah?
CS is relatively even. It's about a wave in favor of Xayah at the moment, but a single turret plating was picked up by Rabina as well there, while Suo was rotating over towards mid lane. Really good roam coming out from the Rakan. Combos well with the Azir, especially knowing that Caspiel on Jarvan was towards top side of the map. Really good punish, though, from Empire. Recognizing, hey, Shizukai just burnt his flash. Let's kill him.
Yeah, that's just a good call. Picks up the summoner spell, then moves into the kill, transitions that into the kill. As we take a look back down into the bot lane coming in from Empire. Empire, looking at the way that the itemization have been going, the Jarvan isn't going for those damage items. It's trying to become the full tank, the front line that the team needs.
Package is picked up here by Corki, though. Kiruna has a window of opportunity to force a fight. It could be around this blue buff. Raven even being forced away. Blue buff is taken away, and that is a good take coming in from Empire, denying Azir blue buff.
If Resurgence want to come in to try and pick up that blue buff, they're going to have to invest a lot more manpower into it. And with the fact that Shinsekai is already having issues holding off into lane, it makes sense that they give up the blue buff. Thankfully, it doesn't feel like Azir is one of the champions that really desperately needs that blue buff, so not entirely punished here, but still will be something they lose out on.
A good control, good small victory coming in from Empire. And this is exactly what we expected from this match. Calculated decisions coming in from both sides. No major mistakes being made by either side either. You saw Kino being ganked. It was a gank towards Shinsekai. The only real mistake was Shinsekai getting slammed into the wall. And that I would credit to Shiro having a really good play there.
Oh yeah, it felt like Shiro had the better mechanical play that set them up for those moves. But at the same time, as we said, Empire and Resurgence doesn't look like anybody's made any massive mistakes. It also feels like nobody's made any massive plays. Going into an equally skilled matchup, you could argue that, yeah, you don't need to make those kind of plays. But into this one, we aren't even seeing setups for potentially big plays.
So what setups would you like to see? What's the next move for both these teams? If they're not setting up for it, what would you like to see?
It felt like when bot side had their flash blown, the flash away from the Sivir and the heal away from the Braum, there was more potential to try and play around the bot side. Eternal could have made his way down bot lane and transitioned that into a dragon as well once and if they manage to force away the Empire bot lane. Instead, he rotates around top side. He recognizes Shinsekai is more likely going to be that carry potential that he have. But even in this case, despite the resources they've been placing in the form of Returnal up top side, Shinsekai just barely ahead of the Poppy and CS.
Alright, we didn't see the return gank into the bottom lane earlier. It's just led to a very small lane lead in favor of Celia as well as Kusua. Kusua did use some of his time to gank the mid lane, like we mentioned before, when Azir's ultimate was back up. First item pickup coming in for Ribena. He's able to pick up the Infinity Edge nice and early on Sivir. Meanwhile, the jungler from Empire has moved over towards the top side map, looking to try and take the Rift Herald objective. They spotted Shinsekai going back to base, kind of understanding that there is the potential for them to take this major objective now.
Yeah, perfectly timed coming in from Empire. They managed to pick up this Rift Herald right before the dragon spawns up, so they're going to be able to pick up the Rift Herald and rotate over to contest for this dragon. If RSG are playing it smart, they're going to go for the dragon right away and try and translate these objectives.
It's a nice trade coming from Resurgence, because that's an Infernal Dragon if they can take it. Jarvan's nowhere close to this. He's trying to walk all the way down bottom side.
Teleport available on anyone, though.
It's a Rift Herald trade for an Infernal Dragon, as well as a red buff steel coming in for Eternal.
As long as Empire are able to find a couple more turf lanes in the early game, it's all worth it in the end. For Empire right now, what they need is a little bit more gold, trying to pad up the stats so they can reach that mid game sooner and get the core to a point of power. But look at this gank down bot side.
On the hunt, comes out from Avita. They tag Celia with the Winter's Bite. Celia in some trouble. There goes Rakan, looking to lock them down. Rabina forced to use a heal and flashes away. Gets it with the return of the boomerang. But Shinsekai's down in the bottom lane. Not able to be saved by Kiro. Shinsekai gets the nice double stun. Celia's going to fall. Rakan gets back to safety. Slam into the wall. The wall bang's good. The bouncy castle is good as well. He's trying to dash away. Has he done it? One more Winter's Bite would be enough. And he tags him. Shinsekai tries to stun them for a bit longer. But Poppy throws out the buckler, gets the kill in the bottom lane.
Oh my goodness, look at the moves coming in for Shinsekai, dancing around left and right, just gonna be almost able to find himself away from the entire skirmish there, but won't be able to do so in the very end. We take a look over at this, a teleport coming in from the Poppy down bot side, but oh my, how did Corki die in the mid lane?
We had Eternal picking up a kill over towards Corki. It seems like him and Raven got into a small skirmish. Hopefully we'll be able to check out what happened while we're checking in on the action bottom lane. Yes, double teleport's being used bottom side of the map. Resurgence losing out of that trade, but they do trade back across on the other side of the map. Ribena will be pretty happy with that play, able to jump away in the nick of time, securing a kill for himself, but did fall to Irelia at the very end.
I mean, he'll still take it at this point. Sivir, with the additional kill, finds the Infinity Edge over the components coming in from the Zarya. It's a trade-off. We don't see the boots coming in from that Sivir just yet. Taking a look over onto Resurgence, the way that fight panned out, they managed to at least to isolate their losses. Honestly, given the circumstances they were in, Empire should have been able to find more from that. It shouldn't have been the gang coming in onto the Corki that have him being killed off. Now they're looking at a bit of a lane swap, brings this bot lane up to the top side. Remove power away from the Irelia, but they have to be careful about a potential dive.
You mentioned lane swap towards top side of the map. Sivir and Sivir and Braum were the first ones to get here. Resurgence seem like they're happy to match this, so Poppy and Irelia will continue to do battle in the bottom lane. Right, but get some good damage onto this turret too.
It looks like Empire are the ones in the driver's seat because they called for the lane swap. They brought Poppy down to the bot lane, and Poppy's going to find tons of free damage onto this turret. Gives a lot more time for them to get more damage down. Look for this next turret when they have a window where Shinsuke has to respond to a potential move coming in from the side of Empire. So now Empire, they have a little bit more control. They have teleports available on both the Corki as well as the Sivir. They can look to try and make a play around the map. Honestly, bring the Rift Herald mid lane, but they kind of missed out their window to use the Rift Herald with the turret plating still up, and they don't get the go for it.
Yeah. No turret plating gold, but a charge is a charge, at least chipping away at that mid lane outer turret. Not the best of uses. At least they didn't let it expire. That's probably the worst case scenario, which we've seen so many times in competitive play, especially when Rift Herald first came out. Obina in some trouble though. Celia as well as Kusua looking to try and push forward, but they get away in time with On the Hunt.
Zaren managing to get away there. A little bit of a close call. I really think the changes coming in from Rakan just to that move speed, some of the new changes that we've seen in recent patches with Rakan kind of saved Zaren in that instance. Doesn't have to burn any summers as well, so just going to take away a couple of initiation tools away from RSG.
Low cooldown on the side of On the Hunt as well, so happy to burn that ultimate in order to escape.
Well,
a small price to pay.
I want to see Empire use it a little bit more aggressively. Right now, they're just trying to scale up to the point that Corki has items. And they are just about, I would say, 1,500 away from the Triforce, and then you move over onto the items coming in for that Infinity Edge.
But you need that, though, in Corki. Without Trinity Force, he's a
glorified range
glorified plane.
Glorified paper plane, yeah? Yeah, of course, Corki gonna need a couple more items to become effective, but we're taking a look over to Azir as well. Azir falls into the same trap. It's just that the ways that Azir scales up different from the way that the Corki scales up.
When did we allow turrets to have pets? Minions not meant to be there.
So going into this, at least with the Corki coming into power, the Azir is going to take a little bit longer to find relevance. Hopefully they find a 5-the package.
He's been able to pick up the package, but hasn't completed his Trinity Force yet, so those two ganks on towards Corki has delayed this item power spikes. The second package, he doesn't have it. To do fight now, they have their package power spike, so to speak.
I mean,
available
if
to be used, but no Trinity Force.
Are happy to give Sivir time to farm up in the top lane, try and take down this turret while the rest of them push out the mid side. I mean, that works fine for them too. Obviously, you want to have the Corki be more relevant, but if they can bring the power over to the Sivir, I don't see anything wrong with that.
But it is 20 seconds on... Sorry, it's Infernal Dragon now. And Resurgence already have control over this Dragon Pit. Sivir is nowhere to be seen. Teleports coming in from Irina though, looking to try and join this fight. Empire do not want to give over this second Infernal for free. Shiro's looking for a flank, pushed away by Shinsekai, trying to dive back in. On the hunt, popped by Robina. Dragon going fairly low. Caspiel still staying in the pit, taking his spot, goes low. Who gets it? It's going to go towards Caspiel. Eternal tries to get into the back of the pit. He's fairly squishy on this Rex side, gets the ultimate off. Meanwhile, Stasis gets popped by Java, trying to live for a little bit longer. Shiro deep in the back lines. There goes Kirino. Look at it to get into the back lines as well. Ribina gets some with the ricochet. Shinsekai's on the wrong side of the map. Meanwhile, Raven in trouble. Kusuo in trouble. Emperor Oshurima builds a turret, but that's going to fall as well. Big team fight going in the way of Empire as they ace Resurgence 19 minutes into the game.
Big play coming in from Ribina, bringing in the teleport on the Sivir. It's been a low impact summoner spell until now. You bring it in 19 minutes into the game. You fight for that Infernal Dragon. You take it away. You get the good team fight. Stopwatch from Caspiel there was perfect. It got just enough time. Dodges away from the Emperor's Divide. Saves his life there. Brings him into the fight one more time and gets more.
Beautiful fight coming in. We're going to take a look at it one more time, granted. Shiro was on the flank the entire time. So was Shinsekai.
I mean, Shinsekai just didn't look like he had damage on the Shiro. Shiro's at that perfect power spike. Nice smite away from Caspiel, takes it away from the internal here. And just watch this, the move in from Caspiel, he gets chomped up, gets CC, but he holds on long enough. The remaining members from Resurgence have to try and break away, and then just good CC. The aggressive flash from Ribena over the wall to look for this kill. I mean, he didn't have vision there. That would have been cool if you got the boomerang shot, but either way, still look for it. And then you just have the collapse coming in onto Shinsekai. No Triforce on the Corki, but it doesn't matter. At that damage range, he's going to be able to kill them off anyway.
Well, guess what? He has his Trinity Force now. Sivir as well, building the components towards her first major Zeal item, going towards the Ninja Tabi just to reduce a little bit of the physical damage that will come out from Xayah, Xayah, Rek'Sai, Aurelia. Nice purchase coming out from Ribena, being a little bit safer. It's led to a nice 4,000 gold lead for Empire, by the way. That's a big pickup 20 minutes into the match, and they've already got all the outer turrets taken down.
But I'm not going to discount RSG just yet. They've become accustomed to playing from a disadvantage. They've also played from an advantage right, more often than not. That being said, though, Empire, they now have this good window of time for them to try and work around with. Corki finally picking up the items that they want. This 25-minute mark is going to be a good timer to determine the strength of the Corki and see if they can get something done.
That is exactly what Corki needed. He is now even in gold with Raven. Remember, the 2 kills that came onto Corki were enough to put him far enough behind that he couldn't purchase his Trinity Force during that dragon fight. Didn't matter, but they've got big leads on not only Shiro, 1,600 gold ahead of Shinsekai, a big lead on Sivir as well, 1,500 gold ahead of Celia, who's picking up Xayah for this match. Really big leads on 2 major threats on the side of Empire.
I feel like if you bring the Poppy into a match, it has to be in this counter matchup. Poppy just doesn't bring enough to the table in most other circumstances, but when you're up against the Aurelia who doesn't have the damage to deal with you alone in most circumstances, and when we saw Poppy down the backline just then, 1,500 gold up, and was just destroying the backline, single-handedly zoning them all off.
Sivir was just able to pick up the Phantom Dancer with the Ninja Tabi. That's a very tanky team. Jarvan looking to try and jump in. Brom throws out the ultimate, going to slow Kuswa down. They get some good poke damage from the Boomerang Blade, as well as the rockets coming out from Carino. They didn't burn the Cataclysm, but they did burn on the Hunt, as well as the ultimate coming out from Brom. Just fishing for a team fight. Empire decide that that's not the fight they want to take, though.
Not a bad call coming in for Empire. If they manage to find the Baron, they take it away. If they don't get the Baron, they look to try and pick up a kill on Resurgence side. Should have had a little bit more planning coming in with Shiro, though I think Shiro was a little bit far away from being a potential threat down bot side, so that meant a lot more free power over than Shinsekai. He could choose if he needed to teleport in, he could choose if he needed to walk over. So many options on the top lane from Resurgence there. They need more coordination with the Poppy. Poppy's this major threat for Resurgence right now. It's a major pain point. If they want to deal with the Poppy, they need to invest heavily, and that's going to be Empire's call. They get to see if they bring people down bot side to deal with the Poppy, they go to the Baron and they pick that up.
4,000 gold, still the lead coming in from Empire. See, they're yet to pick up the completed Zeal item, the Xayah. Shinsekai does have his Trinity Force and Tiamat, but doesn't just feel like the big threat of Aurelia that we used to see when they are empowered in the early game. 4-0-2 Poppy with Thornmail and Sunfire Cape, components here and there, completed 2. Empire still trying to control the jungle here. So try to force a flash early. Cataclysm is going to come out from Caspiel. That will lock him in for a long period of time. Ribena looking to jump in. Left untouched for now. Carino with the package as well. This is a big team fight. The Empire looking for 2 flashes. For the side of Resurgence already burnt, and they don't blow anything major to get those either.
I mean, bot wave is in position, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the mobility to try and move over to pick up that bot turret. So instead, Dragon's going to be that big consolation prize. They at least find for this fight. But when is the Baron going to be this big objective for the teams? Looking over onto the Baron right now, Empire have a lot more control around vision. Their teleports are coming up. They can look for this opportunity to try and go for a fight there. However, Resurgence, they've done a good job of removing vision away from their flank points. It's difficult for Empire to find a teleport in to get those big fights. And they play towards their turrets. If anything happens, the Emperor's Divine is dropped. You get the quickening, you move back towards safety, and that has kind of been Resurgence's game plan for the past few minutes. Rinse and repeat, you try and stall out to the zero, does more damage, and it looks like it's working for them. So for right now, Empire, they want to try and get a little bit more control coming in around this Baron. As they pick up the damage items, they need to pick it up quickly.
So how do they get some control here? Because all the outer turrets are down. Dragon's been taken off the map. They blew the flash on both Kusuo as well as Shinsekai. What's next for Empire to control this Baron pit?
I mean, looks like right now what they need to do is need to bring the Poppy down bot side, try and get the Poppy to push out a wave and really apply pressure onto members of Resurgence. If they try and split up for trying to bring the Poppy over and rotate him naturally to the Baron, it gives too much freedom to Resurgence. They drafted a double teleport in the top and the mid lane. It's easy for them to rotate over, and then you drop the Sand turret in whatever lane is open at that point, and it's easily able to stop the push coming in.
You know, teleport being picked up by Ribena as well. We saw that as a crucial play towards the dragon fights in the bottom lane.
And that 19-minute play, honestly, the first good use of the teleport. He used it once or twice to get back into lane quickly after a little bit of aggression coming in from Resurgence, but it hasn't really been that big summoner spell that you try to play around.
I'm going to say, first good use of an 80 carries teleport, period, in the LST so far.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement to make. We haven't seen teams use it effectively. Oftentimes, it's just brought into to get you back into
laning
lane.
phase, damage mitigation, basic.
Yeah, that was the basic principle behind why teleport on ADCs was effective to begin with, but it's evolved into so much more since then. And I feel like Ribena is really the first ADC that's shown to have used it effectively coming into competition. We'll have to see if they're able to stay up to form and try and use it more effectively as we keep going into the game, or if it's just going to be that big dead summoner spell that holds on for the entirety of the match.
Big item pickups coming through as well here, Grandin. We have the Caulfield's Warhammer looking to be picked up by Sivir, so one step closer towards the Essence Reaver. Carino has completed the Infinity Edge on Corki, and now has the Kershaw Shard. Looking for a little bit more resistance. Kusua in the back pit looking to try and clear some wards. RSG trying to hold on to whatever vision they can around this Dragon Pit.
I mean, you have to feel at this point with Corki finding those two items plus having the Shard, they have damage. They have Sivir damage, they have Corki damage. This is the point you get Caspiel to find a fight, you get Zed to find a fight, and then you look to try and push your lead. Because as of right now, Empire not in a bad position. They're still finding a little bit more gold when it comes to being just by farming up and being able to deny objectives and CS away from Resurgence. But this lead only extends so far. Once the Azir starts scaling up the late game, Azir, for every bit of gold that he has, finds more impact than what Empire have in forms of champions.
Well, they're still slowly taking away bits and pieces of resource from Resurgence. That's a blue buff being taken away by Shiro. I mean, like you said earlier, Azir might not be the most mana-hungry champion, but does help. Cooldown reduction, a bit of ability power, mana regeneration, all very nice to have. Empire still trying to control as much vision as possible around the red buff area in their jungle. Oh, they don't have vision here. They might get jumped on. There they go. Java jumps in first, locking down Eternal. Force to use the ultimate to jump away. Great ultimate coming out from the Cataclysm, locking them down. Xayah going to throw out the ultimate, force to flash away. Shichikai throwing out the ultimate as well, just to try and keep them at bay. There goes Java one more time. Ribena gets the kill, and it's on the jungler from Resurgence.
If Empire look to try and go for a Baron right now, they could actually force Resurgence to look for a fight to try and respond to it. The question is, do they have to sustain to do the Baron and stay healthy at the same time? Zaya looking dangerously low right now. Redemption already used preemptively. Heal steal up, so Summoner spell check. Things looking in favor of Empire, but they don't have the power to look for this push right now.
They are holding on to the aggro of Baron. They know there's no smite available from the side of Resurgence, baiting Resurgence into a 4-on-5 fight. Carino even pushing forward, getting some good damage on towards Raven. Shinsekai still holding on. Caspiel's tanking Baron, just trying to hold on. Heal being used by Zen nice and early. Here goes the Baron fight. It's going to be taken away by Jarvan. Resurgence decide they don't want to fight. Another big objectives go Empire's way.
Great play coming in for Empire to split up the fight in two different directions. The Baron being started up by Caspiel as well as Ribena being able to finish that off. Meanwhile, you have the big tanky front line in the form of Shiro as well as the power and damage from Carino. Being able to zone away members of RSG, that poke as well as the sustained damage from the Corki was just too oppressive for Resurgence to find an opening to make their way in. The catch on to Eternal that was absolutely crucial, and with this, we should be looking to see Empire make a big push for at least one inhibitor.
Another Infernal Dragon going their way as well. Look at
That's
the
a nice
items. Look at the items that get picked up. Zeal picked up here by Corki, looking for that first major Zeal item as the package to move around the map too. Sivir going to take red buff with the completed Essence Reaver. Iceborne Gauntlet finally being picked up by Shiro as well. That is a stacked Empire, and this has been a clinical game coming in from from Empire against Resurgence.
Absolutely. It felt like even going into drafting phase, they had an idea of how they wanted to play out the composition. RSG, they had some pretty decent picks for themselves, but it looks like it's faltering a little bit right now.
So you've talked about how Empire clean out this game, what the next push for them should be. What's Resurgence's job? How do they hold on? How do they find a way back?
I felt like Resurgence were doing a good job up until that point.
Agreed.
They've held off for a long time. They were down 4,000, 5,000 gold, but they had an obvious win condition. You get Shizukai a hit, you get a 0 hit, you get them the gold that they need to eventually be able to do the damage that they need to. Whereas on the side of EMP, they were playing on a timer. Corki skills off and falls off very hard going into the late game. So it's obvious for Resurgence, all they needed to do was play around their turrets and sit back for as long as possible. The catch coming in from Eternal was a good setup coming in from Empire, and then being able to translate that into a Baron was just good, solid gameplay from Empire.
Well, now Corki's got his rapid fire cannon as well, so he can valve forward and pop someone in the head with his Sheen. Big item power spikes coming out from the carries of Empire. It's already a very tanky front line of Jarvan with Warmogs. Picking up that item that I never know the name of that doubles your hit points. Poppy having a ton of items picked up as well.
I think it's a...
Stoneplate.
Yeah.
There you go, Stoneplate. That's what was picked up.
But
with the rapid fire cannon now, Corki can just dart in and out, chip away at these turrets, and that's going to be easy inhibitors falling for the side of Empire.
Yeah, plus Baron and Power Minions just going to help dish out a little bit more damage there. I mean, you have to give credit over to Caspiel for finding that engagement in the last fight, that 3-man calculus, and really helped set them up for a big fight. Even with the package, a little bit difficult for Corki to look to try and make its way in, so it's going to be reliant on Caspiel to provide a supplementary engage.
Think about what Caspiel's done this game. He's been able to double scuttle a Rek'Sai, taking 2 Scuttle Crabs away from Rek'Sai early game, even though they had priority in 2 of their solo lanes for Resurgence. On top of that, big team fights being initiated by Jarvan. Caspiel is having one hell of a game that has set up his 2 carries to try and knock this one home.
I mean, right now, you look at the composition coming in from Empire, they've reached peak velocity. They have Kirino over into the mid lane. Having those items is able to out-damage most of the carries over on the side of Resurgence. You have Shiro, who is basically able to ignore Shinsekai in most respects. Over the mid lane, though.
Looking for a fight. Emperor's turret going to fall down. Big Cataclysm coming out. Kirino valking over the wall. Look at Celia. Celia's very low. Poppy comes in. Doesn't even have to slam him against the wall. Just charges on through with that hammer, and they're going to take down the 80 carry from Resurgence. And with that, majority of Resurgence's base is going to fall as well.
They're looking to try and hold on for a little bit longer, but Resurgence aren't going to be able to save this inhibitor. It cries for dear help, but they're not going to be able to provide it. And Empire going to be happy to take away those 2 inhibitors right before the Baron buff ends.
Such methodical play coming out from Empire, taking down 2 inhibitor turrets, 2 inhibitors going to fall as well. Only 1 inhibitor turret is left standing inside of Resurgence base. What a strong game 1 from the Malaysian squad.
I mean, when we look back at Empire, playing out their group stage, they had that 1 loss, but what was that loss, honestly? It was so troll. Nobody had expected something like that to happen coming in against for Empire. That week, we had all the underdogs winning their matches. It was a very strange set of games that came out. It felt like Empire at that point were too comfortable for their own good, and they didn't play to the level that we expected from them. Coming into this, up against a respectable opponent, Empire are playing much better.
Think about the history of the Malaysian competitive scene. How Singapore Sentinels and even so many teams beyond Singapore Sentinels were so dominant in the scene that Malaysia never really got their time to shine. Last season, 2 seeds from Malaysia went to the Sea Tour. Kuala Lumpur Hunters represented the region at Rift Rivals. And now we have the potential of having an all-Malaysian squad finals. If Empire is able to beat Resurgence in this best 3 series, and game 1 is looking so promising here, Grandin. They're pushing for the final inhibitor turret.
Yeah, stakes are high for Resurgence. They're looking to try and beat that Singaporean team in the finals, but looking at how things are panning out, they might not be able to do so.
On the hunts, being Pop Marabina, they're able to take down the turret to start things off, waiting for the super minions to crash in towards Resurgence's base. Shinsekai forced to deal with the minions on top of the turret. Empire looking to push forward once again, but no minions being pushed back just yet. Still 34 minutes into this Grandin, so a dragon's about to spawn, but it's not going to be the Elder Dragon just yet. Not a big objective for them to fall back for. They're really eyeing towards this. Caspiel jumps in first, gets a smite down towards Kasuo. Inhibitors the target first. Eternal going to tank up some damage, but he wants to retreat towards his base. Empire have done it. They've taken down all the inhibitors inside of Resurgence's base. They now get double super minions pouring into every single lane.
Resurgence is gonna be down, stuck in base having wave clear duty, while members of Empire are just gonna easily rotate over into this Baron. They have an easy pickup coming in, lots of damage on their end. They're gonna be able to find this Baron. I don't think there's all that much Resurgence is gonna be able to do to stop this.
Zaire trying his hardest just to push people back away from this Baron. Caspiel slides into the pit. Eternal wants to go in for the steal. Can he jump in? Doesn't matter. Jarvan's able to take this one away. Zaire just stays over the pits as well, keeping people at bay. Baron going towards Empire. They've got double super minions crashing in on every single wave. A 10,000 gold lead. Multiple items being picked up here, granted. It just looks like it's the end for Resurgence at the moment.
Empire have to close this out. They are reaching the point where they're just going to fall off if they don't end off the game. Irelia is starting to pick up a couple of items. It's looking like Azir is starting to pick up a couple of items. And despite the fact that Resurgence got the early game that they wanted, they got to just farm up for as long as possible. Not that many aggressive plays coming in from Casco. If you opted for the defensive route, it takes longer for this Jarvan to come online. But look at the health bars right now. The health bars from Poppy as well as from the Jarvan are just looking absolutely massive. That front wall is something that Resurgence can't break down.
Turret being desperately put up by Azir. Look at it, just lock it on towards Zaire. It's got that laser beam going.
It's season.
Finally sees him. Turret gets taken down nice and easy. Resurgence have one final stand at their double Nexus turret here, Grandin.
We'll have to see if Resurgence is going to be able to hold on long enough in this final fight. But Nexus turret one going to go down pretty soon here.
Kasua taking some damage. Azir gets knocked back towards the fountain. Empire just looking for the win. Big knockoff coming in from Java. Just locks them inside the arena. Nexus is taking an absolute beating. And it's Empire with the victory in game one.
36.5 minutes in, Empire pick up game number 1 coming in a clinical fashion. I think this is, honestly, one of the first games in the Singapore and Malaysian region that we can really look back on and say, this is what we expect from them.
You know what? So far, we've seen it out of a couple teams. Resurgence have done it in their group stage matches.
Absolutely.
We've seen teams like Sovereign do it during their group stage matches. Empire have done it before. We've seen Climax do it when they really want to. And internationally, in other regions, we've seen teams like Mega being able to do it, Leah being able to do it. But this was the first time we've seen two powerhouses go up against each other and have one of them have such a clinical, clean game.
Yeah, it oftentimes feels like we have teams who are able to respond effectively by themselves, but when going up against two powerhouses, it's oftentimes difficult to decide which team is going to be able to find the stronger matchup coming into things. Very impressive fashion coming in from Empire, being able to take away that win. We'll look to see if they can continue with this trend.
Where do we begin this? You're right there, buddy. Don't
no,
cry.
I'm not.
Don't cry. Don't cry. It's just game one for Singapore, granted. You don't need to cry just
I
yet.
can't do this. I can't do this anymore. I need to.
That was just game one. So take me back to it, because we're going to take a look at this dragon fight. This seems to be the big fight that started to swing things in favor of Empire. So let's start from this. What was so crucial about this fight?
I mean, we take a look over on this fight. At this point, Shiro had reached a point where damage from Shinsekai was no longer going to be enough to stop the Poppy. And the 4 versus 4 prowess coming in from Empire outclassed that coming from Resurgence. I mean, you could make an argument that Resurgence had some of the tools necessary to win that fight, but it looked like in terms of mechanical prowess, Empire were in the right place at the right time doing the right things.
And this was the big fight that swung it. We already mentioned that. How did they set up for this? Because looking all the way at the beginning, Rek'Sai is a great control jungler, someone who can farm out for a very long extended period of time. But the pathing coming out from Java was able to take, the pathing from Java was red buff to blast cone scuttle crab and then scuttle crab.
Yeah.
So it feels like that steal coming out from Jarvan started that momentum for J4 in the jungle, and it just felt like Eternal didn't have that much pressure anymore.
You look at the itemization coming from the Jarvan, starting out with that sweeping lens and then walking over, denying vision along the way to that blue buff. They figured out where the Rek'Sai was starting. That gave them the information that they needed. And that's the kind of power that Casper provides the team when you talk about what he's able to do as in his role. When you take a look over on the AD carry choice as well, it kind of reflects why they would go for something like this. Going for a first game, a scouting mission of sorts, you bring Ribena in as a much safer option, and then you have Caspiel be that big brain jungler, walk over, figure out where the Rek'Sai is, and then counter jungle him from there.
But it was so interesting to see Shinsekai with the level 2 fight topside, where Shiro was knocked down very low, forced to teleport back into the lane at level 1. Shinsekai could stay up there for quite some time. the priority for Azir in the mid lane, especially with the first Rakan gank that came in, giving both of the solo lanes, in favor of Resurgence here. Bottom lane wasn't a bad lane either. They got the double flash onto Sivir as well as Braum. Yeah, what was the missing piece of the puzzle? They had lane priority. They had a strong jungler Rek'Sai being picked up. But what went wrong for Resurgence?
I can't exactly say that one specific point was the issue for Resurgence. It felt like when they went into the game, they had an idea that they needed to get to the late game and scale beyond what Empire had drafted. But when you get the Irelia to a point where she cannot fight the Poppy at all, they need to be able to help the Irelia be able to provide the support for the team. And that looked to be the biggest problem coming in for Resurgence here.
And of course, Caspiel picks up man of the match. MVP performance.
Absolutely.
Look, Shiro played out of his mind. Braum played out of his mind. Great facilitating tanks in the team. The carries did their job phenomenally. Really well played from Sivir and Corki. Caspiel set up so many of the plays in that match. Really well played.
Yeah, it felt
Big brain
like
jungler.
without Caspiel in that game, they wouldn't have been able to get to that point. I felt like if you swapped out junglers, you brought Eternal onto the side of Empire, Eternal wasn't able to provide the information that they needed to do the things that they did. Yeah. And having the teleports, they managed to use them effectively. That moment of brilliance with the Sivir teleport really made a lot of difference when it came down to that game. I'm looking to see if they can pull that off going into the next one.
And there was a clinical performance coming out from Empire in the first match against Resurgence. I mean, it wasn't a one-sided affair, but it was a dominant affair after the mid-game started coming in for the side of Empire. Now the Malaysian squad is up 1-0 against this last Singaporean team in the SAM region of Resurgence. We're going to go take a quick break, but we'll be back with game number 2 in just a bit.
No matter how far we go, we end up here. Beasts raging beneath the framework, snapping at the cage. One instinct, one command.
Take it up, take it over, take it out of control. Today I'm freeing my soul, and now you got me singing. Oh, hey, oh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends C Tour. We're currently taking a look at the semi-finals between Empire as well as Resurgence. Empire currently at match point, up 1-0. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Grandin Gaminism. How you doing today, Gaminism? Having a good day?
Doing good.
You
The
were
tears
crying.
are over.
What happened? Did you get something in your eye? You're just so upset that Singapore's one game away from being eliminated from the C Tour. One game.
I mean, come on. We had a Singapore and Malaysia first game of the day.
Yep.
Singapore Malaysia second game of the day.
Yep.
And if no Singaporean teams make it to play that finals, I'm gonna be so sad.
Why?
I'm gonna cry again.
All hail our Malaysian overlords. I've accepted fate. It's not done yet. Resurgence are not, out of the game just yet. They still have, this match to tie up the series and take it to match point against Empire.
It's a tough uphill battle. I want to see if they can bring Kralix into the fray. I think Kralix would be a good addition coming into this. Seeing the playstyle that Empire has, I feel like Kralix brings in a little bit more for the team. If Eternal isn't going to play that aggressive playstyle, I'm not sure why you would try and run him in this case.
So is that what you think Kralix brings to the table? The aggressive playstyle? Because Eternal's known as a control jungler. So is Kralix going to bring in that aggressive playstyle? And do you think that's what was lacking in the last match?
I felt like Eternal, he's known as a control jungler, but he also has moments of controlled aggression. And it felt like he went a little bit too passive in that game, considering he had a strong champion in the early game. He wasn't able to make good use of that, and that kind of ended up him and his team being punished off. So we're looking to see if they can bring something in. It looks like it's still going to be Eternal in the jungle for the side Resurgence. They're still going to be working with him to see if they can get something out of him. But it's difficult. A number of strong champions available. We'll see if they want to bring this up.
No changes from either side, so we don't see Maxi being brought in for the side of Empire just yet. Nor do we
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Nor do we see Kralix coming in for the side of Resurgence either. So take a look at the first phase of bans. We've seen Resurgence, they take away Galio, Jarvan, as well as Kalista. Very staple bans coming out from Resurgence. Empire now on the red side. They're going to give up Ryze as the first pick. Will they ban out LeBlanc, Morgana, and Vladimir as their first 3 picks?
I am liking the Ryze pickup coming in for Resurgence. That is a very strong champion they can bring over to the top lane, over to the mid lane. It can flex both sides, but Raven plays a mean Ryze. I think Shinsekai doesn't really play all that much Ryze. I think he could if he needed to, but for the most part, Raven on this Ryze, that's going to be the fun one to see. Empire have been prioritizing Braum coming in a lot here. Even Empire are memeing Shinsekai.
Oh boy, everybody memed Shinsekai after Sovereign were able to beat Resurgence with a Tryndamere pick in the top lane. This guy even changed his profile picture to Tryndamere until he won the second
redemption match.
And he changed it to Hecarim after he was the first one to bring up Hecarim, just stomped on people in the top lane. Shiro been a bit funny with that pick, but he goes towards Braum as the first pick for Empire, and Victor, who was banned away in the second rotation of the last match, gets picked up as the second pick for Empire.
Look, don't get me wrong, I don't think Victor is a bad pick by any means. I just think that there are stronger picks available right now for Empire that you could be working with. You could go for the LeBron combo down bot side, trying to play a more aggressive bot lane, look to change up your playstyle a little bit. Instead, they're going to opt for the Victor, and Kirino plays a really good Victor. We've seen the Victor make its appearance in the double round robins for Empire before, and they took a very decisive game. We're using this champion.
Yeah, Kirino has been able to use it to great success in the mid lane before. Wonder if Shiro play it top side of the map. Don't think we've seen him play it.
I think Shiro in previous seasons has also played the Victor. That's why it kind of gets in my head. It's like both of these guys play Victor, so it can actually go in either lane. And that's a good flex pick coming in for Empire, though it seems a little bit more tunnel. Going in up against the Rise, I think it works quite well. Of course, on the other hand, it also doesn't show away too many of the cards early on. Resurgence opting for that rank sign once again. I want to see them try and change up their strategy coming into the rank sign. It looked like they had some idea of what they wanted to do. But there were a few fundamental problems that the rank sign needs to address in order to find more impact. Things such as the way that they were pathing in the early phases of the game were looking a little bit half and half. Wasn't sure if he needed to go in for the vertical jungling, so he ended up trying to clear a couple camps, move to the Scuttle Crab, and then probably wanted to go into the jungle of Casper after that. But that lack of information was a problem for him, so he ended up taking a half and half situation, loses out a big trade early on. Meanwhile, that locked in for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, Lee Sin being locked in for Caspiel. He's been known for his Lee Sin plays in the past. Let's see what he can bring to the table in the second game for Empire. Whereas Resurgence, they're still sticking to Rek'Sai for Eternal, and they're going for Rakan as their third pick in the first draft phase.
Rakan is a pretty good response if the Gallier is banned down. If you're banning out Gallier by yourself, you can try and look to pick this one up. I feel like Alistar could have also been a good one. Braum has been a big priority coming in for Empire, so that takes away at least that option from the side of Resurgence. They won't be able to find that very strong support down bot side, but the Rakan, if it's not paired with the Xayah, I feel like becomes much lower priority. We'll see if they want to try and pick that bot lane duo again, or just wait for what Empire looks.
Could be paired with something like Sipper, and while we wait for the final bans to come through here, granted. Jenny Ray Lee, who was a GPL shark caster for the longest time, previously social media manager for LGD, big Sovereign fan, has stated, what about this storyline? Why is Mexi not playing? So that if Empire lose this match, show that he's the true Singaporean spy. That is a 600 IQ storyline. I never thought of that.
All right.
So they've benched Mexi to make sure he can't throw for Singapore.
Oh.
That's some real patriotic act right there.
Mexi, he's going at it.
Well, looking at the bans coming through though. Empire take away Xayah as well as Syndra. And then Resurgence going to ban out both Thane as well as Varus. It was very common bans on 80 carries blue side in the North American finals. Today then we have the Kai'Sa locked in for Resurgence with Siva, the 80 carry pick for Empire.
Yeah, Zion going to be banned down, so that removes that bot lane power duel for the side of Resurgence. Manages to take away a ban from Empire, but that funnels them over onto this Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa works pretty well with the team. They banned out the Vayne, so that's going to remove a decent kind of threat over onto the Kai'Sa, but the Zed lock in.
Zed being locked in here for Raven. They've thrown the gauntlet. They've thrown caution to the wind here, Grandin. They want to assassinate someone. They want to do it now.
All right. They're looking at this and they said, you know what? We don't need Ryze in the mid lane. We're bringing Zed up mid side. We're going to put Ryze in the top lane. And they're going to look to try and play this one out. This is a scary match coming in on the South EMP. Raven is such a scary Zed player. And I'm sure they've all experienced that in their previous competitions before. These teams are not new to one another. They've played against each other in solo queue, in competition. Raven with the Zed. That is the pocket. That's the silver scrapes of Resurgence.
It's picking up the Zed, the pocket pick.
Yes, that is the silver scrapes. When all hope looks lost, they are ready to pick out the Zed, and they are ready to try and put up an absolute showstopper game. We'll look to see what they can bring in, or what they can do with this game. A bit of a problem with the Resurgence composition right now, it looks like, with the Zed coming in to round off their composition. The magic damage from the Ryze does manage to take away the most immediate issue, but now we take a look at the secondary issue, which is they don't have a reliable front line. We've seen how Rek'Sai is able to kind of fill that role half and half. You know, it's a little bit tanky, but it also, when it tries to optimize for a little bit of damage, just a little bit of damage, that early to mid game phase, very squishy, very difficult to provide much assistance to the team.
Just take a look at the amount of Zed games that have been played this season here, Grandin. In Korea, it was played once. In China, it was played once. I'm trying to find North America, played twice. And in the LEC, it was played 3 times. So there's 4 regions. I was counting regions on my hands and saying the numbers. Right. Yeah. So the 4, what I consider major regions, played a total of, I lost count, 7 times. That's it. So this is really throwing the gauntlet. Globally, I mean, if you count all the major regions and minor regions, it's been played 41 times this split. That's not very many times.
No.
Not at all.
It kind of feels like with good reason as well, because Zed is a mechanically intensive champion, as well as requires a composition that works well around with Zed. I feel like Zed in recent times has become a little bit more viable. It works a little bit better in things like solo queue, so it's not as bad anymore. But it still has a lot of fundamental problems that Zed faced before a lot of its power was taken away with quite a few item nerfs as well as champion nerfs. Whereas you come now to the current state of Zed. Not the worst champion in the world, but it takes so much to get it going. And at a level like the LST, moving into the semifinals against a very strong contender, Empire here, who are looking so comfortable coming into this second game in this BO3, it might be difficult for Raven to even find his footing.
What does the Zed change? Now that we have an aggressive pick in the mid lane, up against the Victor in the mid lane, because Signer was the last pick that came out from Empire. What does that change for this matchup?
Well, first off, it means a winning lane for the Zed.
Okay.
So the Rise versus Victor matchup, the Victor can just wave clear against the Rise, and that kind of puts them into a stalemate. It's difficult for the Rise to find much in lane, and then gives the Victor time to scale up. Both sides just want to try and scale up and then pop each other later on into the game. Good power in contesting for the objectives as well, but we take a look over to the Zed. Now Zed has a winning matchup going up against the Victor. As long as he plays it correctly, the damage coming in from Zed should be able to put a little bit more oppression onto this Victor in the mid lane. Does also mean that it gives a little bit more safety over to the Rex side, because now Eternal, he's going to be able to rotate and play around this mid lane and spot out potential ganks from Caspiel and look to try and get a counter gank, because Zed, if he doesn't use his mobility spells, his Living Shadow, to poke down the Victor, will be able to use that to get away from a lot of these fights. So being first and foremost, gives him a winning lane in the mid lane, and secondly, puts the additional threat onto Ribena, who was a very big damage source on the side of Empire going into that mid to late game on the Sivir. He had a few items, but he was just doing so much with them.
Yeah. So it's a aggressive point of the map now, mid lane, especially with Rek'Sai coming back in. Maybe it's the lack of aggression from the last match not going to be made up by Rek'Sai. It's going to be made up by the Zed potentially. You've got Ryze top side of the map as well, range champion, high damage. Against Sion should have an okay time. Top side of the map, maybe bleed out a little bit in the early game. But Caspiel's on Lee Sin. You have to remember that. For what they lack aggression in lane, that's an aggressive jungler that Empire have picked up.
I feel like every Southeast Asian jungler has
It's
to
a
be able to go
requirement.
and play Lee Sin, right?
It's a requirement.
It's a requirement.
Since the Vietnamese server was introduced back when they were a part of the GPL, yeah, it's been a requirement. If you're a jungler in Southeast Asia, if you can't play Lee Sin, out of the jungle you go. I know, because I played jungle to start my semi-pro career. I couldn't play Lee Sin. I went to support. Benched, like literally 2 weeks later. Support I went. Played Sona and Soraka when they were popular. I hated my life. But we're on to the Rift where people don't hate their life here. Creating Resurgence as well as Empire taking to the Rift for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Empire at match point, looking to take us all the way to an all-Malaysian grand final for the Singapore and Malaysian national minors, whereas Resurgence, we're going to try and find that comeback, give some hope for the Singaporean region to have one team in the grand finals.
I mean, it's a lot of pressure coming into Resurgence, right? They are the last Singaporean representatives coming into the competition. It has to feel a little bit demoralizing to have lost that first game, but if they manage to find this next win, I'm not going to discount the possibility of a reverse sweep. We've seen how that has oftentimes been the case. You know, reverse sweeps are more probable if you manage to pick up the second win after. But the first win to try and pick up the second win. But if we're taking a look at Resurgence as a whole right now, they have had good amount of resources pumped into them. They have a training facility. They have dedicated coaching staff, back-end support, management, all that good stuff. Something that other Singaporean teams don't get to enjoy.
Yep.
And despite all that, they are now facing trouble playing against a team such as Empire. Granted, Empire have had resources for even longer than Resurgence. But then the question then comes to, how long is enough? How long do you have to cultivate homegrown talent in Singapore for them to reach a strong enough point? Will LST Summer be enough time for them to get to a point where they can beat out Empire? How long exactly do we have to wait? I think right now Resurgence have to make a case in point, show that this is a viable investment model for Resurgence as a whole, and say, yeah, even coming back at it, I think this was a good investment. I think we have good chances for
What's the stakes for Empire though? Because this is a team of misfits, you could say. You know, bunch of people from previously Kuala Lumpur Hunters who have disbanded from Team Anything, as well as Mexi joining the fray all the way from Singapore as well. They've lost that you know, investment from the KLH because KLH disbanded.
Yeah.
What's the stakes for them now?
It's kind of awkward for EMP because when you look at the stakes that they've had, a lot of the players invested heavily into League of Legends. Many of them went to go and play into higher level competition. Caspiel still plays quite competitively, but we take a look over onto Ribena, onto Zer, as well as some of the other players such as Shiro here. They've all had their shot to try and go professional. They played it out. They weren't able to translate that into a professional career and have now gone back to more normal lives. So this competition to them, there isn't all that much to lose, but there's a lot to gain here. Whereas on Resurgence, you know, they have had a long run. They've been trying to take a good competition for a while now. So if it's Empire, it just feels like, you know, there's a good opportunity for them to try and pad their portfolio. If they want to try and get back into professional gaming or trying to get it into a more back-end role, that's also something they can look to try and do. Otherwise, it doesn't seem like there's all that much to lose, but plenty to gain for Empire.
They've got the pressure off, being that they're at match point. They still have a game in their back pockets if they need to rely on that. On top of that, you can think about what Ribena's going through as a player. Mexi Liu, that is a name that you've heard since the dawn of time of the GPL and the TLC in Singapore. One of the star carries, moving over towards Malaysia to play in this match. Eternal looking for a gank. Kimura's been really good with this, dropping the gravity field anytime any ganks come through or anyone jumps on top of him. Very smart plays to keep people at bay. But Mexi Liu is a name that we've heard for the longest time. He was very famous for his win or quit moment when he said if he doesn't win the league, he will quit League of Legends.
I can bet that Maxi is listening to this right now. And he just hears you talking about this and he's just internally tilting.
Don't worry, he's heard it before. Back when he made that statement, I was still casting the GPL. I was still casting the TLC, so I was there when it happened. But he's a big name. I've played against him before, and it just feels like you're just being oppressed in the bottom lane. Like, there's nothing you could do. So he's a good player. And you have to think for Ribena, he's stepping in here, playing with his twin brother Zer. You know, they've got the synergy in the bottom lane, but you've got that big name behind you. There has to be some sort of pressure to perform in these matches.
Look, even when going back a little bit in the lineage coming in from Empire, right? You take a look over the Ribena and onto Zer. Even when they were playing on teams like Fire Dragons, it felt like they were actually pretty good players. It felt like they had a good chance coming in. But KLH had so much power and so much long-standing dominance, so much brand recognition, let them draw a lot of the prospective talent over onto their end. Whereas teams like Fire Dragons, they had such a hard time being able to pick up good talent. Teams like Frostfire as well, same problem. When you have big brands that are able to take away all the new, fresh blood, what are you left with? So it became a recurring problem that for players like Ribena was there, they weren't able to get the pick of the litter. They just ended up getting players who had restricted champion pools, kind of telltale play styles, and it was very easily abusable for some of their higher end opponents like KLH ultimately. So finally coming in, they are working with some very good players in their team, and I'm very happy for them.
I've never really played against Zer in lane. He used to be a mid laner for the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Sorry, not KLH. He used to be a mid laner a long time back though. Zer.
Yeah.
Swapping over to the support role. And one thing you notice about Zer, and this is something that the mid laner for my previous team when I played in Singapore has said, that this guy's unbelievable. He just knows exactly what to do in the laning phase. He knows exactly where to position, how to trade, how to play out that mid lane so well. And if you watch him play in the LST so far, Zer has been a very strong mechanical support. Think of players like Hai, like Tabe, who are so well known for being supports that weren't the strongest mechanically, but they knew how to play the game tactically. Zer feels like the best of both worlds. He was a very good mid laner, very strong mechanical support, and it shows in his mechanics when he plays in the bottom lane. And he might be tested here as Eternal was looking for a gank down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, those mechanics you were harping on might just be put to the test. Doesn't look to be the case. They look to have a little bit more safety going into this. I mean, I think that's a fair analogy to be made, right? But take a look over onto some of these champions, some of these players. You can draw a lot of analogies onto other regions, but mid lane,
you're in a lot of trouble. Deathmark being popped there, trying to get some good damage back towards Raven. Able to flash over the wall. Gravity field keeps Raven locked down as well. Gonna have to be careful though. He's not out of the woods just yet because Eternal's trying to stalk him on this wreck site. Doesn't find him, instead hits the Raptors instead. Now knows exactly where he went towards. Blasker gets him back to safety, but Carino survives the first death mark being popped by Zed.
I mean, that's what we talked about. You bring the Zed over to the mid lane. That's exactly what you expect. You take the flash away from Carino then. You only have to burn your Ignite, and that's going to give you a lot of control over to the mid lane. You wait out the next Death Mark, and you can just rinse and repeat this up until the point where you just don't have response from the Victor. But we take a look back over onto the Empire. There are a lot of analogies that you can draw from other regions when you talk about things like playstyle, things like personal individuality.
Okay.
You know, when you take a look over onto the current NALCS roster, because I really watch the NALCS the most, so it kind of helps me associate them a little bit better. In my mind, Mexi is kind of like Double Lift, right? In a sense, you know, I think Mexi has come in, has this like he's good. I think Mexi is a good AD carry, but he just isn't able to translate that at the highest level. And that's kind of shown itself to be a little bit of a problem. You need to kind of address exactly where the issue lies in. But we take a look over to Ribena and Zer. They feel like a very solid lane right now. Zer kind of feels like a core JJ.
Play into the mid lane though. She's coming into lockdown. Carino, he already blew his flash. Gravity Well trying to lock them down. But look at this. Eternal is here as well. Poor Victor just being ganked by not only the top lane from Resurgence, Eternal coming in to help out in its first blood. Going to Shinsekai.
Being able to pick up first blood inside Resurgence. That's a nice rotation coming in for Shinsekai. Being able to drop that Realm Warp gets Carino to walk towards the Rise. They don't know where he's coming from, so doesn't expect Rise to step out of the Realm Warp. Walks into the brush where the Rise is just lying in wait and being able to find that first kill.
That's still 2 turret plates that go over towards Shiro, and he is ahead by about 16 CS in this top lane. Big thing though is Shinsekai gets blue for that, transfers over from Carino over towards this Rise, so you have a much nicer laning phase now.
Doesn't seem to be all that much of a problem for Shinsekai right now, but as I was saying, it kind of feels to me like Zer is sort of like a core JJ. You know, the differences he applies is that he brings in a lot more of the mechanical skill, as well as just adding to the macro knowledge that the team already has.
What about Shinsekai? Because he has been one of the biggest names in top lane in Singapore and Malaysian League of Legends since the time of Tofu Boy. Arguably, Tofu Boy is the most famous. International career, you know, a lot of respect from players like Dyrus. But since then, we've never really had the top lane until Yone and Shinsekai appeared. So what do you make of Shinsekai in the top lane?
Shinsekai, honestly, and this is after having talked to him, the dude is so self-aware of where he stands in the game. It's incredible. When you talk to him and you ask him, hey, so what do you think about yourself as a League of Legends player? He says, well, I know these are my strengths, and these are my weaknesses. He knows that what he brings up to the top lane is this mechanical skill, but what he recognizes is this mechanical skill was brought about by playing thousands upon thousands of games. He knows that by grinding, he can get equal, if not better, than most players in our region. But he also recognizes that when he goes to play other regions, he isn't able to do that. He isn't able to just grind and grind and grind and get to a level where he can compete with some of the world's best. So he recognized early on that, hey, try to play it out as a full-on professional for League of Legends might not be the most viable career option. So he tries to look to see, he tries to make his training methods more efficient. But he's very self-aware. He realizes where his strengths and weaknesses lie. He brings this good level of skill up to his top lane, but he told me himself, when it comes down to it, if somebody brings in a new champion to the meta, if let's say Hecarim top becomes the meta, for somebody that's talented, somebody like Raven, he's going to be able to play 1, 2, 3 games of that champion, and he's going to say, yeah, I know how to play this. I know how to play in different matchups. Basically. For Shinsekai, he says, no, I need to go in, I need to grind that champion, I need to figure out everything from the ground up. I don't have that talent. And it's so self-aware, and I felt like the effort that he's put into the game for so long really bore through. He was able to really make a name for himself as a strong top laner.
And as a self-aware player, it makes sense that you're on a roster where you have the resources to develop in that manner.
Exactly, and we can see how that's working well for himself right now. He has oftentimes still been that carry coming in for Resurgence, even into their into the game where they played against Sovereign.
Yeah,
they managed to take the revenge match, being able to find that win ultimately. That this guy was a big factor.
Meanwhile, though, Carino being jumped on by Zed once again. Death Mark's being popped. Simple kill for Raven in mid lane. Once you get that Zed snowballing, it's so hard to even stay in lane against him anymore. However, during this time, Infernal Dragon does get picked up by Empire. Now they're jumping over towards Raven. 2 players in the lane for their team, but Empire outnumbered as 3 members of Eternal. And the rest of Resurgence charge on in. Heal comes out, but the execute from Caspiel. Able to get the return kill on towards Zed in the mid lane. Caspiel stays alive, but Zed unfortunately getting take down.
Look at those mechanics. Were very well played coming in from Empire there. Being able to get the kill, trades back over onto Raven. I mean, still not the best. It's a 2-for-1, but they managed to get the kill there anyway. Very impressive mechanical play.
That is still a Zed who is popping off in the mid lane. Dustblade of Drakthar already picked up, but this is just simple. Raven just spots out Karina and says, "You're dead. Sorry, buddy."
Yeah, this is a straightforward kill. This is why you picked Zed into the Victor. I would have liked to see the end part where they actually managed to trade back the kill onto Zed, onto Raven there, because that was a very impressive set of plays. Being able to bait out the Zed, using the heal on the Braum gives them a little bit more health to try and get that outplay moment. You drop the Glacial Fissure, knock up the Zed mid-air, and then get the Lee Sin Stunner Wave to get that Resonating Strike kill.
There are some crucial fights in this, crucial items being picked up in this mid lane though. That's the second Serrated Dirk being picked up by Zed, so even more armor penetration coming out of Vitality, it's now called. And then it's a stopwatch and the components of a Ninja Tabby being picked up by Karina. So the stopwatch is going to buy him another death mark. Look at this. Rift Herald into mid lane because of how dominant Raven is and the fact they have 2 other players here. That's going to be first turret going to Resurgence all of a sudden. Really good control over their objectives. Able to break open the map. And Zed's going to love this. Open lane available for him now against Victor.
Yeah, nice open lane, long lane that Victor has to walk through. This is looking a little bit scary for Carino right now. He might just want to make the call, says, "Hey, Shiro, do you want to switch lanes? You come over to deal with this Zed for now?"
I mean, it's really smart coming out from Resurgence. The only saving grace for Empire is they took that first dragon. So that major objective's off the map. They don't have to fight for it anytime soon. Now that the aggressiveness of the Zed has paid off here, Grandin, what's next for Resurgence? How do they continue to push that envelope even further forward?
I mean, there are 2 ways for Resurgence to try and play this out right now. If they want to try and go for the more aggressive strategy, this means that they have to start sending the Zed, looking for the flanks, try and get a couple of pick-off kills, and probably try to provide more aggression against the Victor for now. Whereas if you take a look over onto the top side of the map, for example, where you have Dan Rice who is scaling up, looking to try and pick up a couple items, I think that's the more obvious win condition coming in for RSG. This guy is going to be able to output a lot of damage onto the opposing team of Empire, granted that he gets the time to get there. So as long as Resurgence are able to identify that they have multiple threats in the form of this guy up in the top lane as well as Kai'Sa, Cielo down in the bot lane, then they realize, okay, we just need to try and survive long enough. If Raven is able to tide us over for this mid game, then we're going to be able to get to the late game where we just kill all of Empire.
They're looking for a big play bottom lane. Look at this. 4 members coming in for the side of Resurgence are stacked towards the bottom side of the map. Lee Sin was just top side to help Cyan out with the push. That top lane out of turret is falling. Nice moves though coming out from Resurgence. They decide not to force the dive bot lane. Instead, they retreat, seeing that Victor has rotated over towards the bottom lane.
Right now, EMP getting a breath of fresh air. They just need this time to try and reset, get the Victor, get Kirino into a safer position, because once they can have the Victor just wave clearing and being able to get some safety against the Zed, get that Zhonya's Hourglass and gives himself a little bit more safety, they're going to be fine for now. For the next 10 minutes or so, EMP won't have to run risk of dying off, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, they bring over the support from the bottom lane, and that's just an easy red buff steal. A simple pick on towards Caspiel, who just doesn't realize his jungle's not safe anymore, Grandin. It belongs to the overlord of Zed.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't
Raven,
belong to him.
He's taken over. He spaced an eviction notice on EMP's jungle and said, "You need to get out of here. This is mine now. You took away all his blue buffs last game. He's here to take away your entire jungle this time around."
So how do Empire fight back?
For Empire right now,
what's the strike back that's coming in here?
It's a little bit more complicated. There are a number of avenues that they need to try and look for if they want to be able to sustain themselves into game. In game number 1, Shiro had a very simple, straightforward task, which was to just deal with Irelia. Because Irelia has a mid-game power spike, which means Irelia is going to be a threat to Empire in that phase of the game. So as long as Shiro is able to sustain himself and hold off against Shinsekai in that phase of game 1, they would have been fine. But right now, Rise is trying to scale up into that late game, which means that for now, Shiro actually has a much more important role. He needs to be more aggressive and be playing around his team. Gives his team more support and more pressure around the map. It doesn't look like he's been able to do that all that much, but maybe this dragon fight will turn things around.
No ultimate available for Shiro. He used it to get closer towards this dragon pit. Shinsekai has been forced away from this fight. Caspiel wants to try and dash forward, tags him with the Sonic Wave. Decides not to follow up further forward though. This is going to be Scuttlecrab, the target for Empire first. They take away that minor objective as Resurgence back off away from the dragon pit.
Scuttlecrab going to be quite good for them, giving them a little bit more vision. They want to try and push out this bit wave, but it's going to be that Scion that really tilts things over into Empire's favor, because considering where the power lies right now, Scion has had a very free lane to work with.
And just remember that this fight in the last match was decided by the teleport that came in from Ribena to contest this dragon. Ribena has teleport once again, but this time so does Celia. Both 80 carries are packing the teleport. 3 on the side of Empire, 2 on the side of Resurgence. Kirino in trouble though. Looking to try and get jumped on here by Raven. Forces the ultimate. Deathmark being used. Ultimate being burnt by Victor as well. Now the teleports are coming in from the 80 carries. Caspiel in a lot of trouble. Just tanked a lot of damage from Rise. And that should be Empire giving away this dragon. I don't see them trying to fight for this.
No, wasn't able to get that dragon away. He's going to flash out.
Caspiel is not able to steal it. Teleport's going to come in for a big flank. Kirino's going to join this fight. Zed going to try and jump in here as well. Ribena is fairly safe. Kicks him back, but he still gets taken down. Jumps back over the wall. No, that's a double kill to Zed. Raven just takes them down one by one. Member of Empire's fall. And once again here, granted, it's over that first big dragon fight that swings it in one team's favor.
We already saw Resurgence starting to take the lead. They were looking to pick up this game in a good fashion. But now they just managed to take that big dragon fight, and they show Empire how they played around this time. And now, with this Infernal Dragon in hand, they have more control around the map. Baron spawning up in just about a minute here. They can establish more control moving over. They know they have the strength to go for this fight. Number of big summoner spells expanded on the side of Empire. Flash Gun from the Scion, Flash from the Lee Sin, from the Victor, from the Sivir, and that takes away all these major summoner spells, and that's going to put the edge over to RSG.
It just felt like in that fight, the kiting was great. Ribena's in such a good spot, but Caspiel has no hit points. Shinsekai's chunked him out. Scion has no ultimate. Victor has no ultimate, but Empire still want to try and force this fight. It just doesn't seem right here, Grant.
No, it's a little bit confusing considering how the fight started out. They should have seen it for an opportunity to try and back off. The fact that Caspiel is going to get assassinated by Raven throughout all of this. It felt like at a certain point they should have acknowledged that there wasn't a way they were going to be able to steal away that dragon, and it is just going to be that Infernal Dragon. I don't think they should have risked so much coming into this. Of course, that Zed is going to be more of a menace with that Infernal Dragon, but come on. You still gotta acknowledge that Zed has power right now. The Infernal Dragon isn't gonna be that magical game changer. So right now, EMP take a pretty hard loss there. About 5,000 gold behind.
6,000 gold behind. Resurgence
6,000, yeah.
Really big lead for the Singaporean squad, and look to try and push it again. Kirino getting jumped on by Raven, forces the gravity well. Kick back on towards Kusuo, making sure he can't get the lockdown. Scion just coming in for a bit of a choo-choo train. Oh, he's actually going to be able to find him, but 3 members from the side of Resurgence are here as well. Shiro might be a tanky man who doesn't really want to take that fight. And it just seems like every time Kirino is spotted out by Raven, ultimate, done. You're out of the fight.
No, it's easy because the ultimate, the ultimate coming in from the Zed is going to put Kirino down to just barely any health. We saw how he had to expand the stopwatch coming in as well. That takes away an item that he's not going to be used up until he completes that he completes the hourglass.
And he's going Zhonya's first.
Absolutely. It's that respect that you have to show. I would have even liked it if he tried to go for the armor guard a little bit, the Seeker's armor guard a little bit earlier before completing his core item. Considering how much pressure the Zed was applying to him in lane, that early armor probably could have helped him a little bit more, but instead he opts for the build that gives him his completed spell sooner.
Oh, they're jumping on Ribena. Raven going to be able to get the death mark. Ribena's going to fall to the pop. Everyone from the side of Resurgence charges on in. Shiro trying to teleport into the top lane, but he's being hunted down by the rest of the Resurgence, slowed down by Raven. He'll be able to get out of here. Caspiel taking so much damage once again here, granted. This last pick of Zed has thrown a huge spanner in the works of Empire.
It feels like Zed is single-handedly pushing the game over into RSG's favor. I mean, RSG, they could go, no, I don't want this. And Raven's just going to put the game in their hands and say, no, you're taking it. Because that's how much impact he's placed in this game. Being able to dominate his own lane in such a convincing fashion now is translating into other avenues, into other lanes as well.
Oh no, Kirino. Oh, that was brutal. Rise ultimate just comes through. He's on top of a wall trying to clear out the pink. Instantly dead. 0-4 and 0 at the moment. Kirino's not having a good game too.
Things are looking problematic for Empire. 11-1. They're going to have to start trying to make some good plays for himself if they want to try and get back into the game. Now, in most cases, you probably look to say, all right, with EMP, they need to try and take the safer option. They shouldn't be looking for fights. But that's not the case because RSG, they've drafted for a late game too. You have that late game insurance in the form of the Rise on Shinsekai and the Kaisa on Ciela. That's problematic for Empire because sure, they can still have the Sivir DPS over to the backline. Victor does decent amounts of damage, but considering how far Victor is, by the time Victor hits the late game, Rise and Kaisa are already going to be full build. They're already going to be able to just absolutely destroy your backline.
You can just slowly see how methodical now Resurgence are playing this game. First, it was Empire in game 1, the methodical, systematic, clinical victory. And now it's Resurgence. Shoes on the other foot. They're taking this slow and steady. They're cleaning out the jungle of Empire, making sure that they starve for resources, forcing a lot of pressure around Baron, which will probably be the next big objective we see these two teams fight over. Key difference is that Raven's just a beast right now. You can't be anywhere near this Zed without your entire squad. Baron's been started at least.
He has that triple actually lethality item build right now. Oh, hello. Baron? What?
Kirino in a lot of trouble again. Jumps on, tries to flash away from Raven. Deathmark's popped. He's going to fall to this. They knock Raven back. Doesn't take enough damage. Ribena locked down once again. Kuro taking a lot of damage. They jump back over towards Ribena. Forced to jump away from Celia. Brom trying to protect the ADK, but Celia flashing forward. Goes on a rampage. Zare's now in trouble. And Resurgence are tearing apart Empire. Champion by champion. Limb for limb. And it just looks like an absolute disaster of a team fight.
I mean, Resurgence back away from the Baron for a little bit, but they're just going to move back on after cleaning up house. Empire didn't stand a chance. One by one, all just killed off as the damage from Raven, from Ciela are way too much for them to handle. And even if you take a look over on the Gasper, he just wasn't able to do anything up against the Rise. Shinsekai shredded through that Lee Sin. And the question has to be asked, where was Caspiel in the early game? Where was he to try and help his team push ahead? He went to try and farm a little bit more, took a more passive stance throughout the game, wasn't going for aggressive vision control, and that was punished so heavily this game.
That is now a Baron buff to Resurgence, a 10,000 gold lead. And again, it's off the back of a single pick coming in from Zed. 0-5 on Victor at the moment. Kirino not having a good day. My goodness, it's just so powerful. How does Empire deal with this? Oh no, Ribena, you can't be anywhere further away from your support.
Oh,
just jumps in, taps him a couple of times. Now they're fighting on the other side of the map. They at least get the shutdown on towards Rek'Sai. A little bit overzealous. They had a control ward to hide Lee Sin for a bit.
How much is that really worth? You managed to get the kill onto the Rek'Sai. Sure, that's a 450 shutdown bounty, but then you have the Zed up top lane. Who is supposed to respond to that? Over inside EMP, all you have is Shiro up in the top lane. And just taking a look back over this fight, you can just see how much damage Zed is able to output now. Jumping back, despite the Dragon's Rage coming in for the Lee Sin, they don't have the lockdown available at Ribena. He's stuck trying to deal with the Rakan in the front line, protecting the Zed, acting as a deterrent. And by then, Ciela joins in the fight, jumps onto the Sivir, just going to get a quick meal, and as they try to finish off EMP.
A bit of a disconnect there as well, granted. Sion trying to chase for the final kill instead of being there with the team to start that fight. Kirino does have that Zhonya's Hourglass now, so can survive the first death mark, but no damage coming in. All the fighters, right? Bina though. Oh no, where'd he go? Pop. That is a disaster. They're going to try and jump back on towards Raven, taking a bit of damage. He doesn't care. He's dead. He's done his job. He's killed the AD carry.
I mean, that death mark, you're done. You see it land on you. If you're Ribena right now, if you're Kirino right now, you're dead. even with the Hourglass, there's not all that much that you're supposed to do on this Victor. Zed has just snowballed way out of anybody's control. There just isn't anything these teams are going to be able to try to respond to. And this is what Resurgence were looking for. Zed is the Resurgence Silver Scrapes. When you see it popped out, you know you're looking to they're trying to pick up the game win for real.
Empire were trying so hard. They've got another inhibitor turret and the double Nexus turrets to try and hold on to. They will push Empire back for slightly longer. Zed wants to go pick up the little bits and pieces left in his build. He'll back up as well. Pickaxe being picked up by Zed there. 8, 1, and 6. What a game coming in from Raven.
And 15 out of 17 kills is a great number and a great amount of kill participation coming in for Raven. A lot of the kills, in fact, were individually set up. You take a look over onto his teammates, none of them have even anywhere close to the amount of kill participation that Raven has had. Even on the recon, 10 out of 17 kills. You can just see how many of the kills were individually focused by the Zed here and how much he was able to do despite not receiving help from his team. The early gank coming in from the right side was really all they had to try and work with, whereas on the side of EMP, likewise could be safe, but then the question is, where exactly was Caspiel? Sure, both junglers didn't really do all that much in the early game, and then both of them were just trying to watch out for each other for the most part, but then it comes down to the question is, if you bring Carino into a losing matchup, you need to be able to put the power, you need to help him out, so where were you?
Now it's the do or die time, Grandin. We're down to that final inhibitor. So all that's left standing inside the base of Empire besides their Nexus. They're already at match point. They want to try and hold on and see if they can end the game right here, right now with Resurgence. Fighting not just for themselves to go to match point, but to keep the hopes and dreams of the Singaporean region alive.
I mean, I'm ready. If Resurgence
are you going to cry again?
If they win, maybe.
Well, they're jumping over towards Carino once again. Rek'Sai comes through, forces the Zhonya's 15. Now Zed can pile on over towards it. Doesn't have to because there goes Rakan. Jumping in Kasuo, jumping on top of Rybina. Good kickback on towards Raven. Means he can't get the damage down for the death mark to pop. Meanwhile, the turret is going to fall. Rise is able to take that down. Empire retreat towards their Nexus. Inhibitor is bare. That's the final inhibitor that's left up as well. Trying to clear out this minion wave, but slowly and surely, Resurgence will be able to take down that inhibitor turret. Double super minions are now going to slowly crash in towards the base. Just the Nexus left to defend.
Very similar playstyles from both Resurgence and Empire and how to close out the game. They take away everything, dismantle the base, and leave it bare bone and open. And EMP, they don't have all that much you can try and do here. You're just going to look to wave clear. They drafted the Victor, they've drafted the Sivir. This is what they're strong at. As long as they hold out, they should be able to stay alive in the game for a little bit longer. But with Baron waiting on the wings, coming up in just such a short moment, I'm not sure how much more firepower they have left in the tank. I don't know if they can hold out.
At this point, though, Granny, you look at it and you go, that's a 14,000 gold lead for Resurgence. They lost a Nexus turret for that as well. They weren't able to hold on to both Nexus turrets. Baron's coming up, Dragon's coming up. At this point, if you're Empire, you're going, all right, we're going to stall this game as long as possible. We're going to give it that final Hail Mary, but you have to be thinking about what do we do next game? Because at this point in time, sure, you can throw that final Hail Mary. The odds of that working are so low. 2 items on Sivir to the 4 items on Kai'Sa. 2 items on Victor to the 4 items on Zed. Very difficult to try and find the comeback, especially when your jungler's being caught out. Deathmark comes through. Rek'Sai jumps on top of him as well. That's a dead jungler. Ooh. Right as Baron spawns as well. And that's probably GG going next, Grandin.
Yeah, it's plenty of damage on the Lee Sin. Kills off Caspiel with the Barons. And with the Baron inside for Resurgence, it looks like game number 2 is going to go blue side. As Resurgence want to try and pick up this game-winning push.
So what is the play? What's next, Grandin? Because that was an absolute shellacking coming out from Resurgence. Ravens pushing on towards the Nexus. Empire going to try and defend without their jungler, just holding on for a bit longer for that Hail Mary. Rybina untouched in the backlines. They use the Zed ultimate over towards there. Carino, though, just dead to Celia in the backlines. The AD carries diving all the way into the deep end. They're trying to hold on, push back towards the fountain. KDA farming at this point, Resurgence, and they tie it all up. They bring us to the 3rd and final game to decide who makes climax to the grand finals.
And at 31 minutes, it looks like Resurgence finally gets the redemption story. After game number 1, they pull back with a win of their own. tying the scores up at 1-1, going into the best of 3 game series. And you asked me what was next. What was next for EMP? The simple answer is Ben said. The not so simple answer is when you go into picks and bans. And I think Victor is a fine pick. Honestly, I've seen how Carino plays Victor in the mid lane. I am quite okay with him picking Victor. The problem comes when you try and pick it too early on when a number of power picks are still left on the table. And that is problematic. It means that you don't look at the picks and ban phase as an overarching tool. You look at it as individual sections and you try to win out apart.
Not respecting the Rise flex pick, I think.
Absolutely. It looked
Big
like the
flex
Rise
pick.
totally baited them out. They didn't even see that one coming. They allowed Shinsuke up in the top side to just scale up beyond their control as well, and just looked like Resurgence had the better game plan going in.
But to me, they could have pivoted there. Victor would have been fine going to Rise top side of the map. Pick a different mid laner if you really want to do something against Zed. It almost felt like Carino was confident in the matchup. I mean, the first few ganks he survived very well. Just later in the match, slowly started falling apart. I think the big dragon fight, like even then, a couple thousand gold behind, you can still fight through that one. But Empire just tried to force a dragon fight without anything left in their arsenal.
It kind of felt the way. It kind of felt like it was a little bit forced. I think they looked back at the previous game and said, "Hey, at this point, we did this to win with this."
Yep.
And so they looked at it and they're like, yeah, it's a very similar situation. But the difference is, right now, you have a damage source in the form of Lee Sin, whereas last game, you had a very reliable, engaged jungler in that Jarvan. If they had the Jarvan still, I think this game could have turned out a little bit differently. I think that the Casper in the jungle could have done more for the team here.
Look at this. No Sion ultimate. No Lee Sin ultimate. Lee Sin's ultimate does come back up, sorry. But no Sion ultimate available. Lee Sin's already so low, and they're in a bad position to fight through this one. Even no ultimate for Carino as well. Victor. Oh, just such a disaster of a fight.
I mean, you can just see the bouncy castle coming through. Every team's just really trying to look for a little bit more here at the very end there. Nice play coming in for Resurgence. They use his CC effectively. They figure out where they were strong. It doesn't look like it's going to be that late game. Late game looks to be a bit of a problem for Resurgence. They tried to draft the composition that tries to get to that late game phase. It has seen its issues. I feel like the losses that they had up until this point, namely this game as well as the Sovereign game, is when they try and draft champions that can end up going to the late game.
So now it's 1-1 here, Grandin. We're going to get the stats for the end of the game. They're going to give Zed the MVP. We know that already. But now it's 1-1. It's all tied up. Do or die in game 3. Who's your money on and why?
I mean, it's on Resurgence. I'm looking
Bias
at
Singaporean.
Bias caster, by the way. I've seen Resurgence come in as an organization, as a team, since their inception with so many different names and different lineups. Back when Raven couldn't play because he was too young, so they had to get Thai imports to play for them in the international leagues. I would love to see them be able to come in and pick up this win. It's difficult. There's a lot of pressure on the teams right now. Playing in match point, they really have a lot riding for them. This is a good redemption story for themselves.
Knocked down in the first match, but it was very clinical in game 2. And you have to look at both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Game 1 and 2 were exactly the same story, just different victors. Very clean early game from both teams. And then a big dragon fight. Blows open the game for one squad. And then it's just clinical plays to end the match. You'd have to say, though, for Resurgence's match in game 2, especially with the MVP play coming out from Raven, that was a more dominant game. They were both very clinical, but Resurgence dominated once they got the lead. And if you're Empire, I'd say you got to be a little bit scared about that. You know that if you have the lead, you can be clinical, but it was never above 10,000 gold of a lead. It was never a wide open victory. Resurgence could have still fought back. Whereas your Resurgence, you're like, we had a lead and then we just crushed everybody with it.
I actually think it's more impressive to be able to close down a game in the fashion that Empire did, despite not having a 10,000 gold lead. So I'm going to say that Empire still have a good chance coming into this final game.
Well, there you had it. Bias Singaporean caster thinks that Empire have a really good chance coming into this game. He thinks they're the favorites. Put him on the stake and burn him once you take him back to Singapore. But that's the end of the second match. We're going to go into the third and final game to decide who goes into the grand finals against Climax. Stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the third and final match of the semi-finals between Empire as well as Resurgence, where after that last match, Resurgence were able to tie it up 1-1, and now it is do or die. Mr. Bias Caster Grandin, aka Singapore expert number 1, aka has no hope in Malaysia, aka paid off by Resurgence. What's going on in this final game?
I went from people from Rayra Chu in chat saying, tell him how it is, Bias Caster, to look at this traitor, get somebody to slap this guy. Because I said that Malaysia still had hope.
Pay
right?
me, I'll do
EMP
it.
coming into this competition, game 1 looked pretty good for themselves. They've taken a sub this time around. They brought Shine up in the top lane. That feels like they still want to win this series. It feels like they still have hope going into this competition. So, I'm not going to discount EMP just yet, but I still want Resurgence to be able to come in and we can get that Singapore and Malaysia finals at the very end there. Resurgence coming in. Game number 2 looked much stronger for them.
So, that last match was a very dominant victory coming in, especially at the back of Raven's Zed that was picked up coming in there by Resurgence. Now we're going into the third and final match. Empire have made a change. They've brought in Shine into the top lane. That's not the substitute that anybody expected to take place if a substitute was going to take place this series.
So I know for a matter of fact, when they told you about the substitute, you were like, oh,
Mexi's coming.
You're like, no, it's going to be Shine moving into the top lane. And I honestly don't see that much Shine played. So it's a little bit difficult to tell what the decision is with the choice to bring Shine up in the top lane. But that means if we don't know, it's likely that Resurgence also isn't very much aware of what Shine kind of offers up the top side. So that could be a very different dynamic moving into that lane. But a bit of the problem that we saw going into the game between Empire and Resurgence in game number 2 was that the individual lanes, the outclassing that Raven saw versus Karina was just too massive. The gap between the two teams really ended up, just not even between two teams, just between those two players, really ended up bringing the game and handing it over to Resurgence.
I'm just trying to figure out, is this the same Shine as Shine Walker? It doesn't look like it. But is this the legendary first ever KLH top laner that's come back in? I haven't heard of Shine.
I don't know. I don't really know all that much about Shine.
Daryl, I know you're watching. Please tell us about Shine. I've only heard of Kiro for the longest time, so be interesting to see what dynamic Shine brings to the table. He has played, a match in the national qualifiers.
Yeah.
So we have seen Shine before. Question is, what does he change coming into this game?
It's gonna have to be a big one, because so far Shinsekai has still been that menace in the top lane. They managed to shut him down going in with that Poppy versus Irelia counter matchup, but how often can you rely on getting such an efficient draft up against Resurgence? Now Resurgence, game number 1, they made a couple of mistakes. They gave away strong picks over onto the side of Empire, but for the most part they played it out right. In game number 2, they got the much stronger picks moving into that one. They brought the Rise up to the top lane, flexed it up onto Shinsekai, and then brought Zed over onto Raven in the mid lane. And that single pick turned the tides into RSG's favor. They take away game number 2, bring it 1-1.
And coming into game number 3, it's going to be Empire on the red side once again. Resurgence on the blue side so far. Coming into this one, Grandin, it's been blue side victories all the way. Non-stop, back-to-back, blue side only, friendo.
I mean, blue side, I think statistically has the higher win percentage. So maybe blue side does have something going for them. That first pick really can make or break a lot of different situations. We haven't seen all that much Silas coming into gameplay, despite the fact that it's still quite heavily prioritized in a lot of the other games in some of the other regions.
We'll take a look at the bans that have come through so far for the two teams. Resurgence with their last ban at the moment. They took away Galio as well as Jarvan. Jarvan has been the first pick for both teams so far here. Galio, a very powerful ban, hasn't seen a light of day. Kalista going to follow through with LeBlanc and Ryze being taken off the table by Empire.
Alright, I was just going to say, where's that Kalista, man? We've seen Kalista being banned out by Resurgence every single game coming in to this competition. Makes sense, Kalista is still a very powerful pick. A lot of teams are kind of sleeping on that Kalista. I don't know why. I mean, it's such a strong pick. You're just not confident being able to play it, friend? Either way, Resurgence ban that out, take the champion away from EMP. We'll see what they want to try and get rid of here as well. You're going to get rid of the cannon, taking away something from Shinsekai. But Shinsekai has such a diverse champion pool. Sure, he doesn't really go and play tanks, but when it comes to the other champions, he still has a lot that he can look to try and work with. Whether it's going to be in the form of that Jace, very strong champion that can go into a lot of different matchups, into that Irelia, or even to the Rise Vladimir. He can play it all.
Cannon being banned as the final ban, like we saw. Big ban out here coming in from Empire. I kind of feel like that gives the signal for Vladimir to be picked up as the first pick for Resurgence. You think about it, Cannon's a good pick into the Vladimir to lock him down nice and early. That does well in team fights. If not, you're really going towards something like an Assassin or a Hecarim. Try and lock him down. Nice early pick in the Lover's Lane to the bottom lane. Instantly locked in here for Empire.
Seeing a bit of a flip around as Resurgence get the Vladimir and then EMP go for that Zion Rakan bottom lane. That's an interesting choice over on the side of EMP to get a very strong bottom lane. That's going to take away the preferred bottom lane for Resurgence as well. Sets them into a different playstyle. And of course, we've seen a lot of Varus and Ashe coming in from CLI. It would make sense if they locked in the Varus here and then they try to bring in something down the support role that can give a bit more utility, a little bit more survivability over onto the Varus. It's going to be that Morgana lock. And I was just going to say, Morgana or Tahm Kench would have been a nice pick, a nice fit into what RSG are working with right now. It's going to be the Morgana, gives them the Black Shield, gives them that binding as well. We've seen how accurate this is with the binding, but he played Lux in his qualifier games. That was a fun one to check out.
It's also Morgana as well as Varus. That's a very powerful lane that's been locked in the bottom lane for Resurgence. So it's not just the individual parts of this champion, it's the combination they have that impact the bottom lane. Nocturne being locked in here for Empire. Caspiel picking up a dive-heavy pick.
And this is something that Caspiel needs to try and do. We've seen what happens when Caspiel has to try and take a more calculated kind of response and engage onto Resurgence. It's a little bit hesitant. He doesn't really fit that role very well. So going into Nocturne is a lot more straightforward. His task and role in the team is more evident. He should be able to get a little bit more work done going into this game. I'm looking forward to see what else EMP want to try and pick up, because going up against the Vladimir, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Akali being picked up. Of course, the Hecarim could have been an option, but they banned out the Hecarim preemptively. That's a nice call. I think that would have been a little bit scary to see coming through on the side of EMP. But Akali could be nice to see coming in from Empire, so we'll see if they want to try and pick that one up. But we also see a couple of jungle bans from Empire right now.
Well, it's Elise and Kha'Zix being banned out by Empire. Resurgence
getting rid of the bugs. I get it.
Taking away Hecarim nice and early. So denying Shine that pick into the Vladimir, which is supposedly the top lane pick. It can still flex between top lane as well as mid lane. Resurgence have shown they know how to use flex picks fairly well.
I mean, you know, I've actually met a person who is so afraid of bugs of spiders specifically, that he cannot play the game if he sees an Elise. So going into it, he always has to ban out the Elise. So, I mean, even with this one, Elise and Kha'Zix to get rid of a couple of these strong assassin picks over to the jungle, but that still leaves a number of options available on the side of Resurgence. If they want to try and work with something aggressive, the Evelynn is still a possible option if they need a little bit more AP, but looking at the composition, I can't say that seems to be the case. They'll probably try and bring in something a little bit more tanky in the jungle. Can we get the Skarner game?
Well, we get it. I mean, Fiora's been locked in for the side of Empire, meaning, you know, good split push potential. Combos with Nocturne very nicely. Do you get the Skarner game? Do you get it? Are you going to be the Prophet?
0 seconds.
All hail the Singaporean Prophet of Grandin, signifying that Skarner's getting picked up.
Okay, so coming in with this, Skarner actually works really well against the Nocturne, because if Nocturne tries to dive in, that Crystal Stinger is going to be lying in wait. So Caspiel really has to play it a lot smarter if he wants to try and find an effective use with the Nocturne Paranoia. Whereas on the side of EMP, it becomes a little bit more tricky, because now they have to watch out for where the Skarner is going to be, where the Morgana is going to be. Both of those champions are going to heavily deny the Nocturne. Even with the Vladimir, despite the Sanguine pull, that fear coming from the Nocturne does sort of counter the Vladimir a little bit, and that gives a little bit more power to Nocturne. But with so many tools available to Resurgence right now, it kind of feels like the Nocturne pick is all but neutralized.
You know, Akali being picked up for Resurgence as their final pick of the day. That could be either Raven or Shinchikai's champion. And then, are they going to do it one more time here, Grandin?
Redemption round.
They do not. What is this? That's a curveball and a half. Diana gets locked in for Empire.
I mean, the skill shot's a curveball, this pick is a curveball. What's going on in the mind of Empire right now? First they come with the Fiora, and that's like, alright, a little bit unorthodox. Hasn't seen all that much gameplay recently. And then they bring in the Diana into the gameplay, and that's just crazy. That's madness coming in. Diana playing up against the members of Resurgence right now, up against Akali into the mid lane. Yeah, I get that Diana should be able to hold her own against Akali. You get one champion that jumps in your face to kill you off. You're going to get another champion that's going to do exactly the same thing. But the main issue with Diana coming into this composition is the same as a Nocturne. When you jump in, when you press R, who lies in wait for you? It's that Skarner. He comes in with a Stinger, you're killed off too. Will EMP find the opportunity to get themselves ahead enough that they start optimizing towards, itemizing towards that Quicksilver Sash to deny the ultimate from the Skarner? Or are they just going to end up in the position where the Skarner is such a massive threat towards their plans that they just can't do anything?
Diana's a champion we haven't seen in a long time here, Grandin.
I think with good reason as well.
Put it to you this way. The last changes made were when mages had their mana changed. That was in patch 8.9. Then 8.11, she got a nice, small little attack speed buff. But the last major change for Diana was 7.14 and 7.22.
That's nice.
Season 7. Season 7! This champion has been relatively similar since Season 7.
I don't think...
And that's the pocket
Diana
pick that we've gone
has
with.
had basically the same skill set, the same identity for the past forever. No, don't you?
Diana.
No.
Who plays Diana?
No fish.
Who
No.
plays Diana anymore, Grandin?
No.
It just feels like Kirino was like, you know what? You smacked me around on Zed. Now it's my turn.
Poor
And just
Tibbers.
picks the Diana and it's like, you know what? Going in.
Going for the rescue.
It just feels like that. You get knocked down by the assassin. You're like, well, if you got knocked down if I got knocked down by an assassin, now it's my turn to pick it back.
Look, so coming in right now with the Diana into the lane, it kind of feels a little bit awkward, right? Because you put Shine with the Victor up in the top side. If he's gonna play with the Victor versus Vlad top lane, pretty even matchup. It kind of makes sense. You can make an argument for why this could work. It doesn't seem like the most priority lane matchup coming forward. I felt like the Akali would have been a good choice if they managed to pick up the Akali earlier on. I think that would have fitted quite well with the EMP composition. Instead, it's gonna be Diana.
Did we end up seeing which lane the Akali ended up going towards? Was it mid lane or was it top lane Akali?
I believe that was a mid lane Akali.
So we're going to get two assassins in the mid lane.
Yeah, they just both have the same ultimate. Just jump towards each other.
Great.
It's not great. It's terrible.
This is going to be absolutely amazing. Like, Diana's going to go with the big sweeping blade, like, all the way around, and it's just going to be so beautiful to watch.
So, okay, so looking at the compositions right now, Resurgence on their side, they actually managed to have such a big outplay picking up that Skarner. It really feels like that single jungle pick has managed to push Picks and Bans over into the favor decisively.
Why Skarner? Why has that pushed them over decisively?
Because right now, you have two champions on the side of Empire that's entire composition, entire kit is relying on jumping in on your backline carries.
Okay.
And you have the Morgana that was already providing some level of security over to those squishies. And then now you have a Skarner who is able to capture them, and then you can CC stack onto whichever target jumps in. It's a very good combo coming in for Resurgence. Empire now have to play around that very carefully. You could probably even see the itemization on the side of Empire just to try and deny that possible play coming in from the Skarner. And I think that that QSS is going to make a world of difference.
I mean, it's a big pick coming in here. We'll see if it works out, though. I like the pairing with something like Morgana to give the black shield on the side. Why Nocturne, then? What do we see the Nocturne for? Is that to make it so that it's night times and the moon comes out and Diana's buff? I don't quite get it.
Nocturne does actually feel like a little bit of a weird pick coming into this composition. Empire looked to try and pick it up to provide them a little bit more straightforward engage. We saw how the Lee Sin, it was a little bit problematic. They weren't really able to get clear entry vectors into the team fights. Whereas with the Javelin, it's straightforward. There isn't anything that you have to rely on to find that initial entry into the team fight, and then you get the Cataclysm onto people, knock them down. Nocturne kind of provides that they don't have the Galio support with the heroic entrance as well, so it becomes a little bit less effective compared to what we've become accustomed to, but still has its uses and is able to give the team a reliable way to get into the fight. However, I felt like it was a little bit early, an early call for the team to try and work with the Nocturne, especially since the rest of the draft doesn't look like they've had the intention to work well with it.
I'm trying to remember, what was Shine's top lane pick?
Shine picked up the Victor in the top lane.
So he picked up Victor? I thought they moved away from it. Pretty
Did
sure
they
the final pick they swapped Victor for Diana. So what if their previous mid lane pick was going into Vladimir?
What was the pick going into Vladimir? That's a good question. I think you might need to go and check up on that one. Kind of escaping memory right now.
Good job, analysts. Really good job remembering what the picks were. Fiora. So split pushing champions.
Yeah.
I feel like this is just a 1-3-1 coming out from them.
Yeah,
like not even that. It's like a 1-2-1 with Nocturne.
Well, the thing was that if it's a 1-2-1 with Nocturne, then as long as Resurgence move together, and then you have that one person over on the sideways, and as long as Shizukai is able to hold his own and scale up to a point of power, the rest of the team isn't going to be able to do anything to them.
Guess what, Brandon? That's the music. That's the sound. That's the sound of the Sea Tour beginning once again. We're getting into match number 3. Grand final match of the semi-final between Empire as well as Resurgence, where the winner of this takes on Climax in the grand finals. Granted, is it going to be Singapore sending one of their teams into the grand finals against the Malaysian team of Climax, or will it be the all-Malaysian grand final with Empire taking down game number 3? It's the final draft phase. It's been an absolute spicy one. I know you've liked it. I love it. Tibbers thinks it's absolutely horrible, but nobody cares what Tibbers thinks anymore. Let's get on to the Rift.
Look, I just want to say, coming into this game with Resurgence picking Skarner, that's the 4th Skarner game we've seen today. Alongside the NALCS finals, 4 Skarner games. I can only imagine Captain Flowers is smiling somewhere that we can't see.
Look, I'll tell you what he did. He just became buddy-buddy with Jat, and then, you know, when Jat moved to the balance team, he was like, Skarner. Just whispered, use the Force.
I mean, that's the silent whisper that they need, that Skarner needs to become relevant again.
But we're on to the Rift here. Just a simple fan now. One ward spotting out topside Scuttle for both teams, and a couple down towards the bottom river just to spot out jungle entrances, excuse me.
Just trying to use a little bit of that early game vision. We've seen how EMP and Resurgence are able to take and capitalize off of that. Oftentimes we see junglers crossing those vision choke points, and this gives a little bit more information over to the opponent team. They're able to work off this effectively to become able to... We saw that fish. We see a little bit more
fading carries missed the melee front line.
A little bit more control around the jungle because of that. With junglers knowing that they're nearby, they can contest for these Skull Crabs. And we've seen it. Finally, Eternal, he picks up the Skull Crab. He doesn't give that one up.
He doesn't lose Scuttle Crab to the Smite battle against Caspiel. Eternal's going to be able to take that one nice and easy. They look the same. These two champions look exactly the same. Thanks to the Akali skin, I can't tell which one's Akali half the time. This just looks like the Fire skin, the Blood Moon Diana skin, but more orange. Orange Moon Diana going on. Donald Trump cosplay, Diana.
Terrible. That was probably your worst joke ever.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
I have made so many bad jokes, Brandon.
That was probably your worst one ever. You're gonna have to work hard to beat that one. We're taking a quick look over onto the play coming in from both sides. So on EMP end, it's pretty straightforward. They just want to try and hit level 6. Whereas Resurgence, we can already see Eternal starting to pick up a little bit more traction. Doesn't have to use any of his potions just yet. Can look for a play up top side. Get a little bit of pressure on the Shine. And considering the itemization with the runes on the side of this Fiora right now, starting with the Kleptomancy, pretty standard pretty standard choice for Keystones into the Vladimir matchup. It does mean that he's a little bit more squishy and a little bit more susceptible to the Skarner ganks. So as long as Eternal is able to play effectively around the top side, I think that's a decent opportunity for Resurgence to find a lead, give it over to Shinsekai, and get him to that point of power.
Seems like Shine's been brought in for that duty almost. Shiro is a really good, you know, tank player, you'd have to say, but when it comes to split push, it seems like Shine is the man they've gone to, picking up the carry pick of Fiora. Trying to utilize that against Shinsekai. Good lockdown from Kusura, locking down Rabina, taking quite a bit of damage in the bottom lane. Celia gets the black shield to mitigate some of the magic damage coming out from this squad, but Speed Resurgence pushing in. You'd expect them to be pushing in for quite some time.
Yeah, it's just a very strong performance coming in from Kusura right now. He's been able to hit a lot of these crucial bindings, even in this match where we saw that Lux gameplay. From the bot lane of Resurgence, they brought in the Lux and they were able to hit so many of those bindings. Got at a very effective match. I think he got MVP that game as well. So that was a very impressive showing coming in. So I don't doubt his Morgana for 1 second. I think it's very likely that he's going to be able to oppress the bot lane coming in from EMP. With the Xayah as well, they don't have all the best wave clear. Taking a look at the Keystone choice for CLI, opting for that Lethal Tempo. A little bit more attack speed in exchange, not going to be working towards that poke build over with the Comet.
Oh, Shine. Just dishing out the pain towards Shinsekai, who... He's not in a bad spot here, granted. He hasn't gone back to base yet, whereas Shine has already gone back to base, used the teleport to get back into the lane. So underneath this turret, Shinsekai is going to be happy to farm up this wave. Shine will just be putting down a little bit more pressure. And Shinsekai will be a happy man, go back to base, recall, teleport back in if he has to. So he's survived the early game quite well so far.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this manage to stay true, considering Fiora is only going to scale up stronger moving into the later phases of the game, because Fiora is going to be one of the big win conditions coming in from EMP. We talked about how that 1-2-1 plus the roaming Nocturne was going to be a very viable option. I still think that principle remains true. I just think that it becomes a 1 and 4 instead for EMP, because EMP, they need to be careful with the way they try and use that Nocturne. I think they try and spread him out a little bit too thinly. I think he doesn't have the effectiveness they were looking for. Whereas on the side of Resurgence, as long as they're able to get the Victor where he's able, the Vladimir to the point where he's able to hold his own up against the Fiora, Resurgence are going to have an easy time just sieging up against turrets, setting up for the team as a whole to find objectives around the other ends of the map and be able to capitalize off the mistakes of EMP.
So where are we going to see our first major point of interest here, Brandon? Oh, look at that, already some fights in the mid lane. Kirino just lands one of his Qs. Crescent Strike and decides, you know what, jump at the top of the Sakali. It's a mana-based champion in the mid lane for Diana, so has to manage his mana well. But where's the real first point of interest? Are we looking towards Nocturne hitting level 6, Skarner hitting level 6 with Predator? What's going on here?
I mean, if we're looking at the game right now, as it is, I don't think that level 6 Nocturne is going to be as indicative of when the next big fight is going to happen. I think it's actually going to come down to the next big objective that teams want to look for, which is sadly not going to be until for a while. Double auto attacks coming through for the Diana. Whoa, flashing forward with the Ignite. Looking to try and pick up this kill. It's a counter Ignite. Overtaking down, but both sides.
No! What the heck was that?
But first blood over onto Raven.
That caught me by surprise that you had to take over the talking. Meanwhile, it's Shine top side of the map. Shinsekai taking some damage, forced to use the Sanguine Pool to jump away. That was Kirino trying to use the passive of Diana to get a lead. Another one in the mid lane. Resurgence with 2 kills against Empire from the mid lane.
That's a tilter. I mean, going in, 2 kills and over to EMP. Let's take a quick look over back onto this. No mana on Kirino. Trying to look for his fight. Trying to take out the Akali. Very nice use of the flawless execution in just a quick moment to reposition away from Kirino. You can see this last auto attack. This was unexpected from me. I didn't expect Kirino to go and flash in for this Ignite auto attack. But look at this. He's taking these 2 minions worth of damage. It doesn't seem like a lot, but look at it. It's 3 rotations of auto attacks that end up providing that little bit more damage that the Ignite wasn't going to be able to find alone.
It was also Kirino not auto attacking through the ultimate as well. When Raven dashed back for the second time, that last micro auto attack would have been enough. Kirino with the gutsy play flashing forward for the auto attack there. A little bit too much, I think. I think he could have played that one nice and safe, especially with Raven being level 6 there. But now that's 2 kills, because Skarner jumped in at the very end and assisted Akali to get the second kill on towards Caspiel, who is level 6 now.
I mean, that It's difficult to play around that. My goodness, the
Like
Paranoia
bottom?
coming out.
They're going to try and jump towards bottom side of the map. Rabina's already been able to get a kill, so they don't even need the Paranoia that comes in from Caspiel. Just a quick, simple kill coming out from Empire in the bottom lane. And they actually defend their blue buff because of it. There was Raven rotating over to try and take that one out.
I mean, I haven't even got a chance to say what I thought that next big fight coming in from EMP was going to be. Right, because I said that I think it's going to be around the next big objective they're going to try and go for, because for the most part, even with the level 6 on this Nocturne, they aren't going to be able to find all that much with it. It's difficult for them to make a play around that.
Here's the play
this bot fight again.
Oh, just, you know, that's just the Nocturne and Rakan want you dead, so you're dead combo.
That's true. Yeah. Straightforward, tons of damage, just going to be able to pop you and take you out. And that's going to work quite well in lane. Hope they can repeat that for at least for a little bit longer.
Stead even now as well, Grandin.
But taking a look over onto EMP side.
Okay.
Little bit more difficult for them to reach that point of power, because for the Fiora, she needs to pick up a couple items. She needs to pick up that Tiamat first and foremost to be able to match the wave clear coming in from the Vladimir. And once you've been able to pick up that item, then you need even more to get to the point where you can duel with the Vladimir effectively, as well as whichever targets move towards your direction. Whereas on the sub and the rest of EMP, it's very much more very easy to say, yeah, let's go for a fight, press R, get Paranoia, jump in, look to try and get the kill. But in reality, there are a lot of factors that would stop them, a lot of effective counters towards what they have, and Raven getting stronger is one of them.
That was just one combo coming out from Carino, and Eternal's already at half hit points. Diana is a very strong burst champion. You look at the side of Raven, even he went for the quick, what's it called, Hex Shrinker. Just making sure he gets the extra magic damage shield to survive some of the bursts coming out from Carino. Helps him win that lane matchup as well, you'd expect.
Wants a little bit more survivability over there.
This top lane matchup is brutal as well. Fiora is keeping Shinsekai locked down. Caspiel, I think Paranoia's back up now. He's looking for a play towards bottom side of the map. Yep, there we go. Right off a cooldown. Jumps on top of the Eddie carry. Stopwatch being burnt right away. They're trying to lock him down, but here comes Skarner trying to pull one back to the team. Teleport's coming in for the rest of Resurgence. Celia already gets one kill. This is becoming a disaster for Empire as Ribena gets taken down. Zare's the last person left alive. Raven going to be locked down here by Karina, looking for the kill. Pulls him back underneath the turrets of return. Coming back for Empire, but that's still a 3-for-1 trade.
Good moves coming in for Resurgence. Finds a big fight down bot lane. And that's going to be a summoner spell disadvantage for EMP. Game 3, they run Ignite on Diana and they run Heal on Ribena. Meanwhile, just Carino getting caught by the bindings. The absolute accuracy coming out from Kusuo. The execution landing onto Ciela. He dies there, but nobody on the side of EMP gets the kill credit. So still able to find that at least. But oh my goodness, EMP coming into this competition, the first 2 games running such an incredible teleport composition. The game number 1, finding a great play around the dragon, using the teleport on Ribena. But this time around, they switched down for aggressive summoner spells, and it's a very different dynamic. They cannot make those plays to rotate over and look to try and set up for a little bit more.
I mean, that was big. Caspiel literally altered off of cooldown. And the stopwatch buy coming from Celia, that was amazing. Like, perfect timing, literally. Using it at the second Nocturne ultimate, delaying so much time that Skarner was there for the counter gank. Off of cooldown, granted, Empire went for that Paranoia ultimate.
It's a tough pill to swallow for Empire right now. They took a fight, it didn't go to the way, but that's fine. They're only about 1,000 gold behind it. 12 minutes, that's not that big of a deal. They have many ways and many options to try and get back into this game. The power lies in that 2-man combo with the Rakan, with the Nocturne. They can look to try and jump back in quickly. Find the collapse onto their opponents and respond effectively. This Rift Herald fight is going to be quite the big one.
Empire get it down very low. There goes Rakan, pulled back by the Skarner. Nocturne ultimate comes through. Caspiel trying to get some good damage. Diana's trying to jump in the backlines. Gets the first one. Shine gonna try and charge on through Celia. Looking to lock him down, but Fiora has been unleashed. Meanwhile, Raven gets one kill over towards the Nocturne in the jungle. As Rift Herald does get knocked down. Not quite sure who was able to take that. Raven looking for an exit out of Empire's side of the map.
I mean, what even
Cheeky
was that? What
turrets.
was happening there? We saw Nocturne jump in, but wasn't able to do anything. His paranoia stuck up for a little while. He walked back and forth, couldn't find the target. He pressed R, and then he just flashed out right away.
But that was still a really big and one team fight coming in for Empire there. I was trying to see who got Rift Herald. We saw Dota Gold.
Sure. I mean,
who got
we took a look at it, and it says Empire won that fight. They get 2 kills for the price of 1. But what really went down there? It was 2 kills for 2? So it's 2 for 2 kills. Empire at least managed to take a little bit more there, but they managed to get those kills. The real problem comes in right now. The way that Rift Herald went over to Nocturne was very suspect. The fight and the way that it panned out was very strange. Nocturne wasn't able to do much effectively in that fight. He ended up pressing the R button. He didn't press the second confirmation until after his teammate died. And when he jumped in, he immediately flashed out after. That's a problematic way to play things out.
I think one of the biggest reasons why that was so good for Empire as well is look at how split up the fight was. And the Skarner also went on to Zare. Sure, you can kill Rakan real quick, but he already did his job. He jumped in, he pressed R, he knocked someone up, and then he gets knocked back for Skarner. It's like, well, sure, I'm okay being a tank and dying for my team's cause. Fiora then splits up the team. Diana got some great great damage off in that fight as well. Kirino is a menace right now. Shinsekai needs to be careful. Uh-oh. Not like this. Diana
it's
finds
right.
it. That's all his hit points gone already. Just one more tap of the R button. No! Kirino! You meant to press the R button. He didn't have it anymore. Flash for flash. Shinsekai's able to live to fight another day. Meanwhile, Eternal looking for a play top side of the map. Going to be perfectly okay. Predators not going to be enough to get them down there, but now there's a play going towards the bottom side of the map here. Grandin, Rift Herald's been dropped.
We'll see if they're able to find much here, but the Rift Herald isn't going to be able to find any turret stacks, so not going to help the EMP team find more in the form of gold here. At least they get this turret. First break long since taken at this point. EMP are looking to try and get a little bit more. It's an equalized coming in with RSG right now.
Paranoia is available. So Shinsekai needs to be careful again, because Caspiel could try and push for a pick here. He's going for it. Jumps
And
on top
there
of
we
the
go.
Vladimir. Kirino's there as well. First Sanguine Pool being used. Rift Herald is going to jump on the turret and a shutdown going over towards Kirino. And they're looking for the second inner turret. Meanwhile, mid lane's been taken out by Empire as well. Resurgence might have started strong, but now tempo is heavily in Empire's favor.
Empire picked it up. Empire found the mid lane. They moved down to the bot lane. That was a great play coming over.
Oh
They
my.
understood exactly the power the Resurgence had coming into the 16 minutes in. They have strengthened a few players, but not anywhere close to what Diana's able to bring to the table.
So all the outer turrets have been taken down now by Empire. They still have their mid lane outer standing. They have taken the gold back from Resurgence. Only 600 down. Void Staff is complete for Kirino. This game's been flipped here, granted. It looked like Resurgence had pulled out all the stops. And that single play at Rift Herald has now created such a big domino effect.
I mean, that Void Staff basically makes it so that the Diana does true damage.
Also, they're going to try and pull back Diana. Celia throwing out the ultimate as well, locking down Diana for quite some time. Still alive, gets burst through the heal that Ribena throw out, trying to protect the mid laner coming in from Empire. Lots of resources used there, but they do get the pick onto the mid lane champion.
At least being able to find the neutralization back onto this Diana, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. We've seen how much of a menace the Scar can be.
Shine looking for the pick on towards Ribena. Forces the Vladimir ultimate, who, by the way, 130 CS to 170. Shine is an absolute bloody monster on this Fiora.
I mean, we were wondering what the intention was for EMP picking up Shine in the top lane instead of Shiro. And it's obvious to see the difference. Going into a matchup where Shinsekai acts as a carry for Resurgence, being able to play a strong carry in response to that, and not just a tank that acts as the front line but isn't able to do all that much more. We've seen how Shine fits into the composition with EMP, and I'm liking what they have and I'm liking what they're working with going into this competition. I want to see Shine be able to step up and really effectively split push against the members of RSG. We saw how effective they managed to pick up this mid lane turret, pick up the bot lane turret. If they're able to replicate this even to a small degree, just one turret in any of these lanes, they are on a steady path to closing out the game.
But it's not one-sided yet here, Grandin. 1,000 gold between the two teams.
600,000. Yeah, this is not a big difference.
Not big at all. We're only 18 minutes into the match. Dragon does get taken by Resurgence earlier, so 2 Mountains to an Infernal. Nocturne's 0-3-3, went for that QSS nice and early. AD Carry still looking to farm up. Wits and Varus is coming out shortly here, you know, wanting to deny some of the damage that will come out from Carino. Oh, that's a buy. Haven't seen Wits and Varus in some time.
Wits End, I believe, just got changed.
It did too.
So
What is
9.7,
that?
we saw a change coming into Wits End, so it's a little bit more of an effective item. It's not so much, it doesn't steal away the magic resist anymore. It has a new effect. I wasn't expecting to see it this game, so I can't exactly remember off the top of my head. You're going to have to figure that one out,
I'll get it. But what's next for these two teams? Nocturne's ultimate's back up, and lots of flashes are up. Skarner's ultimate's up as well.
I have to say, coming in for EMP right now, they're on the right track. They're playing it out well. They just need to farm up a little bit, get that next big item spike, and then they move over to try and contest for these turrets. Look to pick up as much as they can in the jungle of RSG. Whereas for Resurgence, their response is a little bit more complicated. Not only do they have to manage all their waves in a way that makes it so that they have safety. Oh my goodness, it's damage onto the Varus.
Look at
Jumping
that.
in, it's Kirino.
So low, they still kill him. Raven able to save his AD Carry's life as well as pick up the kill onto the assassin in the mid lane.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
They managed to at least... I mean, that was... What was that? Kirino jumps in, but meanwhile, over the mid
try
lane.
and fight. Shinsekai took a lot of damage to try and take that turret down. Can't get all of the vital proc. Shinsekai going forward. Shine forces a flash away as well. Both bruisers will live to fight another day, but my goodness there. Nocturne jumping into the mid lane. Oh no, poor Vladimir pops the stasis, but it's just to buy a little bit more time. Shine with 3 kills being picked up here, Grandin.
Look, EMP will take this. Up to the top side, the fact that Kirino didn't manage to get the kill, that was a wasted one. Loses his life, loses the Ignite, doesn't even manage to kill off Ciela. Ciela has no defensive summoner spells at all. All he had was that teleport. And the fact that he still dies off regardless of that, little bit disappointing. If we're taking a look over to the mid lane, they managed to get the kill onto the Vladimir, but they can't find anything else apart from that.
So checking in with the golden items. It's 1,000 gold in favor of Empire right now. I looked up the Wits End, buddy. Increased attack speed, 40 to 50%. Increased costs, now 500 gold, more expensive. Increased magic resistance from 40 to 50. You now get 5% movement speed with the item. Your on-hit damage used to be 42. Now it ranges from 15 to 80 based on level. So much higher higher on-hit damage later levels. And the new passive, it no longer steals magic resistance like you mentioned, but it heals you for the amount of on-hit damage that Wits End deals. It's 33% less effective, 33% effectiveness for ranged champions when the item holder is below half health.
I mean,
Interesting.
that Wits End purchase, the build towards that Wits End save there is there. We're taking a look at a catch onto the Rakan.
Yep, lockdown. Zare in too much trouble here, just walking where he shouldn't without his team. Easy pick coming up Resurgence. They're utilizing this Morgana, Varus, and Skarner pick very well to catch up unsuspecting players from the side of Empire. They use this pick and they're trying to transition towards the mid lane tower, but look at this. Fiora's bottom lane, I thought she was alone. Vladimir's there, couldn't see his icon.
Dang.
Oh, she's going for a fight. That's a dive bottom side of the map. Fiora getting a lot of damage over towards this Vladimir. Hemoplague almost takes her down to 1 hit point. Meanwhile, look at the mid lane. That's going to be Robina jumped on here. Tries to get the pullback, doesn't get it. Caspiel jumping in as well. They don't get the last tick. Flush over the wall coming in from Nocturne. Call down coming in to support to try and make sure that everyone from Resurgence stays nice and healthy. Meanwhile, Shine's been able to slide from the DMs in bottom lane all the way up to the DMs top side of the map. This guy's in everyone's DMs right now. You should check all your social media. Make sure he's not sliding into yours. What the heck? He just went through the entire Resurgence space and took a turret while doing so.
Well, Resurgence don't have a way to catch out the Shine right now. Shine's walking around. He says, all right, this turret, yeah, I'm going to pick this one up. This turret, all right, I'm picking this one up too. He's gone down bot side. He's brought the Rift Herald all the way down to the bot lane inhibitor. Took it down to half health. The bot lane inhibitor turret down to half health. Now he's looking to do the same thing top side. He's just slowly dismantling the base of RSG. And you asked me why I thought EMP, what's next for EMP coming into this? This is what's next. You hold on for as long as possible. You give time over to Shine to just split push his life away. You take a look over onto EMP right now. They're able to pick up multiple objectives because the pressure that Shine provides into whatever lane he's in demands attention from RSG. Whereas RG's side, what they need to do is try and go for the sieges, try and find the picks that the Skarner has. We've seen how effective it's been. When they get the catch onto Zero, they move up over to the mid lane. When they get the catch onto Kirino, they push up this top lane turret and take it down. So it's a trade back from both teams, and neither side able to get that decisive win here.
You know what? We had 2 very clinical games coming out in game 1 and game 2, Grandin. Now we're in the sloppy game of game 3. It's back and forth. Resurgence getting pick after pick. Empire with the split pushing, an unorthodox pick of Diana coming in here. This has been a fun game 3 to watch. Ultimate is available for Skarner once again to teams. Players, sorry, have to be careful. Only 2 QSSs being picked up here. One on Fiora, one being picked up by Nocturne. No QSS for Ribena yet. He's only building towards it.
I mean, this game is that boxing match. This is the slugger of a match. You go in, you toss out a couple of good combos.
Fiora's in trouble. She's being chased down by both Vladimir as well as Akali. A fight needs to start here, and there goes Nocturne diving on top of Morgana. Meanwhile, the shutdown comes in from Akali. They turn that 2-on-1 around. Can Empire win the fight in time? They kill Celia. That's the AD carry dead. Teleports into the backline, onto the ward. Shizukai's into this fight. Kasuo lives with a sliver of health. Ribena now trying to fight against the Vladimir. Ultimate being thrown down by Vladimir. Using the stasis spell, but Ribena cuts through it, picking it up. Ribena, the callback from the feathers, rips him apart. Only 2 players left from Resurgence. Kirino trying to push them back. Empire win the team fight.
20 seconds left on the teleport from the Fiora. Once she's going to be up, so Shine can move in back to this fight, whereas teleports on the side of RG not available except for CL. I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to find here. Jungle is still alive on the side of Resurgence. They want to try and stop this Baron, but it's a difficult call. EMP, they have power to go for this.
You've got the AD carry alive from the side of EMP and the teleport coming in. Eternal's dead as well. That's all she wrote, Grandin. That should be Baron going over to the side of EMP. QSS allowing Shine to drop on top of Celia. Shine! The miracle substitution at the last minute here, Grandin, has pulled out all the stops for Empire.
They pull away the game. Empire now find themselves further ahead than ever before. 4,000 gold just 25 minutes in. And the play coming in from Shine demands the attention from RSG. And without anything left, they're just going to have to give away their lives as EMP pick up kill after kill. But Shine, he's not done just yet.
He even gave them a thumbs up right there. He's like, you know what? I'm happy to go toe-to-toe with 3 players. Here's another thumbs up. How do you like me right now? 2 thumbs in this guy. 4-1-0. 3 items picked up by QSS. Not afraid of nobody, this man's not.
Now, he's everywhere in Resurgence base. Resurgence doesn't get to have anything anymore. Not while Shine's in the game. They went in, they brought Shiro out, they brought Shine into the game, and now look at him. Look at this guy go. He's just dismantling everything Resurgence has.
Big plays coming out from Empire at the very end and dealing with that split push threat really well. Nocturne identified that it was a 2-on-1 bot lane, and they pick that big 4-on-3 fight.
It's a very strong knockout coming in for the Rakan, gets the 2 members, and then you just take a look. The teleport from Shizukai, he tries his best to provide for his team, but he gets the phase rush and he runs away because of the fear here. So bad positioning due to that fear from the Doctor, and you can just see this pullback on the Feather Stomp. Beautiful use there. Kills off RSG's hopes of taking up that fight as they play into the choke point for EMP.
And now you've got a QSS being picked up by Zaya. Banshee's Veil complete for Kirino as well. Lots of major items being picked up. Shine's on 5 full items with a corrupting potion in his back pocket. That's a huge split push threat available for EMP. Really want to focus on the calls being made there by Resurgence. You can admire the play from Shizukai and Raven to go for the 2-on-1. Because if you kill Shine there, if a fight takes place later or Baron started, you can teleport Shizukai into the fight. That's a Vladimir who is a good team fighter. But Resurgence, it seems like they weren't communicating this because the 3 players who are involved in that team fight were so far out of position when the 2-on-2 started bot lane. Meanwhile, Rakan just being suppressed, knocked backwards, barely takes any damage, just jumps back towards Ribena. Raven now in trouble, that's a flash forward, looking for some good damage. Ribena trying to pick up the kill, not able to do so. Flash was expended, but top lane inhibitor turret gets taken down. EMP now working on all 3 inhibitors at the exact same time. Shine, half health to top lane inhibitor. Mid lane not touched just yet, but turret goes down. Ribena taking some good damage here. Sealer trying to push him back. Shine takes down that first inhibitor. Carino dealing good damage on towards the one in the bottom lane. Raven already at half health. Mid lane inhibitors in trouble here. Grandin, they're just demolishing the base of Resurgence.
This Baron power play is massive coming in from EMP. They are just destroying RSG, and we saw the Crystal Stinger onto Zed, but we've seen that play out before, and it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Mercurial threats completed by the Rakan gives him that tenacity. He gets out of that stasis after just a short while, and then he jumps back into with his team. He gets a little bit more support, and they find a good fight.
And they pulled it back, Grandin. Resurgence held onto the lead. They had the double kill in the mid lane to start this match. They were in the driver's seat. They had the composition to pick apart EMP in the side lanes. They were the ones that made the teleport plays to help out in the bottom lane fight. Everything was going wrong for Empire. That one Rift Herald play. Even team fight, Rift Herald goes to Empire. Swinging into 2.5 turrets taken on a bottom lane play. Picking off Shinsekai, and then the desync from Resurgence. They're about 6,000 gold behind here, 30 minutes in. It's not a disaster of a lead that they can't fight back from, but how the heck do Resurgence pull this one back without any inhibitors left up?
Look, when we take a look back onto game number 2, the way RSG won was by outclassing the mid lane opponent, by getting Raven so far ahead that he was a huge menace.
Shinsekai almost gets taken down there, forced to use a Sanguine for a Shine Split pushes in. Now, double super minions from each lane up pushing in Grandin. Empire don't have Baron buff anymore. Resurgence, they're at the last stand. This is all for naught if they can't defend this push coming in from Empire. Not only is the National Miners alive, but who will represent Singaporeans as well? The final fight's coming through. Shinsekai takes down the assassin of Carino. Turrets do fall though. Empire down to 4 players. They take one turret, they back off, trying to play this one nice and slow. Resurgence still holding on to their base. Shine is an absolute menace, trying to push into the backlines. There they go. Big damage, double stasis. Zed jumps in for the very last time. Raven stays alive. The snipe comes through, but it's not enough damage going over towards Ribena. Shine though with the double kill, sliding into the backlines. They may have done it right here. Ribena, he's onto the Nexus. Sealer's trying to hold on, and that's it. Malaysia volley. It's an all Malaysia Grand Finals as it's 2-0 to Empire.
2-1.
2-1.
Getting so excited that the score doesn't even matter anymore. But Malaysia managed to find themselves both seeds into the National Minors Singapore-Malaysia Finals. And with Resurgence, without that Shinsekai threat, without that Raven threat, what are they supposed to do?
My goodness. What a game.
That was intense.
That was intense. We had two very, very good matches to begin this. Very, very methodical matches. One going completely in the way of Empire, the other going completely in the way of Resurgence. Then it was back and forth. Even out to the final fight there, Grandin.
Absolutely. I mean, even with that final fight, of course, it looked like it was going to go more into the favor. I mean, everybody had some expectation for EMP at that final fight. You already saw how powerful they were. You understood where their strengths were. But in game number 2, the win condition for RSG was Raven outclassing his mid lane opponent entirely. He got a winning matchup, and then he did wonderfully in that 8-1 and 8. Being able to find so many solo kills, having so much kill participation. And then Shinsekai acting as that secondary threat on the rise. This time around, the Vladimir didn't manage to scale up beyond the Fiora. The Akali got that early kill. The early 2 kills onto his lane opponent and their jungler, but wasn't able to translate that into more. And I felt like at that point, you could really just see Resurgence losing their win conditions. They didn't know how to play that one out. And it looked like EMP just managed to take that one.
Which was so strange. Which was so strange, because judging from the first 2 matches, it looked like whoever was in the driver's seat just controlled the match. Resurgence dominated game 2.
Absolutely.
And when they were in the driver's seat, they were like, you know what? Hey, Empire, you might have taken this slow and steady, but if we get a lead, we're going to crush you with that lead. And that's what they did in game 2. It just looked like game 3 was going to follow through. That one play around Rift Herald just completely turning things around. This was when, you know, Empire had so many things going poor for them. Like you said, the double kill mid lane, the teleport play bot lane. Resurgence had all the pieces of the puzzles together, and then a scaling Vladimir.
Yeah.
Just Empire tore that all apart.
It was a slow build up towards them, but it wasn't. But Resurgence had it. This fight over by the Baron, and you can already see entirely within the hands of EMP here. Resurgence, they have a fighting chance, but not when they fight this way. The pressure that Shine was able to provide down bot's side baited away the attention from RSG. You can just see Shinkai walks back in, but collapse between 3 members on the side of EMP. And then the Feather Storm, the callback on those feathers, kills off and wipes out any hope Resurgence have of winning that team fight. And then the way they played it out afterwards, the way they controlled the Baron despite the low health bars against Resurgence, how they managed to turn on Resurgence so quickly when they spotted a potential threat, was just absolutely beautifully executed.
Just think about it as well. Bringing in Shine to be that split push threat in game number 3. Beautiful to watch. Great substitution play coming in from Empire at the very end there. Everything just really panned out for them. I still really have to question. I understand Resurgence attacking that bottom lane play. That makes the most sense. Shine was a monster right there. Vladimir can't deal with him alone. You attack him 2-on-1 and you use your single teleport to jump into a 4-on-4 fight, which you will win. Resurgence had the better team fight. Why are they not communicating this with people who are clearing wards at Baron against a Nocturne who could jump on top of you from your bloody dreams 2 years ago?
It felt like there were a number of issues. I think that when the team rotating over to clear out the Baron vision, it was actually communicated. It just so happened that they had no idea how long it would take to kill Shine. Shine survived for so long. He tossed a wrench in the plans of Resurgence, and that delay in the rotation forced Resurgence to play on the back foot, and EMP just took the win from there. I mean, taking a look at his post-game stats, look at that. Despite it being a split push Fiora, single target damage, by the way.
If Shine doesn't get MVP, Tibbers is going for a good old fly.
Tibbers is gonna go to space with that one.
If Shine doesn't get MVP here. Watch it go to like Diana or something. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Good choice of the MVP here. 7-1 was able to provide so much pressure in the other side lanes. What are you doing, Tibbers?
Nothing.
Fish?
I said Tibbers will only go fly if he didn't get MVP, so Tibbers is safe.
This is scary. I don't know how sure I'm supposed to feel about this, but taking a look at the end game stats, Climax take that 2-0 against IMP, and EMP take the 2-1 against Resurgence, meaning it's a Climax versus EMP finals.
All Malaysian finals. Zoravecki against a few of his former teammates as well in this finals. Well, you've got some saving grace though, Grandin. There is one Singaporean.
Maxi Liu didn't even play.
They didn't let him. They were like, no, we're not going to let the super spy play on the side of Empire.
He didn't even play in all matches yet today.
Not allowed. Really well played coming in from Empire, though. They were able to go 2-1 against Resurgence. That was a beautiful series to watch. But that's not all the League of Legends action that we have for today, because coming up next is going to be the grand finals at the Singapore and Malaysia National Minors. It's going to be Climax taking on Empire. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Blinded by the shadows your light casts. Here to make excuses for their darkness, sister? righteous will burn! And the fires of justice shall vanquish the darkness. Justice, how boring! As evil grows, so shall I. I make my own justice. Behold the righteous flame! Darkness reveals our truth. Why have we wings, sister, if not to fly? Why do we have feet, if not to tread upon the soil?
Ooh, pretty colors. Nico likes this shape. Careful! Why are you sad, friend? You have powerful legs, like warrior or sand flea. You make a funny face. Oh, small brain. Ooh, Nico investigate. Stay hidden. No jumping. You are in trouble!
No time to waste!
You fell for it! It's fun to walk around in different skins. Goodbye, fake Nico! You mess with the wrong Nico! Same luck next drives. Get ready.
Hubba hubba. You are stunning and beautiful.
Ah! No flower for you!
Hello, nature! Nature here looks funny. Back to work!
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you play far reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll rot into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world's calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your
honor, justice, tradition. All shackles for the ignorant. After 15 years in the dark, I was illuminated. I see a world without lords or peasants, where every Demacian is a king, where those who keep us in chains have their power ripped from their grasp. Rise up, brothers and sisters. Whatever they bring, we'll match it. Crush the oppressors. Claim your birthright. And burn their kingdom to the ground. All we need to start the fire is a single spark.
Stop until I beat you back.
welcome back everybody to the League of Legends Sea Tour as we get set for our grand final for the Singapore and Malaysia National Minor. Well, it's now turned into just the Malaysia.
How did this happen,
Minor. Brandon, I'm sorry.
How did this happen?
Singapore's finals hope of making it to the Sea Tour throne were dashed, unfortunately, in our previous matchup where Empire were able to take the 2-1 over Resurgence, which means they now have to clash with Climax for the title of Singapore and Malaysia. Of course, being one of the 4 teams to represent the regions at our Sea Tour Major next weekend.
Absolutely. So going into this, I mean, Empire are looking on a pretty good upswing. They just played against Resurgence, one of the strongest competitors coming into the competition, one that people were expecting to perhaps try to win out the national minors and move into the majors to give us a strong performance. But it looks like it's going to be Empire that might be able to take that seed away if they take this win up against Climax, who had their own 2-0 going up against IMP earlier today.
Yeah. We'll have to see, though. Again, Climax was a little shaky during that first game. Similar, though, Empire had some shakiness here and there in their series that we just watched. So both these teams... Both these teams
How could this happen?
have the possibility of taking a game, obviously, one off another. Climax, it might seem like an uphill battle, but we'll have to see as we get ourselves set for our first match. And for Climax, already we're seeing changes to the roster. We got Rexion coming in for the top lane. Desmond again in the jungle. Joker, Raze, and Ozorveki.
I mean... And over on the side of Empire, the Shine, Caspio, Kirino, Ribena, and Zer. Shine was that absolute carry up in the top lane, and the question that has to be asked is, where's Quans? We haven't seen Rexion play up to this point, so why are they switching Rexion up in the top lane instead of Quans? That's a very big question mark for me. Is this actually a good move? We'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe Quans, maybe it's a little too late. I doubt it, though. We're earlier than we usually are when it comes to our play.
Maybe that's the thing, but too early.
Oh, too early. He was able to play early in the day. Then he has, like, you know, that little gap there. He's like, nah, I can't.
He has this midday nap where he takes like a 10-hour nap, wakes up, it's like, wait, the competition's over, guys?
Ah, guys, come on. I thought I could trust you. Of course, we'll have to see here. Then, granted, you know, you were in that last series, of course, in the thick of things.
Don't remind me, Opal.
I'm sorry.
Actually, you have to. This become your job.
It's my job. What is your biggest takeaway for Empire heading into this series?
So with Empire, it looked like they knew how to play out a better position. Not just when it came to having individual winning lanes. Of course, winning lanes does help them out quite a lot. But even with slightly losing lanes, they knew how to play the macro game a little bit better than Resurgence. That allowed them to get those leads and compound them into something greater. Because when you took a look at it, Resurgence had a very key flaw. When they got the obvious win, when their team gets thousands and thousands and thousands of gold ahead, they can close out the game. But then the question is, who can't close out the game? Well, let's not answer that one, but let's not take that too literally. But Resurgence, they could close out the game when they had the good lead, when individual lanes won to a very high degree. But when it was even, or when they were a little bit behind, there just wasn't a chance for Resurgence to claw back. So for Empire, however, they have that good mid-game playing phase.
We'll have to see here as we head into our ban and picks for Game 1 of our National Minor Final. Fun fact, both these teams coming out of the group stage were 5-1. Both had a 4.1 KDA. Big difference for me, though, is that gold difference at 15. Empire often were able to accelerate their leads early and fast, up to 2,200 versus only a 700 lead by Climax. Hard to see, though. So we're already into our bans. Galio and Calista, the combo not being allowed through here for Climax. Empire on their hand, though. Going to ban out the LeBlanc. I'm interested to see whether or not they decide to... Well, I was going to say ban out the Hecarim, but of course, we're not seeing Quan this time on the Hecarim.
No, but we are seeing that Calista and Galio ban once again. Remove that away from the EMP bottom lane. Ribena and Zer are such a menace of that. We saw in the series up against Resurgence as well. Not a single time was it allowed through. That's quite indicative of the kind of power that EMP have right now. Climax. So there's one advantage that I feel like Climax have over Resurgence coming into this competition or into this final best of 3 that is quite obvious is that Ozorveki used to play with most of Empire. He has brought over more inside information than Resurgence is ever going to be able to pick up. As a team from the outside, all they can do is look and say, here's what they have. Whereas Ozorveki says, here's what they do during game. Here's the communication they have. Here's where it falls. Here's how we can take advantage of that. And this is a great opportunity for Ozoraki to lead his team by the reins and try and pick up this win. Whereas for Empire, they have to try and play it out, knowing that their ex-captain is on the enemy squad.
We're going to see here, first pick up the priority for Climax. It is going to be the Jarvan getting locked in. Again, we'll see whether or not that goes into the top or into the jungle for Desmond or Rexion. Meanwhile, on the side of Empire, what do they want to try and prioritize? They saw the Vladimir before. They're going to go ahead and lock it in. This team also is one of our main teams to pick up the Xayah and Rakan combo as well. We'll see maybe if they want to try and prioritize that support or possibly that AD carry heading in before our second pick phase right after the second bans. Again, taking their time here. The Vladimir, though, plenty of opportunity when it comes to those team fights, and they're going to go opt in for some safety for that bot lane immediately. Zar going to be on that Kench.
I mean, considering we saw Vladimir unable to respond to the Fiora coming in from Shine the last game, it's a little bit suspect for me to see this Vladimir locked in so early, but I like the Tahm Kench lockup. They managed to get something a little bit more mobile for his bot lane, so that kind of gives me an idea of the direction that the team wants to try and head towards. Climax responding quite well with this Braum, so looking at the bot lane matchup, both sides should just look to pick up a hyper-scaling ADC, something with a lot of damage but is a lot less mobile, and then try and work off of that. Whereas with Climax side, if they go for his Ezreal, that could work, but I would have preferred something else if they were going to go with this Braum.
We'll see, though. Raze could be looking to do a lot of poke damage that, or they're going to try and harass this Kench as much as possible during the lane. We'll have to see. Seconds are ticking down, and I do believe it is going to get locked in here. So Raze on the Ezreal for Climax.
Ezreal still a strong champion. We don't see the double tier being viable anymore, but honestly, that didn't really matter. Ezreal was strong before that. Ezreal still is. A lot of weird, interesting mechanics with Ezreal. Did you remember Runic Echo's Ezreal?
Oh, I remember that mid lane. Yeah. I remember that.
That was a heck of a game, heck of a time for the game. Whereas on the side of EMP, now that they have this Tahm Kench, they recognize, okay, so Ezreal takes a while to scale up. We have this time to work with. What can we try and pick up to make our time valuable? And it's going to be that Varus. Varus, if they work with the lethal tempo, can get a little bit more aggressive. We saw how Ciela tried to bring this into game. I believe 2 going into the series up against EMP. This time, it's going to be EMP that reversed that. Bring in the Varus, bring in the Tahm Kench bot lane. And this is where Ribena excels. On utility-type AD carries, such as that Varus, such as that Ashe.
Well, you're already setting up for a pretty nasty team fight here on the side of Empire. You got a Vladimir and you got a Varus ultimate already available during those messy, chaotic team fights. Gets that laid down, they can spread the CC throughout the fight. We'll see what they want to pair it up with, though. We're going to go into our second ban phase. The Jace going to be banned out by Empire. Climax opting to get rid of the Rek'Sai here early, so we might be hinting toward that Jarvan going into the jungle, not wanting to run that into the Vladimir. Still want maybe possibly a flex here available.
If they bring Jarvan into the jungle, that would make a lot of sense. I don't see much reason for them to bring it up to the top lane. A lot of top lane picks still available at this point. Whereas on the EMP side, right now, jungle pool shrinking for them a little bit. That's fine. They still have a number of good picks available. The question really comes down to what do they want to try and put into their solo lane. Where does the Vladimir go in the grand scheme of things? They have this next pick available. They might even just go for the jungler just so they can hold on to that final pick for their own solo lanes. So with the junglers now being available, I think a good pick might even be the Skarner here just to try and deny the possible engage coming in for the Jarvan, or even getting locked down onto the Ezreal Braum.
We'll see here. The Rek'Sai and Nocturne were banned out, so like you mentioned, the Skarner is still available for Empire. Meanwhile, Empire were getting rid of the Lissandra, getting rid of some of those possible pickups here. This, though, going to be a Lee Sin getting locked in, so that aggression up toward the top side of the map going to be key here for Empire.
Alright, so here's my problem with this Lee Sin pickup. What did Caspiel manage to achieve in game number 2 up against Resurgence where he had the Lee Sin? In the end, it doesn't seem like he had much impact on Lee Sin. I feel like right now probably isn't going to be that most important one for this game. I don't think Lee Sin is going to have that much impact. I think that considering the composition that Climax has already shown, it's difficult for the Lee Sin to be able to do all that much. Instead, I would prefer something else coming through. And
okay, so
wow.
All right, so we have the Silas getting locked in. Olaf and Jarvan both being shown. I think what they're trying to do here is see what Empire want to try and take up into toward that top lane. Again, this could be flipped either way. We have seen top Olaf before in the tournament. It's not out of the question here. Is Climax, though, prepared to possibly play this?
I mean, top Olaf is something that actually works, but moving in with this Corki here.
On top of that Vladimir, so they got some flex potential. Likely the Corki going into the mid lane now. Vladimir up in top against this Olaf. Oh, again, Olaf. That's a rough one, actually. I think at least for the early levels for Olaf here, because I think the Vladimir can just poke from range, unless, you know, Shine really misplays in the matchup and gets caught out by an axe or two. I think he should be able to just farm this lane up pretty effectively.
I think Shine should be able to farm up. Just looking at the champion matchups, I think Vladimir does pretty decently into the Olaf. I don't think it's the greatest lane available, but it is playable, and I think just knowing that the player is going to be Shine and knowing his performance last game, that was a very impressive one coming in.
Well, and the other thing too is you see Climax here, they're opting to run into a triple teleport versus the one coming out from Shine, so the team going to be looking to apply split lane pressure as much as possible. And maybe they can throw that Olaf in the bot lane during a fight and see what happens. I've never seen a teleport Olaf super impact a fight, but hey, he gets an axe or two, maybe it's worth it.
He just runs at you, you see a big burly man running to your face. Anybody would be scared, Oppo.
Well,
Anybody would.
If you really think about it, what is there? There's nothing that creates a terrain. That's kind of the nice thing of having that Jarvan on your own team with the Olaf is without the Talia, you have really no way of stopping that Olaf without just straight up killing him.
That's true.
When it comes to CC.
You're just going to have to respond to the Olaf, mano, walk up, you know, he just gives you, just comes in, tosses out the undertow.
You know,
just gotta kill him.
Gives you a quick slap with the axe.
Yeah, it's that simple. Just gotta kill him off. Whereas on the side of Empire, well, especially for the side of Empire, you know, they have to kill off the Olaf right now. But you look at the composition, they're not running that triple teleport as you mentioned, and this was something that we actually saw them adapt in that last game up against Resurgence. They went in, they brought in the regular summoner spells because they realized that at a certain point, running triple teleport wasn't effective for them because they didn't know how to use it effectively. They had some great moments with it, but more often than not, it was just a dead summoner spell.
I'll have to see here. Let's go ahead and take a look at our team stats from the last series. Of course, Climax sitting dead even on the kill and deaths when it came to their series. Again, it was a series that was possibly going to go to a third game, but they had a much cleaner game too when it came to their matchup against Impunity. So if they're able to, again, find that for themselves, they should be feeling pretty good heading into this matchup. Empire, you know, they just played 3 straight games, had a small break, had a quick talk from the coach, and they're now coming into this final. Other thing too here is Empire, against a strong team, they actually found themselves down in gold on average by about 1,500. Compared to what they did in the group stage, they were ahead by, 23 to 24. So there's that possibility if Climax can find some early opportunities, if Empire maybe makes a mistake, that might be the opening they're looking for.
See, I like that point that you brought up, Opal, because in this game, Empire were actually, in the series before this, Empire were down in gold at 15 minutes, but I think this is the average of 3 games, and that one game, the single game that Resurgence managed to win, they had such a significant goal lead at 15. I think that kind of skewed the numbers. So I think it's somewhere like a negative 400 goal difference for the most part, which is still a bit of a deficit, which means the way they play is a little bit from behind. So I think you were right talking about that, but it's not as massive as we've seen so far.
Yeah, let's take a look here of our mid lane matchup. It's going to be Joker against Carino. In the mid lane, Joker had a pretty good showing actually in the first series. Played the Rise. Had a pretty good time. I think he finished, I think it was 5-2-11, I believe, or 5-2-1. Again, pretty solid performance this time around, though. You're going to be on the Silas. We'll see how well he's able to perform. And then we saw Carino in our last series again. Had some trouble.
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult considering he had that that traumatic game going up against Raven on his head. Just walked up, slaughtered him, sent him back to base. Every time Raven would press that R button, it would send Kirino back to base, whether he wanted to or not. And that's oftentimes the problem coming in with the way Kirino plays. He's confident in his playing style, but sometimes the counter matchup can catch him off guard.
Let's take a look here. Also, our jungle matchup between Desmond and Caspel. Again, Desmond had a okay showing during the first match of the day. Was, again, impactful, but I felt like Climax really relied on that top lane. I think that's where we're going to be seeing a lot of the action. At least if Quan was playing, but we have Rexion, and I think that's also the wild card when it comes into this matchup. We haven't seen Rexion play yet in C-Tour. We have absolutely no stats, and we have no idea what we might be running into.
It's hilarious. Coming in here, Rexion playing that all-important final match. And we take a look over to Desmond. We see his numbers, we see his stats, and it's like, that doesn't look that good. That looks like pretty mediocre numbers. Why are these guys in the finals? This is the final score that came from their best of 3 against the other top seeds coming in from the other groups. So up against the best other players in the Singapore and Malaysia qualifiers, they still came up and they still had a pretty stand-up performance. They managed to win the games all the way up to the finals, and that's where we are right now. Climax versus EMP. Both teams want to try and look for this. This is I don't think you can call it a grudge match, but Ozorvaki, captain for KLH, playing on Climax, and members of KLH.
You're pretty much seeing which team is the best in the country at this point.
Absolutely.
That's your statement. That's what you're doing for, the perk of moving on to C-Tour Major. Don't even think about that, Grandin. This is for, the respect.
Pride point.
The pride, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, considering Singapore and Malaysia have played together, this left each other, and then are now reforming back. What a storyline.
We'll see here. We're going to load on into the Rift. It's game 1 of our grand final for the national minor for Singapore and Malaysia. Singapore, their hopes were dashed in their last series. It's now 2 Malaysian squads looking to lock in their ticket and be our final team to join our other 3 at the C-Tour Major.
It's incredible how much can change in the span of a few seasons. When it all started out, the first inception of the LSC, when it was the GPL, Singapore and Malaysia were the same region. We would play against each other constantly. Teams from Singapore would go up to Kuala Lumpur and play in those big stadiums for the live studio audience, and it would be so amazing to see these teams compete against each other. But as time went on, we saw Singapore and Malaysia kind of drift apart. The server kind of split apart. Not entirely, but still the same server, but we saw the competitive region split, and then Malaysia had its own league, Singapore had its own league. And that difference, the growth from Malaysia during that time has now eclipsed Singapore as they become the dominant force between these two regions.
Drift away, taking a little bit of damage there. So again, we'll start the dash in the chain. Meanwhile, we have Empire starting up toward their top side. Meanwhile, take a look here of Empire's bot lane. Trying to set up in this tri-brush. Maybe possibly finding a cheese. Again, Desmond did go for a cheeky play in the second game of the series earlier. So maybe just adapting to that already, trying to see whether or not Desmond was going to try and sneak his way into the brush in the bot lane to try and force that play early. That's Trino on this Corki. And it might be a bit of a rough one. If that Silas is able to get on top of the Corki, I think Carino, once he has the Valkyrie, should be able to escape safely.
At least having the Valkyrie gives a bit more safety onto the Corki, but I don't think it's a hard counter against the Silas. Silas still acts as that lane bully in the mid lane. Decent amount of wave clear, decent amount of healing coming through from a lot of the spells. You see the Valkyrie is able to give a bit more safety to Carino, but sustain coming through. Corrupting Potion available onto Joker, and he's able to use that to sustain back up in lane. Meanwhile, take a look up at the top side to see what Desmond's doing.
Yeah, Desmond looking for a play here. He tried to go for a bit of an invade, but unfortunately for him, the Krugs have been already taken. You see Shine maybe pressing a little too far forward. Flag Drag is available. Going to go ahead, go straight into Sanguine Pool to escape to safety.
Yeah, picking up the pool level 2, truly Vladimir things. Meanwhile, back to the mid lane with a trade.
Ooh, a decent amount of damage going out, but Joker's got to be careful. Those auto attacks do add up, especially in the early levels, especially if you're trying to jump in onto that Corki right beside the caster minions, adds in a bit more damage themselves.
Yeah, but look at Corki's mana. It's already starting to diminish to a point where the full combo becomes more difficult to execute, and Time Walk Tonic on Joker gonna give him so much more space to play around. He's gonna be able to sustain up so much more. Meanwhile, we take a look over onto Caspiel. He went for that full clear, pushed from the top side down into the bot side jungle, ends up being able to pick up all the camps, wastes a bit of Desmond's time, considering Desmond wanted to try and look for a bit of counter jungling there, wasn't able to find anything. and we'll be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab down bot side.
Yeah, things coming out there. It's going to be a teleport actually coming in the mid lane for Carino. Going to have to back all the way to base. Only picks up an extra corrupting pot there, so going to maybe wish he had a little bit more gold. Meanwhile, Joker likely going to head back himself, pick up a quick, possibly, you know, amp tome, get some extra damage, maybe boots or something, or that dark seal that we've been seeing when you don't have a whole lot to work with.
Absolutely. Dark Shield looks to be a pretty good item pickup. Teleporting right back into lane. So early on, teleport not all that critical. Means that we can expect a slower early game coming in from the side of Climax. A little bit unfortunate. You would think that with the as well with the Brown down bot side. Lost CC, you could look to try and make a teleport play running that triple teleport.
Well, you know, for Corki himself, though, the only time he's going to start roaming is once he has the package available. He doesn't really need teleport for that. And then on top of that, he can pretty much get to the lane from halfway through river. Up in this top lane, though, Shine has to be a bit careful. Going to run over the axe. Does get back to safety, but you know, this Olaf is slowly starting to creep closer and closer to that lethal zone, and Shine still has the flash, but might want to hold on to it.
Look, if we're at this point in the game, we're just about 5 minutes in, the Vladimir, he doesn't have priority down top, around top side. What you should do is just go back, recall, teleport back into lane, and this gives time over to Casper. This next wave of camps that he picks up should be the rotation into the Dragon. The Ocean Dragon going to spawn up, gives him something to try and look to pick up, whereas up at the top side, not much CC, makes it difficult to get the connect onto the Olaf. At least they can find a little bit of damage there, but then if Jarvan is able to read the pathing coming in for Caspiel, they should be able to find an effective counter.
There's already been pings coming out there, and I think they know something's up. Caspiel is actually going to run away here, and Shine might have to use a Sanguine Pool.
Oh
Flash, he's
goodness.
within lethal. Is going to just take some damage. Oh no, Shine!
Oh!
That's going to be first blood going on to the Olaf. Flash on forward from the Lee Sin. Used the Resonating Strike. Got some damage. A bit of a messy play. And Empire, they lose out on first blood. It goes on over to Climax.
I mean, what did you expect to happen? You stay in lane when you have no more health. You have to teleport up. How greedy do you need to get? Trying to bait out your opponent like they can't reach you. That's disrespect right there. And they get punished for that play. Good pickup coming in for Rexion in the top lane.
Rex is going to be happy, so our first showing from this top laner. We wanted to see how well it would go, and maybe that was the surprise there coming out from Climax. No respect coming out from Shine. He gets punished for it. Look at this. Joker getting some poke here with the rockets. Ooh, he's getting close. Does run out of ammo, though, so won't have that available. Joker's going to at least force back this Corki once again, and this is a bit of a CS lead starting to form. Climax, you know, starting things off strong. They got a small gold lead from that first kill. The only big difference elsewhere is, you know, a small CS advantage in the bot lane and a small one in the jungle. Other than that, though, Climax, I think, are pretty happy.
Yeah, it looks like Climax in a pretty good position, but we can't discount EMP just yet. Once again, this is a team that has managed to work with a gold deficit in a lot of the games. In the regular round robins, they had a pretty easy group, one could say. I mean, it wasn't entirely easy, but they had a relatively easy group, so they were able to just take away most of the games that they played through. Going into this one, though, they've had their share of unfortunate games. The goal difference hasn't really been into their favor. We do see a bit of movement coming in for Casper to go down by that dragon. That was what I was talking about. You go up to the top side, you try and clear it down, then you push down to the bot side where your bot lane has priority to pick up that early dragon.
Oh, no, Shine.
Ooh.
He's going for it.
This means a lot of pressure lost for Shine. And Shine is going to have a difficult lane.
Yeah, and I thought Rexion would actually have a pretty tough time, but honestly, this Olaf seems to be doing just fine. Desmond, he's going to spot out this Vladimir coming on over toward the side. That's going to be the Hemo Plague, and Shine's going to get the Mana Rush. But other than that, gets a little bit of damage. That's it. Shine's going to be ult down.
I mean, it kind of feels like everybody can beat the Vladimir right now. Almost every single matchup, Vladimir seems to be struggling, and a lot of the champions that teams are looking to pick up against the Vlad, working very well against it.
Joker trying to get the chains out, not going to connect though. Ozorveki also coming up toward the mid lane, but Corki's in range into safety. Oh no, we got ourselves a Lee Sin coming on nearby. He's smart though, not going to take that risk. Now heads on over, being a sneaky one and looking to steal away the red buff.
Interesting play coming in from Caspiel. Recognize that Ozorveki is going to path past that dragon wall.
Additionally, too, you see this bot lane already pushing up here. Zara on that Kench, making sure they have priority in that lane. And they might be possibly going for a dive. With this Kench, they should be able to. They're going to go ahead and start invading. No wards here on the side of Climax. And that was one of the key things that helped them win that second game in the series before, was their vision control. This time they've been denied here towards the bot side of the map. Now they realize something's going on. We'll see how they react. It looks like Haspel is just going to go ahead and back off so they can just go ahead and keep farming.
No teleport available on Empire means they won't be able to find that teleport play.
Oh, look at that mid lane, though. Gets on top of Corky. I want to point out here, we do see the Kench come into mid lane, is bringing over the Lee Sin. Resonating Strike is going to connect, but he does not pull the trigger just yet. Vladimir's been nearby, and I wanted to point it out. Shine has actually abandoned the lane. He tried to come mid to force a play. This has given Rexion free control of that top lane. He's almost up 30 CS.
I mean, a lot of pressure up on Shine right now. He isn't able to get much control over in lane, but look at his play coming in. Casper's level up, but they're level down of Rexion right now.
Some pings coming up there. Desmond's able to sidestep the Q. Instead, though, Empire maybe want to look for a play here. Desmond realizes something's possibly up. He's going to try and look for this Lee Sin. Pings are coming out. They're going to go for a full rotation. I think they want to go for a dive here on Shine.
Probably want to trade back on to Caspiel's red buff at least. They are able to find that.
They're setting up, though, for that dive.
If they can get a dive, that'd be pretty good, but Vladimir is going to be a bit of a difficult champion to dive. He has a number of things in his kit that makes him difficult. He has, doesn't really have crowd control, but he does have that pull to get him away from a lot of the damage, the attacks coming in from the opponents.
Oh, Caspiel.
As well as has good wave clear.
Look at this. Carino's actually rotating on over. Joker's right on top of that Lee Sin. Already a decent chunk of damage. They're going to jump on in, get themselves the knockup. They need to finish off the kill. No, Cataclysm going to secure his fate. And Climax now go up 2-0.
Good control coming in from Climax is set up around this Rift Herald. No vision available for Caspiel. He doesn't spot out Joker moving by. And despite the lacking information that Climax had there, they knew that Joker was missing. They didn't know where he was. EMP weren't able to make use of that. So they end up being caught out, and they will lose their lives here.
Oh, we see Shine up in that top lane looking to freeze. Let's take another look here as Caspiel just jumps here as Joker is able to get a ton of damage.
Just being able to find this kill here means that for Climax, they're going to be able to continue to maintain the lead. Considering that Lee Sin is going to be a lot less useful into the late game, the Javelin is going to have a little bit more relevancy. We're going to see Climax reaching a better point sooner. The issue now being, with the Sylas reaching this strong point over into the mid lane, at least the Sylas does fall a bit going into the late game. Thankfully, the Corki does as well. So both teams have a similar point of power. The difference really is going to come down to this Varus. And that teleport should be cancelled.
Oh, Azoroveki. He's probably saying, you know what? I think that should have canceled.
No, that should have canceled.
That should have. It looked like it should have, but you know what? He gets, Rabina gets a little lucky there. He's able to save his sums. Oh, no. Guess who's coming?
Bot?
You got yourself a bot. Oh, boy, what's going to happen here? We got ourselves, though, the teleport coming on down. And guess what? That's likely going to be here. Joker joining in onto the fight, but guess what? Climax needs to disengage immediately. Teleport going to come on in. Rexion isn't even going to respond. They're going to opt, though, to try and get that first brick gold up in the top lane.
Yeah, but it's response coming in from EMP, looking to try and trade back down to the bot side. A lot more gold onto Rexion. Sure, you get a couple kills down bot lane. Those 2 kills going to help out immensely towards your team members. But how much is this going to help the Vladimir up top side? Because that's where your weak point is. Vladimir top lane, what's he supposed to do against the Olaf right now? He's just going to flop over and die.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shine, even with that 1 kill, it might be a bit of a harsh time because now that's 2 turret plates on top of that too. We got ourselves a Rift Herald. It looks like Climax are going to try and force this top lane tower and really stick it to Empire. They say, hey, we'll happily trade this Infernal Drake. They can't trade another one, but they get first brick gold and all that turret plating onto the Olaf.
Look at that gold difference slowly creeping up. And you want to guess where that gold difference is going? It's going onto that Olaf. He's looking stronger and stronger. This Menace up in the top lane looking to be a massive pain point for EMP to deal
He hasn't backed for a while. He's probably sitting on close to about 2,000 gold.
Let's see what he has. Let's do an item check first. He has Boots, Ruby Crystal, Corrupting Pot, and then the Kindle Gem. Let's see what he comes up with after this recall.
should be somewhere along maybe, again, that Black Cleaver. Look at this bot lane dive, though, possibly coming on in. They are not able to execute. They have 4 members here. And who's coming with a Black Cleaver? It's the Olaf. Rexion wants to jump right on in, has the ultimate available, finally pocs it. It's even a 4v3 at this point. They got the stun. Shield is there, though, and Joker wants to go in for the engage, and they take down the Frog. Kench is going to be benched.
Gets that 1 kill down bot side, but are they looking for more here?
Here we go. Desmond's nearby, has the Cataclysm available. Instead, they opt to go for this. And with that teleport and this additional turret plating, they get themselves almost a 3,000 gold lead right at 14 minutes. And this Olaf now can start influencing the other side of the map. Has Merc Treads completed on top of the Black Cleaver, and they're not even done yet. Maybe getting a little too aggressive there. Flashes in. It don't matter, though. The Lee Sin gets taken down. Climax have a 2-kill lead and a 3,000 gold lead in their pocket.
Finding a couple more stragglers coming into this. Climax able to get those quick, sweet little kills, as well as all that turret plating money. They're just going to see themselves pushing even further ahead with 3,000 in the bank. 3,000 more in the bank with that one.
Now we saw there that fight. Joker was actually able to steal away the Varus ultimate, and you know what? You bring utility to your team with a Silas on the other team, you bring utility to them as well. You'll happily steal away Lee Sin. You'll happily steal away a Varus ultimate too. That helps secure them the kill. Only thing really going here in favor of Empire are the Dragons. They were able to get themselves the Infernal Drake. They were able to additionally get themselves the Ocean Drake. Shine has been relegated actually into the mid lane now. They're trying their best to force some farm back onto this Vladimir.
I mean, all they're doing is taking an IV drip, and they're trying to keep the Vladimir alive. But guess what? You need more than this, the IV drip, when right now the Vladimir is slowly bleeding out. The Olaf coming back in. He went back. Guess what he has now? He has a Tiamat. He didn't even manage to finish buying all his items, Opal.
He got himself a Tiamat, too.
He went back in the base. He got this Black Cleaver. He got his Merc Treads, and he was like, I still have gold left, but I need to teleport down bot side, so I don't have time to buy all my items. Meanwhile, Desmond might get caught out.
Oh, he's able to check. He's got a stopwatch available. He can use a flag drag out of there. Instead, he opts to flash away. Collapse is possible here. A teleport's even blown here by Carino, which you'd maybe like to have back. Corki not going to be too effective with that one unless Joker Way gets a little too far forward as the Kench comes on over to try and provide some assistance. That's 2 members for each team in the mid lane with junglers nearby.
I mean, look at his top lane.
Oh, no.
Look at Rexion. He doesn't even care. Whatever goes on elsewhere on the map, he just goes, well, you know what? I'm Olaf. I'm going to do pushy things.
Honestly, I'm shocked he hasn't picked up the Executioner's Calling at some point. I feel like next back, if he's got extra gold, he'll happily take it, and then Shine can actually do nothing.
Right now, what Rexion needs is he needs to be able to push out the waves quickly, so the Tiamat build makes a lot of sense to me. Being able to find the Black Cleaver as well, I think in most circumstances, Black Cleaver would make a lot of sense. I think he could have been satisfied with the Phage and then work towards the additional Executioner's Calling. Instead, taking this play to go in with that Black Cleaver early on means he's going to delay the pickup of the Executioner's Calling a little bit later. Down bot side.
Here's the Kench coming on over. Knockup's not going to land. Meanwhile, though, they were able to pick up a kill in the mid lane as the Corki was trying to rotate. Now the Collapse is here. Joker's nearby. Desmond's also here looking for some fun. And oh no, Gaspel actually took the Q. He's going to get knocked up by the Flag Dragon. Now Varus ultimate going to be stolen away here by Joker. True Shot Barrage is going to cut through. And Joker finds himself another kill. It's 6-2, Grandin. Climax in the lead against Empire.
Climax, good positioning, pushing forward. They find the window that they need. This is a team that understands their win conditions. Azoroveki coming into this match, being able to bring in Rexion up into the top lane. The hidden pocket pick only shown for the National Minors Finals. Being able to not only hold his own into the lane up against Shine, but being able to control and dominate it. Being this incredibly oppressive Olaf.
We'll see here. Infernal Drake also going to be secured by Climax. I mentioned they might have to draw. Oh no! Who's coming in for the teleport? They're going to jump over as well. Carino with the package. Joker getting isolated. Hemoplague is there. Shine's able to get some damage though. He gets stunned. Shut down though. Is going to connect here onto the Corki. Rays in a bit of trouble. Shine. That's a lot of damage here. Going to Arcane Shift away. Flashes way as well. Desmond's nearby, doesn't have the Cataclysm just available yet. Could look for a flag drag up in that top lane, though. You got an Olaf that tries to go underneath tower against the Tom Kench and dies.
But that inhibitor is down to
he was trying to take
dot
it.
of health.
He's trying to force it. Bit of a risky one. Shutdown actually going onto the Kench. He's happy with that.
No assist money over onto the Vladimir either. So only going over to Tom Kench. He won't be happy taking that. Zeri gets that 1 kill, but what's that supposed to do? He already has his jungle, his support item completed. Let's take a quick look up to the top side.
I think Rexion just tried to go for it here. Did he aggro with the... Oh, no. I think he just died. How? Oh! Oh, that's a little unfortunate. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Tries to trade back against Zeri, dishing out a little bit more damage, but guess who falls in the end?
So we're praising this Olaf pick, and then something like that happens, and you go, Rexion, calm down. You're ahead. You ain't that far ahead, bud. Ends up costing them, not able to pick up that inhibitor tower. He saw the pressure, though, being exerted here by the Olaf. He'll be able to come back into lane. We also mentioned that kill going onto the Kench means that shutdown gold. I don't know where it's going to go. It gets him an extra Kindle gem. That's pretty much it. You'd rather see that go on to one of your carries. Carino actually picking up a shutdown, though, in the bot lane. That's pretty good. But you see, Climax aren't even done. They want to go ahead and force Shine to have to play here. Kench going to go for the rotations, and you got to give it to the Kench here for Empire. Has been able to find some really good ultimates, but if you get caught out like this, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. True Shot Barrage going to cut through the Cataclysm. They jumping on in. You got the Olaf in the thick of things. On 4 members, doesn't even care. And Empire, they're running for the hills. They're running back to their throne, but unfortunately, it's starting to crack.
Absolutely unflinching in the face of EMP. Climax walk right over them. Rexion, being that absolute beast of a carry, just going to jump in. 4 members of EMP doesn't stop at all. Steamrolls over them, kills off whoever he wants to kill. What is a stop sign for this Olaf right now?
We'll see here. Siege going to come in onto the tower. Demolition's going to be procced. It's not going to fully go down yet. The Corki trying to do their best to clear out the wave. They have the help of Rabina on the Varus. But guess what? You got Rexion still plowing away up here in that top lane, causing trouble. He's going Super Saiyan.
What is that visual bug?
I think that's a visual bug, but he's just unlimited Super Saiyan Olaf. I am hype. Let's go. Yeah. All right. 8-4. Honestly, Grandin, you and Fish were talking. You're like, hey, guys, you know, Empire, this could be a quick 2-0. But look, so far, I think the fatigue of that series before, they weren't prepared for this Olaf pick. They still have opportunities to get their way back into this game, and that's a big thing for Climax. They have been shown time and time before that they have been caught out early, finding themselves early advantages, but not being able to close. Here comes Rexion, though. He doesn't care. He's running. Shine's going to try and do some damage. You saw that damage that came up there, and here he comes. He's looking to chase him down. Joker also wants to join on in toward the fight. There's the Kench over the wall, able to get him to safety. Another teleport here by Climax. What are they going to be able to do?
I mean, Rexion, he's gone beyond Saiyan at this point, chasing after Vladimir. Still, Shine gets away safely there, but it is a lot invested on the side of EMP now. Climax, if you want to look for this Baron, I have to say, that wouldn't be the worst call in the world. It has to be a well-played-out one. They need to manage some control around the Baron, try and get a little bit more pressure into the mid lane, try and pick up this outer-tier turret, but Baron play could be a very real possibility in the next coming minutes.
Well, this is the last bastion kind of for Empire when it comes into map control. They're able to hold this mid lane tower. They can at least pressure some wards into the jungle. Once this falls, Climax can finally push that line up into the jungle and separate them from the first tier line. And unfortunately, Empire are going to have to let this go as Climax now pick up their 4th tower of the game. 5,500 gold lead at 22.5 minutes.
I mean, while everything is going on, Kirino just down by the bot lane. They pick up this bot lane out-of-tier turret. A good trade coming in from EMP. They spot out an avenue in which they can get a little bit more for their troubles. I mean, it's been a heavy harass, but what's going on down by the river?
Cass was trying to save the control ward. Still, though, that is 4 members of the side of Climax equaled to Empire. But here comes that Corki, who's got himself a lovely package. There's a ward right there. Joker's got to be careful. Back is going to actually be interrupted. Olaf has teleport as well to join in on these fights. Fortunately, it doesn't look like he's Super Saiyan any longer. But look at this. A cheeky little dragon play coming out from Empire. It doesn't look like Climax can actually do anything here. Here comes the True Shot Barrage, though. Coming in. Can't steal it away.
Yeah, a little bit too late with that one. Still close call. Either way, a couple more dragons heading their way onto EMP. They have 3 right now. So just 24 minutes into the game, EMP have good dragon control. I'd love to see if they're able to maintain this, or if Climax will be able to close out the game before any of that even happens. Looking at the way that the game is going out right now, Climax find themselves a decent amount of gold lead, but the Kalki is reaching that point of power. And reaching maximum velocity on the Kalki, that 2-item power spike could spell disaster for Climax if they don't recognize this as a problem and play around it.
This is also a all-in style build coming out from Shine, opting in for the activatable AP item.
The Spellbinder.
The Spellbinder. That's going to give him move speed, going to give him some extra just chunk of damage. Guess what? Here we go. Teleport's going to come out here. Shine's a little bit out of place. Ends up using the Hemo Plague immediately early. That's a very early teleport from Rexion. Might have been forced. Let's see here. Corki's down toward that bot lane. They have themselves the Sheen proc that can help take away this tower. Here comes Catspool over toward the side. Desmond's, though, going to get tagged. Dragon Kick's also going to be there. True Shot Barrage not going to come in toward the side. Look at Joker. He stole away the Varus ultimate, but it's not there any longer. Where's the Corki? All the way down in the bot lane. So unfortunately for Empire, they can't force a fight. Climax are able to disengage.
Look, I have to criticize that one. Did anybody land their skill shots that fight?
Look at this. Cheeky little play. Actually going to steal it away. And Rexion is on the opposite side here of the jungle. Ends up using the ultimate. Might have been a little too late. You also got Shine coming on down. What can Climax get for this? Look how many people are committed toward this fight. Rexion's going to try and delay them. Look toward the top side of that jungle, though. They're going to go for a fight here, possibly. They decide to back off. Climax. Rexion pushing a little too far forward into the jungle. You can't be making those mistakes because Empire will be able to take advantage of it.
Well, this is the point that Empire excels at. They know how to play from this position. They played it out so many times before. When they are just a little bit behind, Empire know how to play it out. We'll look to see if they can actually take away this game 1. This is in the ballpark. Climax right now in a difficult position. They got the goal lead, but then the question lies on them to say, can they end out the game? Can they build enough of a lead that they can actually end off the game? Rexion now not playing to his strengths. Rexion is that big split push champion. He goes into the side lane, he kills off whoever tries to stop him, and he picks up those turrets. Right now, he's looking to try and teleport back into his team, but they're not landing skill shots. Climax needs to land skill shots. The Cataclysm, the Flagging Drag, the Glacial Fissure, all necessary instruments to actually help them win a fight.
See here, take a look at some of the items. Joker's been able to complete the Zonias. Miramana online now for Raze. You're also going to have the Iceborne Gauntlet completed. Big thing here for Empire, though. Ravina on this Varus has the Bork, has the Rage Blade completed as well. Shine is fully stacked up the Spellbinder for the next big team fight. Going to hold on to that for as long as possible, likely, until it's absolutely needed. Empire have themselves tools to now take a team fight, and that's scary to think of here against Climax.
For Climax, I think they definitely have to be a little bit wary right now, because you said it yourself. Empire, they have the tools to take this fight, and if you're Climax, you kind of go, oh wait, we were supposed to close off, we were supposed to be at the inhibitor turrets knocking on the Nexus right now? You mean to say that we could have done something at the 20-something minute mark, so that at 27 minutes we were way further ahead than we actually are? You mean that's possible, Oppo? And that's what Climax are right now. They are kind of realizing right now that they actually had such a strong lead. They can feel the remnants of that lead still existing right now. But it had slowly but surely been fading away for Climax, and despite what the gold lead tells you, Empire are in no way a weaker position than Climax right now. It's just whoever gets a better fight.
The big thing here is we're going to have a second Infernal Drake for both of these squads available quite shortly. Pings have already come out from Empire. They're opting to focus on this, and I want to see whether or not Climax try and do the same or try and take something else on the map, because honestly, they give up this second Infernal Drake without taking anything back. It's going to be really unfortunate because guess what? Shine is soon going to finish this Rabadons. Once that's online, the amount of damage just surges insanely high on this Vladimir, and Climax either need to take a fight or they need to take an objective, and Rexion cannot get caught out.
Look, that second Infernal Dragon is basically Sultan's Comet. Whichever team picks that up is going to take over the entire Bender Nation, all right? Both teams wanna go for
Rexion,
this.
he's caught out! You can't be doing that. Ragnarok is there. He's unstoppable, but he can't get to safety, and those are the mistakes that are going to cost you from Climax.
And what's the best CC? The best CC is going to be Death. Who needs to draft a CC if you're going to out-damage your opponents, kill them off, and at 28 minutes after you've been behind the entire game, rush off this Baron?
What is Climax going to do here? They have themselves 4 members. The Jarvan, though, is nowhere nearby. Varus ultimate gonna miss there from Joker. They have themselves an Infernal Dragon, but guess what? It's just not worth it, and Climax just throw away this game to Empire.
Dragon goes over on the Climax. They pick up that second Infernal Dragon, but guess what? Empire looking to pick up this Baron right now. Moving in position to stop the Jarvan from joining into the fight. A couple of auto attacks from Kirino just to try and speed up the process. And finally, EMP 29 minutes and 20 seconds into the game, find the first Baron of the first game of this best of 3 series.
On top of that, too, they equal out the gold lead identically. We're at 50.3 apiece. 8 kills each. The big thing for Empire, they've only taken 1 turret. They've now taken 2, and they're looking to tie up that turret total as well and help surge in the gold lead with all this free standing gold.
Pushing forward now. EMP. They finally find themselves at equal footing. This is what I was talking about, Opal. Climax, they are feeling the remnants of the advantage that they had once upon a time. Whereas EMP, they have finally got to the point of power where they can go, alright, there's the Olaf pushing up top side. Who wants to go kill him? Everybody raises their hand because they realize that they can't do it by themselves. You talked about how the Executioner's Calling was that early item that the Olaf needed to pick up in order to deal with the Vladimir effectively. Look at it. Where is it now? It took so long to get out. It's not even here at 30 minutes into the game. So even if he goes up into the Olaf matchup against the Vladimir, the Olaf isn't necessarily going to win that anymore because Vladimir, look at the items that the Vlad has picked up. You have those 4 items on the Vladimir's side. That is a strong
if they're going to go for a fight here, they need to take it now. Shine is nowhere nearby. He has teleport available, but it still feels like Climax are still very uncertain. Why is Joker all the way down toward the bot lane here? Sure, he'll have teleport, but your mid lane's being siege upon. Desmond's going to try and jump on in, possibly. There is a teleport available. True Shot Barrage going to tag cast, but here comes the Vladimir from the left side. Might be going for a rotation. Kench is going to go ahead, eat up Joker. Desmond just jumps in. We'll see what happens. It's a double knockup into a 3-man Cataclysm. Hemoplague is on top of Raze, though. He gets chunked out. He's able to survive, but not for too long, and it's a separated fight. Rex trying to go off in the back line. It's not going to matter, though, because the Vladimir's able to clean up.
I mean, despite the fact that EMP took that fight when they shouldn't have, what was Ribita's positioning there? He walks in towards 3 members of Climax. That was the point where you punish that Varus, kill him off, and he dies. You get the kills off, and you take the momentum, and you run into the bank. EMP turned a disastrous fight into a bad one. When even a bad fight, they take the win. And that's the power of EMP. That's where they are so strong. These mid to late game fights where they are able to play from behind and push the game into their advantage.
And just like that, Climax, face now scarred. Inhibitor tower's been taken down. That's a mid lane inhibitor exposed. Baron buff is going to dissipate quite shortly, but they weren't able to stop their base from being broken. They're able to salvage it. They had that opportunity. They waited so long. And it's, again, missed ultimates here or there. Indecision, letting Shine take his time to get all the way down. And Rexion, he's at that point. Sure, it's a massive Olaf, but he can't 1v4. He just doesn't have the lifesteal. And if he's misplaying like this, look at this. He's caught out. They're going to go ahead and collapse on him. Rexion has nowhere to run. That's so much damage. The Ragnarok just amplifies it. He gets taken out. And once again, this Olaf, it has been the shining star of the game for Climax, but also their weakest link.
What more is there to be said, Oppo? We've said it all. We talked about the Olaf. He was the strong point for the team, and now getting caught out every moment. Guess what? The Ragnarok doesn't protect you from the one CC that truly matters, death. Climax right now, lose the inhibitor coming in. Baron expiring on EMP, so they at least have to try and reset, maybe even pick up the next dragon, go for that Baron, but EMP. They look like they might be able to take this game if things keep going the way they go.
Sion going to be spawning back in 8 seconds. Team comps, got to ask, you know, what is the message Climax is trying to get across between all their members? They feel like they're miscommunicating. They're doing what we've seen other teams do against them, where they deny the vision. Now they are blinded in their own jungle. Let's take another look here. Joker with that engage. He gets so aggressive, but he gets eaten up.
Yeah, going in on this, I mean, this fight really didn't have to go the way it did. Ribina's positioning in that fight, where he was so far forward, ended up almost getting him entirely punished. Look at how low his health bar is. The amount of dedication that it took from Zer to try and focus on keeping his AC alive was the only reason he managed to survive all of that.
Okay.
That was otherwise an absolute misplay coming in.
Until Climax actually gets a Grievous Wounds item, I mentioned Rexion maybe should have got that earlier on in the game when he had such a massive gold lead to just really put down Shine. Without any kind of healing reduction, Shine is always going to live through these fights.
What's going on here?
See how much they're committing for a Tom Kench. Carino's over toward the side. They do finally get themselves a kill onto the support. It's going to be a 5v4, but look at your key ultimates. True Shot Barrage is down. Glacial Fissure is down. You also lose out on your Cataclysm. It's only Joker now with a Dragon's Kick. And honestly, for Empire, this is another opportunity. Look at that damage. It doesn't even matter. The auto attacks that come out here from the Corki. Joker has to back off, and Climax, they can't do anything here.
And even with Tom Kench dead, doesn't really affect the grand scheme of things. Just going to be able to use that Abyssal Voyage and join in with the team right after anyway. We do see a bit of posturing towards this Baron.
And it doesn't end well. Climax, do they try and turn this fight? Teleport's going to be coming in from both members. They're going to go ahead, full commit onto that ribbon, and now they get the forest. Big targets down. Shine is still alive. What are they able to go for? Huge Hemo Plague into the back line. The exhaust is there, though. It's going to interrupt some of the damage, but the chunk just came back out, and Shine literally rips the blood out of his enemies and uses them as weapons. Once again, Empire are able to find themselves a fight, and Cass is somehow able to stay alive on the Lee Sin.
Empire, despite all of that, only lose Ribina in that fight, and that is already an absolutely great outcome. What a fight coming in from Climax. They find a great opening. Actually just got something from HungryCast. You know, GPL Caster has been doing this for a long time now. Olaf and Silas aren't even champions past 28 minutes. Past 28 minutes, they just glorify super minions. They walk around the rest of the map, okay? That's the only thing they have. They basically are super minions that can go into your jungle. Apart from that, they don't offer all that much to the team. You can already see how that's diminishing. With Silas, he's been able to take away Ribina's ultimate, and the corrupting chains from the Silas has at least been able to provide a little bit more CC for Climax, but they drafted for a composition that had very little of that from the get-go. We're starting to see how that hurts them going into these fights.
12 to kills. 4 Elemental Drakes secured by Empire. 4 Climax. Let's take a look now once again. They had themselves a lead. It's gone away. It's a 3,000 goal lead for Empire. Still pretty close. The issue here is their inhibitor has been broken. Baron is on the table, and they can't push that ward line any further. Rexion could try and go for a teleport flank very deep into the jungle. It's a bit of a risky play. Elder Drake will be coming online soon. The question for Climax, do they trade the Baron for the Elder Dragon or vice versa? Because Empire, they got 4 stacks. They'll happily take that Elder Drake, and with that true damage of being available, especially on poke champions like a Varus and a Corki, Climax can't keep up.
I mean, despite the fact that Empire have been in control for a few minutes now going into this later half of the game, they haven't been able to find all that many targets apart from... Oh, actually, as I say that, Shine down the bot side. Just gonna be able to chunk out on that bot lane in a tier turret. We're looking to see if Empire are going to pick up this Baron or if there's going to be enough resistance from Climax to stall them off. They don't have enough vision control over the Baron though.
Well, guess what? Package is available. That's going to be a teleport coming out from Rexion on the Olaf. Does Empire turn this one around? Shine is so far from this fight. Climax could force this fight and possibly take it into the backline. They go ahead, find themselves the kick onto the Lee Sin. Shine, though, going in for the rotation. Wants to get on top of the backline. They get themselves multiple members, but here comes the Vladimir. Gets the damage. Can they turn that around? And Shine is just obliterating, bathing in their blood, but they're able to find the kill. Goes into the stop.
Oh my
Can he
goodness!
pull it off? The
Carino
is still alive. A double kill coming in for Carino. And the teleport in mid lane. They're going to look for the end.
What is going on right now? Climax, they were supposed to win that fight, but now it's the base EMP. 39 minutes, and the dev timers on Climax way too long, and there's nothing the blue team can do. Empire picked up game 1.
And Empire are able to fight back. They had the keys to their cage the entire time in their grasp, and they're able to free themselves here in game 1 and look for match point in game 2. Woo, Grandin! What a way to start off our first game of our final.
All right, I need you to explain to me what happened that last fight. So let's do a check. 4 people doing Baron.
Vladimir.
Vladimir was bot lane. Had TP.
Vladimir.
Doesn't TP into the Baron
Vladimir.
pit. He walks in. Rest of his team dies to the Olaf.
Wait. Vision. Vladimir.
It's the answer is Vladimir. That's all it was. Walking in. Shine was just the late game scaling monster, and Vladimir at that point, there's nothing much that Olaf can do. When you compare these two champions side by side, it just seemed that the Vladimir had so much more contribution past that 30-minute mark.
Well, the big thing here was they got themselves a Grievous Wound item at the very end of the game. They got one on Raze. He got an Executioner's Culling. The big thing here, and there was a fight earlier on in the game, we might be able to see it actually in one of our replays, was I have to pinpoint Azora Vecchi with his exhaust usage. I didn't get to mention it during the fight, but he ends up using it extremely early on a Vladimir before the actual damage popped from the ultimate. If that's used a little bit later, interrupts the amount of damage flow coming out from the Shine. Unfortunately, he didn't have it during that final fight either. And Climax, they're just so indecisive with their fights. They want to go for this perfect play where Joker steals away a Lee Sin kick, kicks back a Lee Sin. Great, that's awesome. You could just kill them faster. And then Shine comes in, he's like, oh, hello. I don't know if I can 1v5. He was able to 2v4 there. And the other thing, too, if you don't get the Corki, sure, you got yourself a Vars, but there's still a Corki on the map. There's still the Vladimir. There's still technically that Lee Sin if he's able to survive. There's all these damage sources, and they can't do it.
Welcome to Opal Class 101, by the way. Don't bother stealing the Lee Sin ult, because if you kill them before they can do anything, that's all that counts.
You know, you mentioned it. The best form of CC for an Olaf is to just kill him. Let's take another look at the fight.
Yeah, this endgame fight, I mean, taking a look at his positioning.
Go.
Vladimir is so far away from the fight, and Rexion just walks into the back line.
Initially, too, look at how many ultimates were down coming into this fight. There's no Glacial Fissure available. Cataclysm was used a bit earlier, too. They just didn't have these options available. They tried to go for a fight. I like that they forced it, but they just didn't have the cooldowns, it seems. And look how much health Shine got back.
It's a 2 versus 4, and somehow Empire come up on top after all that. The split decision to go for 2 different targets instead of focusing the one first cost them dearly, and Climax will not be able to win that fight because of that.
Again, that's a tough one. If you're looking at MVP this time around, Grandin, you know, I kind of have to give it to Shine. He had a rough lane. He did have some disrespect there. But, you know, they were able to do it in the end.
It felt like overall impact, the person that had the most in the game, I would give it to Shine as well. I mean, he had the early game, the champion disparity was pretty obvious, but being able to run with that Vladimir going into the mid to late game, he was able to survive long enough. The rest of his team did a phenomenal job being able to hold down the fort, just low enough for Vladimir to skill up. Yeah. I think that was,
and it was an all-in build too.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like if we saw any kind of Grievous Wounds item when he got that Spellbinder, possibly a different story for this game, because he went all in on the damage. He went Spellbinder into a Rabadon's, and he saved that active until he got the Rabadon's, and he was just able to deal so much damage. And damage charts, though, of course, the Corki's going to be in the lead there, though, of course, with the poke. Another big one for me, too, was Rexion. He had a really good laning phase. He did really well on this Olaf. Empire were not ready for it. The thing was, he got caught out about 3 times during the game. And there were a lot of times where Climax, like any player, should not be where he was.
Yeah.
And it just costs them.
Look, I mean, the problem with that is laning phase. That's the thing, right? It's a part of the game. If you're not able to play the remaining parts of it, then ultimately, as a player, you're lacking in those respects. Whereas you take a look,
you know, Carino did pretty well there on the Cork. He had some pretty big packages as well. So I'll give it to him. Did all right there. 7, 2, and 8.
I mean,
Crandon is not too sure on this one.
You know, I don't oftentimes disagree with the picks. MVP, usually I say, yeah, whatever works, you know, if they had good impact on the team, sure. But coming into this one, I felt like Corki, he had the most amount of damage, but a lot of the reason why the Corki was even able to get there was because of the team effort. I felt like Shine really allowed the team to just go in and be able to get all that work done.
Well, unfortunately, Grandin, it don't matter. In the end, it's going to be Empire taking the series lead 1-0. When we come back, though, it's going to be Game 2 and Climax. Can they try and repeat the success that we saw in the early game and close out, or will Empire be locking their ticket into the C-Tour Major coming up next weekend?
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed far reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out they're written down in eternity. But you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch a dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed, far-reaching greatness. Legends never die. Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
Take it up, take it over, take it out of control. Today I'm free of my soul, and now you got me singing. Oh, hey,
Welcome back, everybody, to our National Minor Final, where Empire sit 1-0 over Climax. I'm Opal, joined by Grandin. It's been a rather explosive game one here, Grandin. Now we get set for game two.
Game 1 was a game that looked to be Climax's to take.
But once again, Empire play into the perfect position they like to play from. And it's so perplexing. Every team in the world goes, I want to win the early game, crush the mid game, and then cleanly close out end game. Empire say, nah, forget that. I want to lose the early game, have a miraculous fight in the mid game, and then somehow win late game. It's a big question mark what happens between steps 2 and 3, but they do it anyway.
Yeah, that seems to be their plan. It ends up working pretty good, Grandin.
Yeah, they've made it all the way to the National Minor Finals.
It also, and we noticed this during the break, it also helps when no one buys an Executioner's Calling
Opal's pretty mad about
against
that.
a Vladimir. I saw the Olaf. He picked up a pickaxe. I see you, Rexion. I see you. You pick up a pickaxe instead of just destroying Shine. Instead, you pick up the pickaxe. You pick up a pickaxe so you can mine the diamonds and play Minecraft, apparently. Because honestly, it kind of felt like that's what he was doing every time he got picked off.
Look at this. Opal got so mad you broke Opal.
I didn't break.
That's what he has gone on to back to like 2012 talking about Minecraft and stuff.
Well, let's go ahead and get into it. Empire going to be on the blue side. Climax on your red side. It's a 1-0 series. Empire needing only this second game to cement their slot in the C Tour Major.
All right.
Now, for Climax, what do you do? Because you know what? It worked pretty good, but then it didn't.
For Climax right now, they have a number of win conditions. 1, they get a scaling composition that works better than what EMP draft. 2, they draft a composition heavy in CC, a very easy composition to play. It's the Press R comp. 3, they get strong winning lanes that are able to get all the kills they need in the early game so that they find themselves a better position.
We'll see here. First 2 bans from both squads coming out. Empire going to be banning out toward that mid lane as we see the LeBlanc, the Zoe, and the Rise taken away. Meanwhile, for Climax, they opt to ban out the Galio and the Callista. Notably, Rexion is still playing. Quan going to be sitting out possibly the final game for the squad here in C-Tour after playing completely with the team for the entirety of our split final ban. It's going to be the Vladimir.
Getting rid of that Vladimir here and removing a number of the very strong picks on the side of EMP. Once again, Galio and Callista never going to see the line of day for EMP. So many teams removed that as an option. Considering the bans coming in for the Zoe, I mean, 9.7 has been quite the change. We've seen the rise of champions like the Corki back into the mid lane, Silas back into the mid lane. Where's Lysandra? Considering what we've seen so far, Lysandra is actually looking to be a pretty good pick for EMP right now.
Oh, but they said maybe they're listening to you, Grandin. The Press R composition starting to unfold. The Simmer going to be the first pickup here for Climax after seeing the Jarvan getting locked in for Empire.
Alright, the Camille isn't exactly part of my Press R composition that I had in mind, but it can work out. But yeah, the Morgana makes more sense.
yeah.
Press R. Walk into them. CC, kill them all. That's the simple composition that Climax can try to employ if they want to be able to have an easier game number 2. It's a surefire way to look to have a much cleaner game. Whether it means you'll lose cleanly or win cleanly, that's still up in the air. But at least you managed to not show too many of your cards in your hand as you go into the final match, if you do manage to make it that far. So, Silver Morgana, strong ball lane, just shove it out, simple.
See here, the Kench, though, going to be picked up here. Catfish returning to the Rift after having a tough early game we saw from the bot lane. Genzer was taken out, but a big key factor was that rotation available from the ultimate. But hey, we got ourselves a Vayne coming out for Rabina here on the side of Climax. Do they opt in for this Silas and they decide, hey, we want to try it again? We'll see whether or not it pays off, though, and if they can hit those ultimates with Joker.
Look, I'm not saying that I don't like Vayne being played. I love Vayne being played, but Rabina, this is a difficult time for you to pull out the Vayne. We've already seen how it was playing that Varus. Climax is not a team to be underestimated. They have a good amount of power to jump onto the Vayne. And with Climax receiving this information right now, it's simple to draft something that works well with this, whether it's going to be in the form of that Hecarim up in the top side or something else. They get a strong Press R engage kill off your ADC composition. or if they could even go for something like the Zed. Zed, we've seen how that can be effective. Something that's able to kill off the Vayne could just put a wrench in the works for Ian.
Would mean that Silas would likely go up into the top lane. We'll have to see here. Jungle getting locked in, and for Climax, they're picking up the Skarner here after watching Empire use it in the series before.
Still press arm. You get move speed, you walk up, you press the bind, you just CC chain with the Morgana. Press R composition coming in from Climax, shaping up quite well. Silas, he presses R a lot in this game. So this composition should be something a little bit more stable for Climax. I think it's a little bit more straightforward. They hopefully will be able to scale with this, but this does mean that with the Skarner coming in, they should try to establish a little bit more control around the spot side. Skarner gets control around his Crystal Palaces. The Morgana and Sivir push down the bot lane. Silas pushes out mid lane if they can, and from there, they establish control around bot side, pick up as many dragons as they can, and transition into this mid game with a little bit more oomph.
See the Victor getting locked in here for Empire. See Carino gonna be locking that in. And oh, we got ourselves a Renekton from Shine. Rexion gets the counter pick here in the top lane. What do we want to see here? Do we want to see the carry v carry? You want to see a tank into that Renekton to try and be useful into the later part of the game. We've seen the Mundo before.
Oh my goodness, don't do it.
Or we could see ourselves in Akali possibly. It's going to get locked in. Akali versus Renekton. Or possibly the Silas.
I'm hoping it's a Silas versus Renekton. I don't want to see Akali versus Renekton in this matchup. I don't think it's going to be pretty opal. I think the Renekton's going to have a pretty good time going up against this Shadow Assassin. The main problem I have with Climax right now, they were looking so good. They had CCs on their jungler, on the support, and a little bit on the Silas, and then they just tossed it all out the window when they picked up the Akali. Now, what's the Akali supposed to do in this composition, yeah? They already have damage in the form of the Sivir. They get a strong press R champion top lane, and that's going to be all they need to really round off the composition. I'm going to give the Akali a little bit of flank right now, unless Rexion is able to play a very just oppressive, disgusting Akali. I'm going to give them flag for that. I don't think that was the right pick in this circumstance, considering the composition they already worked with.
Yeah, we'll have to see here from Empire. Also bringing out the Victor as well in this game. Glad to see myself some Victor action. We'll see how well it goes.
Oh, right. You didn't get to cast
the
one with Kirino, right?
Yeah, I wanted to see some Victor, and I got to see it from the sidelines, so we get to cast some.
Well, let's put it this way, yeah? He went in, the Zed killed him like 5 times.
He doesn't have to worry about a Zed this time around.
True. He gets to play some real League of Legends.
Big if true. Big if true. Zed ain't in the game. Get to play some League of Legends. Perfect.
Watch us spawn in, and then it's just gonna have like the Zed over the mid lane, and
watch. Spawns in. He spawns in. Just Victor goes limb and dies at that point.
Sad.
That would be tragic. Going against a Silas though. I'm interested to see how that kind of matchup works. I haven't seen a Silas versus a Victor just yet. Again, Victor's been, you know, here or there. We see the odd pickup from him from time to time, but he isn't what you consider, you know, meta like he once was. I think that was back in Season 7. It was odd, pretty much always pocket picked for a lot of mid laners because you like having that wave clear, which kind of works kind of well for Empire if they really need to stall out this game in any kind of scenario too. If you need that Renekton to apply pressure in a side lane, you know.
I think going into this, the Silas versus Victor matchup is a little bit more Silas. Silas generally works very well as a lane bully. Victor really isn't that exception. Of course, the Victor, as you mentioned, brings in that additional wave clear that helps him at least shove the Silas on the turret. If Silas gets shoved on the turret, then Silas doesn't get to do Silas things, won't be able to jump on you with the latching chains and start willing it away at you with those chains as well. That being said, though, Silas does have moments of vulnerability, especially considering Silas's main kit is jumping and latching onto the Victor. If Victor is able to drop that gravity field and be able to hold on to the Silas for as long as possible, you could very likely see jungler rotation coming in on the side of Empire to collapse in on that Silas and maybe try and pick up the kill.
Yeah, on top of that too, you have a Skarner also coming out here from the side of Climax.
I'm excited.
He's going to be a little Scorpion. He's going to come on over and he's like, hey, Vayne. Thank you. Take him.
The flappy.
That hurt my hand a lot, actually. Ow! I was like, oh, this ain't gonna hurt. Whoop, actually hurt a decent amount. And that could hurt the Vayne quite a bit. An impale there and take her away.
Wow, Opal. Truly putting your body on the line for that pun. I love it.
Really? I don't know if that was working. Ow, that actually hurts a decent amount now. Ow. What's this? Okay, it's made out of like...
No, this is like concrete or something.
Ow.
Underneath this, and I don't... It's just like...
actually like... Yeah.
Sturdy, yeah. It's sturdy here.
It's not on wheels. It'd be too heavy for wheels. Ow.
I think so.
I was like, oh, we got some like, rubber canvas kind of thing. It might have some No.
Opal
How?
got baited here.
I got baited by the desk. Honestly, though, Climax this time around, if you're able to get yourself a lead in this scenario, again, that Renekton versus Akali, that could go really bad.
I don't think we get to see too much Renekton versus Akali. My idea of what goes on is that Renekton is supposed to be able to kill off the Akali, especially in the early phase of the game. Even with the Twilight Strand, I don't think the Akali gets enough of an advantage to justify picking that up in the top side, considering the Renekton was that prominent pick already laying in wait there.
Yeah, again, it's a carry versus carry style matchup. Additionally, too, Rexion, I guess this time around, it's a little harder for him to get caught out. If it gets a little too far forward, you could drop that Shroud and then try and escape somehow. He also has that ultimate to get to safety with the flawless execution. It just feels disjointed from the composition of Climax, and that could be a big hurdle for him.
Exactly. You can I think anybody that looks at the composition coming in from Climax right now can say, Skarner makes sense. Silas makes sense. Sivir Morgana, yeah, looks like a good composition.
Makes a ton of sense.
And then you look up to the top side. Why is there an Akali here? Is this the right pick?
Like, Akali.
It just doesn't fit as well with the composition, considering what they've already drafted for them. I felt like they already had the damage source they needed. If they wanted to take a secondary damage source, I felt like the Silas could have been replaced with something else. But there are a lot of strong press R champions up in the top lane. I think right now they need a little bit more reliable engage, because Sarna isn't going to walk forward and press R in between 4 people. He doesn't have that kind of power. So unfortunately...
He just got to believe in him, all right? You get a black shield on that Scorpion, apply some speed buff from the Sivir. Can do whatever he wants, Grandin. It might not be smart, but he can do whatever he wants.
So we'll have to see if that comes back to bite them. Without having a full and reliable engage, you're just going to be able to run into Empire space. But I hear the music. That means we're going into game.
Yeah, it's going to be game 2 of our Singapore and Malaysia National Minor Grand Final. Empire needing to just take down the Nexus one last time. And they will be the team representing the region at RC Tour Major. Climax want to take us to a final deciding game 3. They showed last game early that they could get advantages. Let's see if they can do it again, but this time, hold on.
To Summoner's Rift.
You know when you say, hold on, I just imagine that the very cliche poster with like the kitten hanging off the branch, and you just see like Climax cropped onto the face.
Additionally, Rexion. Wow, that is an aggressive summoner spell choice coming out from Rexion. Is he actually... He's going to try and go toe-to-toe with this Renekton. He's got Ignite.
I am unsure how to feel right now. This is questionable. Just to say the least. This is quite questionable.
We'll see here. Shine's going to go ahead and pick up that Shrine.
Oh, I get it. Shine gets the Shrine.
I wasn't going for that, but, you know.
But I get it.
You get it. Seems big if true. Big if true.
That's all that is. So we are looking at some pretty standard stars coming in from EMP and Climax. EMP and Climax both starting out that red buff. So looking at the movements coming through, we have seen Casper. He tries to rotate over, looking for a couple of the river wards, trying to spot out if he is going to be expected rotating over onto the other side of the jungle. It looks like they actually do manage to move over. Spot out this ward. I'm not sure if this means that he's actually going to go for the blue buff. We've seen him back away after being able to clear a little bit of vision. We might actually get some information about some vertical jungling going on, and that means it's Skarner. Depending on his path of clearing right now. If he goes with the Raptors, he knows that he needs to go for the vertical clear. He's probably going to go for the Scuttle Crab and then move over to that blue buff.
Shine keeps dancing here on the outskirts of Rexion, getting his passive up. And gets some chunks of damage here early onto that Renekton. Both top laners also running that Doran shield to try and regen a bit more. be a bit more safe as well. Shine's going to go ahead and hit level 2 at the same time, so no cheese early on. We'll take a look here towards the mid lane for any standard starts. Carino, if he's able to actually get ahead, will be very nice on this Victor too. Could really start to push in Joker. You can see Carino taking his time here with this push. Gonna let to try and push Joker in. Maybe try and make something happen here as Castile actually is gonna get a triple buff here start as Desmond's late to the punch. This is a very slow Skarner clear.
So the problem coming in for Skarner in this case was he went for the red buff, went for the Raptor Camp, went for the Scuttle Crab, and then the buff. If he had gone for the Scuttle Crab and then went for the buff, that would have given him enough time to finish that blue buff, move back in, and went for that full clear around his own jungle. This was a mistake of a clear coming in for Desmond. It's a difficult choice to be able to see, but making this mistake means that he's going to lose out on at least one buff starting out this game.
Decent amount of damage there. Conqueror also there for Rexion. Gets a decent amount of damage.
Oh my
early
goodness.
on,
He's in kill range.
Early on, Shine is going to have a decent bit of trouble here. Guess who's nearby as well? Desmond sneaking in. I don't think he was seen by the minion. Oh no. Is he actually going to possibly teleport back onto this? If he teleports into the lane, he might get killed by Desmond or at least force out a flash. Oh, Desmond's got to stay. Oh, he
Right
totally
onto the
is.
crypts.
Is he actually going to go for it? Are they actually going to make this play? I don't think so. Desmond's taking a lot of time here.
I mean, Shrine doesn't realize the kind of danger he's in right now.
No, I think Desmond's... Okay, I'm going to criticize Desmond a little bit here. He's wasting a lot of time. If he doesn't get this, Shine jumps in. Okay,
What's happening?
Desmond, he doesn't have
Make
it.
a call.
It's a big bait. That's what it was, Grandin, the entire time.
Oh
But
my
Rexion
goodness.
just gets taken down, and then Desmond's going to be the new target. Yeah, I would be popping the thumbs up too, Shine, because I don't know what the hell I just watched.
Where's the slice and dice? Where's the stun?
What?
Oh my goodness!
Oh! Desmond pops his own thumbs up. He says, thanks, fam. What the hell? All right. You know what? Both of them made really bad plays in the end, so they both cancel each other out, right?
Yeah. Two bad plays make a great highlight reel.
Yes. Whereas Fish would say, Fiesta. Or a clown.
That's
circus.
that's perfect.
In the end, though, that first blood gold goes on to Renekton, though. And that's going to suck a little for Rexion.
It is. I
mean, Desmond.
But
Desmond.
still.
I have to crit, like, right when that teleport came in, you might as well camp the creeps. I guess you're afraid of the slice and dice that could come out from the Renekton to try and just get away with a little bit of dash. Rexion, you gotta be careful here. He doesn't have any energy. He gets the Shroud, he'll get some back, but he ends up using that Q, and Gaspel is nearby, but here comes Desmond. He's got that Predator, and then Cass says, oh, wait, there's a Skarner here, but Rexion doesn't have any energy.
Oh no.
Oh my, oh no.
The flash away from the Skarner too. Desmond, what is happening right now?
Joker should be able to get a decent chunk of damage. I don't know what I'm watching, and I'm afraid. Ultimate comes out here from Joker. The whip is there, and it finds its target. Joker, once again, finding an early advantage here in mid lane.
So, Opal, one of the first things I think they ever teach you in school is the 5 W's and the H. Who, what, where, why, how. I would like you to answer these questions for me right now, Opal.
Okay, where? Summoner's Rift.
Okay.
When? 5 minutes into the game. How? I don't know, because it ain't pretty. Rexion just uses ultimate. Okay.
So I think we've established that the 5 W's and 1 H are useless to analyze this game because some of these things don't make sense. We don't know why these things are happening.
Oh, man, and he's getting away with these plays a little bit too. He's starting to get a bit of a CS lead on the Akali. Desmond, he's taking his time. He at least rushed the Predator, which I do kind of like. It keeps him, able to impact these lanes. Otherwise, Climax, the other lanes aren't doing that bad. They haven't given over a kill to the Vayne. Joker got a solo kill in mid on the Sylas. Those are some good starts.
Yeah,
Those are some good starts.
Similar things happened in the first game with Climax vs. Empire.
Hello. I've seen this one before.
How many times does this have to happen?
Oh, he's ignited. Gonna see what they can do. Rexion doesn't have the execute available. Stun's gonna land though. Oh no, Rexion, we see this. What are you doing?
Oh my goodness!
Shine! He's 2v1ing! How the heck? Desmond! Oh, jeez, Shine, you're playing with death here. I have many questions, Grandin.
All right, hit me up. Or just give me one of them, please. I can't answer.
Why would you try and fight without the Akali ultimate? First one.
First, because you think that you can.
Why did you wait so long to impale the Renekton? So he was in ult form, and then his AoE does damage.
My brain was lagging. Next one.
Why is there Akali? Why is this going on? Empire are able to sneak their way on over and steal away the blue buff too. And we're back to a tie-even game, but Empire were able to pick up the Moundrake. I want to be serious. This is, you know, the final of the National Minor, Grandin.
No, yeah.
I have more questions than I've had the entire group stage and the first 10 minutes of this game.
Desmond is investing every living moment up into the top side right now. We're looking at this play. They bring Shine down to low health. This is why you run Ignite, but without the flash, no mobility available. Look at it, just dashing, slicing and dicing back and forth. The burn coming in through the ultimate from the Renekton. And if Desmond had stayed a moment longer, that could have been 2 kills over to Renekton. He's a problem as is. Look what's about to happen.
Yeah, he's got Tiamat completed. So this is going to, what we call in the business, really suck for Rexion. He's able to get like a decent amount of harass, but the all-in potential from this Renekton, and this is kind of what we expected. Like Rexion, you know, he was confident. He got the early trades. He's like, all right, I can play Akali into Renekton. What you going to do? And then Shine's like, wait, I'm Renekton. I will just all-in you. I will just rip you apart. That's cute. You have Conqueror. I also have Conqueror. That's cute. You have Ignite. I'm going to just kill you. It's a rough time, to say the very least. So the big one here is Joker. If he can continue to actually aggress upon this advantage that he found himself in mid lane, he can get more kills. That'd be very nice for him as well. Empire, though, Castiel has been just power farming, actually, in this jungle. That's a lot of CS to be having on your Jarvan this early.
Yeah, it is a lot of CS. It's also interesting that Caspiel picked up this blue buff, but there is that blue buff over on that Victor, so I think they managed to take that away from Scar. I think I missed out on seeing that.
Oh, yeah. Empire pretty much invaded right when they saw Rexion go down.
So with that being said, right now, game definitely handedly into EMP's favor. Don't let the minuscule goal difference tell you otherwise. EMP have full control over the game right now. Bot lane playing out exactly how they wanted. As long as the Vayne doesn't die, they're in good hands. Ribena should be able to play it out. I mean, I was worried on the side of Ribena, you know. Akali is one of those press R champions, go and kill you type champions. But guess what? Going into this, if your Akali is going to get so heavily denied by the Renekton, it doesn't really matter.
They're looking for a dive here. Shine's trying to bait him. He says, hi, I'm just, you know, a Renekton. Doing Renekton things. Oh, they also know they got a control ward down here as well. They go ahead and quickly pick up this quick kill. Desmond should be able to tell that something's gone on because his Predator's not going on to the Renekton. A nice flag drag combo is able to connect. Cataclysm coming on over, and there you go. Climax, they find themselves the advantage and find themselves the kill, but Shine is tearing them apart. Able to flash on in, finds himself the kill, and Rexion, you playing with some death right now, bud. Shine gets taken down. Joker's gonna pick up a kill. Beautiful roam on the Sylas.
Great moves coming in from Silence, being able to find himself in the top lane at the right time. Gets the counter gank. Being able to deny Caspiel's attempts there. They were looking to try and get that top lane turret. Use the Rift Herald as well to translate that into a bigger snowball. But a nice rotation coming in from Climax to be able to deny that beat. I would take a look back over onto Empire in the mid lane. Silas now in a bit of trouble. More power coming through from Kirito.
Yeah, needs just a little bit more cooldown reduction on that Sylas to go for the complete all-in because he was waiting on the rotation of spells. Back up toward this top lane. Rexion does have teleport available. Ooh, Joker's got to be careful. He's almost within kill range. Doesn't have flash. He ends up actually using it to escape Garino, who also blown his flash. So no summoner for both mid laners. Joker actually going to come back into lane. He's going to have about half his health. All right, so a little longer on that cooldown. We'll be fine. Back toward this bot lane. It's been pretty uneventful. No one's really used summoners. No one's really used heals. everyone's just taking their time. They're farming up.
I mean, it's great for the Vayne. Vayne doesn't have to go and worry about all too much. Just farm up down in the ball lane, getting a little bit more CS, trying to skill up.
Man, Raze, I'm careful here. I think they know someone's nearby. We'll see whether or not Climax continue to push here. This is a long and patient wait coming out from Empire. Figure something's up here. They're not too sure exactly where this Jarvan is. But they are going to ping out toward the Dragon, so they figure something's going on here. Here comes Desmond, though, on that Skarner. Gonna swing on by. He says, hey, what's going on here in this Dragon Pit? Pops the Predator. That was an early smite coming out here. Desmond ends up using the Impale, but gets rejected. The Kench says, I'm going to take my Jarvan elsewhere. Thank you very much. Here comes Rexion. Ends up teleporting down into lane, but what are you going to find? And Shine's going to come into mid. He says, yeah, I'll happily take a Silas. I'll happily take down Joker here. Joker's left to just turn to dust.
And a big shutdown coming in for this Renekton. 4-2 right now, becoming ever so much stronger. Pharaoh down mid lane.
Desmond's the only one in mid lane, and he can't wave clear. If he's not careful, he'll get dove. Boom, just like that. First brick gold goes on over to Empire. And it's almost a 2,000 gold lead at 13.5 minutes.
Yeah, being able to find a little bit more takes this mid lane inner turret down to just about half as well. Gives more over onto EMP. It walks past the control. Well, they don't even need to clear that. They say, no, that's not for me to worry about.
Ain't none of my business. That's what they say. Climax is going to rotate back up toward the top lane. Shine is already pushing on in. I'd be afraid of this Renekton. He's 4-2-0. I don't think you should send more. I think you should just, you know, let him do his thing. They tell you not to mess with crocodiles or alligators in the wild. I'm telling you that right now, Brandon. I know that. Fish will tell you that. I'll tell you that. Don't mess with him. He's a wild one.
Look, I'm not going to say that I'm going to try and wrestle an alligator, but if you happen to see me lose an arm or something, just assume that it was an alligator, all right?
I'll keep that in mind. Just in case,
To be honest, I mean, not even memeing right now. I really do want to try wrestling an alligator.
What?
Yeah, like not actually like with my arm in its teeth, but just like wrestle one, like cause they do this little tumble thing where they get like a bite onto something.
Yeah,
and
like, then they take you for the roll, the death roll.
Yeah, exactly. I want to do the roll without having my arm stuck in it.
Rexion goes for the flawless execution. Is going to time out here quite shortly. He's still holding on to it. It does disappear. He has Ignite, but guess what? Here comes this Victor. He's got the speed boosty from his Q, and unfortunately Rexion, he's going to be lasered on down toward the bot lane, though. Joker going to get suppressed over here. Desmond is nearby. Here comes, though, Karinion on this Victor all over the map with the teleport. Looks to turn around the fight. Unfortunately, that Morgana going to get taken down. Oh, Zorvecki. Fortunately, not long for this world, and it feels like Climax is starting to disassemble itself.
They walk out from the top side, teleport down to the bot side. Kirito is absolutely massacring Climax. Taking down the Akali, then going down to the bot side to find more kills for himself, getting a couple more objectives. They've now destroyed every top lane, every outer tier turret in the game, with the top one falling soon. And this is a great showing for EMP right now. I mean, this is something that you would see and you would say, oh, this looks like a game coming in from the round robins. Playing from group stages, EMP had a lot of games in this fashion. They got the lead. They were able to outplay their opponents and establish themselves with better control. Climax right now, this top lane Akali isn't able to live up to expectations. That level 6 big dream that they have isn't going to be able to pan out the way they wanted it to. Because of the different dynamics now, it's difficult to try and employ.
Empire going to start pushing up their ward line after taking all the outer tier towers. It's almost a 4,000 gold lead at 17 minutes for Empire. Items also coming online. You got a Black Cleaver for the Renekton along with that Tiamat now. Cinder Hulk completed for the Jarvan. He can look to dive in. I believe that's a fully upgraded Hex Core coming in for Carino. So he's going to have all his abilities upgraded as well. Have that movement speed and the ultimate speed change. On top of that too, we're getting closer for Rubina on this Vayne. Hasn't been part of any kills yet, but has just been farming up the storm. Going to have a Rage Blade completed here shortly. Sure, you got yourself that Essence Reaver on the Sivir. And again, you're looking for that press R composition. But the issue is now, even if you get on top of that main, Kench, we've seen it already, just eats up the carry that gets isolated by the Impale, and off they go.
I mean, it's hilarious because Climax, not only have they lost their chances to get a target with, as you said, Pound Kench, but what's going on here?
Suppression's going to be there,
There
but
we go.
we saw it once again. Root's going to land, but look at the damage coming out from the Victor. Joker tries to go in for a flank. Empire in a little bit of a 4v4 now, maybe not going their way, but Rexion takes way too much damage. Flawless execution onto the back line, not able to find it. Here comes that big Renekton. He's here to tear up everything on the side of Climax. A double kill for the Victor, and Shine, he's even going to ascend and really make Joker just pay for it. And the Vayne also nearby, getting the assist. Shine is just going unstoppable.
Shine comes down, says, remember that time you try and kill me up top side? Well, I'm here to return the favor. Walks right into the face of Joker, kills off every player of Climax, and that's an ace coming into EMP's hands. 18 minutes into the game. That two-man Cataclysm, the flag and drag into Cataclysm coming in for Caspiel was a great setup. That denied them any entry onto the Ribena at all. Beautiful play coming from EMP. Mechanically beautiful. Even with the way that the fight was set up, I mean, you could talk about how the setup went, how they managed to rotate over. I think just mechanic was so well played by the team.
Unfortunately for Climax, they had a burst of energy in that first game. They had the opportunity to take a game off Empire during the series, but now Empire, for once, they are in the driver's seat, and they are in a commanding one. It's a 9,000 gold lead almost for 20 minutes. They got themselves 3 Elemental Drakes and Infernal to also add on to the damage. It ain't slowing down. And Empire can look to end fast.
No, yeah, this is looking to be a bit of a problem for Climax. They want to try and hold on, but then again, what even is the win condition coming into this late game?
Not to see here. Rexion down towards bot lane still. Looking to clear out. Shine trying to apply some pressure here as they can. Scarino gonna come in to the blue buff. Seal one this away. Has Leandre's also completed here as well.
I mean, this entire game has been Desmond removed from his jungle entirely. If he wanted to get a buff from the beginning, he lost one buff. A triple buff start coming in for Caspiel. Moving forward, every time Desmond went up to the top side, that gave free reign over to Caspiel to just go and pick up more for himself in that jungle. Meanwhile, top lane...
Oh no, Joker, he steals away the Cataclysm, but guess what? Empire, they just say, you're stuck in here with us, bud. And now Cataclysm gonna be used by the Jarvan. Decent amount of damage is there, and that Storm is just raining in damage, almost taking down Desmond. He's down to single-digit health. He's able to survive, but Empire, with a minion wave and 2 members backing, they can look to push this. Joker's gonna try and teleport, but guess what? It's already done, bud. You have to run away. He's got to dash out of the gravity field. Empire tick up their 6th tower of the game. And Rexion, you're on the wrong side of the map. But he can just walk past them. He says, yeah, okay, I'll go. Rexion!
Just gonna harass
Are you serious?
the Renekton a little bit.
Are you serious? You're playing with death here. I understand you got yourself a Skarner coming by. You know, he's dancing, he's having a little bit of fun. But don't make the Renekton angry. We talked about this. He's going to death roll you. He'll take your arm.
Yeah, that's a scary one. You don't want to end up in that position, but as we were saying, Climax coming into this game right now, they are quite far behind. And if they want to try and hold on to the later stage of the game, the question really comes down to what even is the win condition? You look towards the Sivir and say, yeah, sure, Sivir might be able to do something in the late game. Then you look over to the Silence and say, this is a bit weird. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with the Silence coming in here. And then you take a look over onto your Akali, who is 1-4 right now. He's supposed to be that kind of secondary win condition. It's a little bit problematic to rely on an Akali who's so far behind, because that means that you need to go into the hyper late game just to see any relevance. And at that point, Akali can't solo carry. And then Skarner, what really is Skarner at this point? He basically is what you did. You slam your hand on the table,
and you go, ow!
You hurt yourself in the process. That's what the Skarner is, right?
That's a pretty good one. If anything, you know, it's like you have your impale is the kebab. You get yourself some food, and then Kench is like, oh, thank you very much.
Exactly.
I enjoyed that.
The Tom Kench has been an absolute counter to the Skarner, and he hasn't been able to find a single high priority catch this entire game.
Yep.
I spent so much time up topside trying to get this Akali ahead, but guess what happened? One Renekton. Who would win?
Who would win?
Skarner Akali or one Crocky boy?
or one lizard boy.
One lizard boy.
One lizard boy.
You got the Chichak there.
No, lizard or is it reptile?
No, so
what's their
Chichak is like Malay or lizard?
I'm not too sure. Well, look at this. We saw it once again. That Devour range actually is a little nuts. But grabs it and boom, they turn around. Azora Vecchi gets taken out. And this fight, even though it does kind of look good for, you know, Climax a little bit, they just take too long. Rexion's taking too much damage. And yeah, Shine comes down. He's like, oh, I'm going to come on in, do alligator things or, you know, Renekton things. And boom. You know?
I mean, I think it's fitting to see to use a little bit of Blossom Melayu with a Malaysian team.
He just, you know, he spins around like a tornado.
Yeah.
And he goes, it's time to Beyblade. Shreds them apart. He's like, let it rip.
It's interesting how that one brand has managed to stay in relevance for so long. Even if we, like, it's managed to stay in conversation
I've not seen like an, did they even produce any,
I
like,
have not seen
is there a
actual
spin-off
physical
show or anything on it?
I don't think so. I haven't seen a physical set in forever. But if somebody talks about it, everybody's like, yeah, I know what it is.
Okay. Enough about, you know, dead TV series and good old childhood. It's a ticking time bomb that we saw from this composition that went off very early on the side of Empire. And they're like, all right, we're happy. You got to feel bad for, like, say, Joker. He felt like he did very well. He got an early advantage on the Sylas. But again, this Sylas pick, we've seen it now twice. And, you know, it kind of does stuff, but you feel like you almost like someone who's just a little bit better. It offers a lot of utility because you get to see away the ultimates, but, like, you know, maybe just use a traditional mage. Use something in that mid lane that could contribute to the fight.
It looks like that's the case right now. A lot of teams are prioritizing the Sylas because they act as kind of bully in the lane that helps them tide over the early game so they're able to get a little bit more control. But with that being said, a lot of teams have been playing a very passive early game. What are we watching right now? We're watching junglers power farm for the first 15 minutes of the game. Skarner had an absolutely atrocious start, to be perfectly honest. Atrocious start.
Yeah,
imagine you're playing
triple
jungle.
buff.
Right, you're playing jungle. You walk down, you pick up your rip buff, all right? You go with your raptors, you pick that up, you go get the skull crab, and then you spend the next 2 minutes wondering what you need to do with your life because all your jungle camps on the bottom side got cleared out. Your Krugs, you're left with your Krugs, you walk up and like, well, I have enough item to go to buy another half of my jungle item.
Hey. I didn't even actually do that. He did get Predator, at least. He did get boots.
Yeah, so he got his boots. He went up topside, and he was like, okay, I can fight this, right? And then he's top lane, and he's like, what the heck, dude?
Dude, come on.
Why did I come
what
top?
Are you doing? I'll have to see here. It sounds like one of the players had a disconnection issue, so we're going to try and hopefully sort that out quite shortly. Hopefully we'll get ourselves back into our game. Again, reminder, it is Game 2 of our National Minor Final. And all Empire need to do is close this game out, and they will qualify for the C Tour Major. And of course, after that too, we do have our draw show.
I have to say, Oppo, you're the hand of Oppo called upon this block, and we are now looking at a Malaysian versus Malaysian finals, brother versus brother, ex-captain versus his team.
See here again, this was just that mid lane teleport that came out from Carino, which you know, maybe not been too smart there. Both flashes burned right away. This was the very early kill.
Do you enjoy this, Opal? Do you enjoy watching brothers pit against each other?
I was about to say something, Brandon. I had to double check it. I was like, you know what? Sometimes you enjoy a little bit of whipping.
Okay, all right. Let's go. Let's keep going with this. Let's keep going with this. I'm interested to hear now.
And sometimes that crack of the whip, you know, just hits the spot. Get it on the victor. I was going to say something else. I hate saying that on broadcast. I'll say it during the break. There's another one there. There's another one there.
There's a part
Chat might actually figure this one out.
It keeps going. But it's
producers in my head. He's like, say it, say it, say it, say it, say it.
Yeah, but it's been a fun one coming in. Climax versus Empire. It looks like Empire is in a pretty direct path towards that victory to take that 2-0 win against Climax. Unless Climax has something left in store, if they have something still hidden, that might be the final play to be made. I think with the goal gift difference right now.
Honestly, it just seems like there's nothing left in the tank for Climax at this point. You know, they tried everything in that first game. They tried to accelerate everything. They felt like they got Empire, maybe fatigue, off guard after that little bit of a break they had in their series. This one, you know, they're coming into the game. It just feels like they got nothing left.
It looks like Climax honestly played like a finals team going into that match up against Empire to take that. They almost managed to take that first game away from Empire. And that really was what we expected from these two finals teams. The second game has been a lot more lackluster. We've swapped out our regular top laner on this side of Climax. I'm not sure what happened there. I think with that top laner change, and the same can be said about Climax bringing in Shine here. I think Shine was an interesting adaptation as well because he brought in something more for the team. We saw how changing Shiro for Shine actually did a lot for the team. Happy to see that happen, but it doesn't feel like the change up in the top lane from Quans to Rexion has been the all-important change that we're looking for.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, you know, why is Quans not playing? Maybe he just didn't feel good. Maybe he had something come up and he had to, you know, leave the team and Rexion had to come and fill in. You know, it's a bit concerning because, you know, that question becomes, you know, for if Quan was in this game, would this be a lot different? Would there be some better decision making coming out versus Rexion? Would we've seen the early advantage from Rexion in the last game? Would Quan actually play that Olaf to the same caliber, or would they just go with something completely different? Again, a lot of questions. There's lots of variables when it comes to Climax's decision making to, you know, substitute, you know, one of their starting players for someone we have not seen the entire tournament. And it has both paid off, but also hindered them in both ways.
Yes. It looks like the change was able to bring something fresh to the table, and that kind of caught Empire a little bit off guard. You can see that they weren't ready to react to the way that Rexion was able to play up the top lane. That Olaf was a big headache for them up until that 20, 28, 30-minute mark where it just started to fall off a little bit. But we're taking a look at the overall state of the game now. Right, where we've seen Rexion, he's made these plays, he's done what he's done for his team. First game, he had that early game lead, but he couldn't play out the late game. That leads me to believe that Rexion's weak point as a player is going to be that late game focus. And considering they've already lost out this early game and they can't play out that late game, that just seems a little bit problematic.
Yeah, you know, for Climax right now, their life at the moment is this cupcake. It's screaming.
Perpetually scared.
It's screaming. It's scared. Every time the Renekton comes into the lane, it's just in its head and it's going, you know, like really just, you know, just screaming internally a bit. I know maybe they were screaming too. They were screaming with joy in that first game.
Opal, I have to say, can you and Fish like record a sample pack of these things that you guys see on broadcast, put it on a mixer, and just every time just
sometimes
screams like internally.
Screams internally.
His Azure impression. Fish's Azure impression.
What's this Azure?
You have to watch the VOD to see
I'll have to double
it. It was
check
hilarious.
Anyway, I am getting word that we should be getting back into the game quite shortly. It sounds like one of our connection issues have been resolved, so we'll hopefully be getting ourselves back into Game 2 here. Again, Empire do sit, I believe it was around 8,000 gold ahead of Climax. Empire getting themselves set up to rather take, you know, this Game 2 in a rather clean fashion.
Yeah, it's been a good set coming in for Empire right now. The first game that they played was a little bit interesting. I would attribute that to the good plays coming in from Climax, but coming into Game 2, Empire have been able to take the game by its reins, controlling that early phase, and now moving into this one. Good position for EMP to end it all.
Okay. Yeah, EMP just get a Baron. All right. I don't remember them taking the Baron. I know they were close to it, but they just go ahead and just pick that one up rather quickly. So now Empire in the driver's seat by 11,000 gold, a 22-minute Baron with 3 Elemental Drakes. They've already gone themselves every outer tower from the base of Climax. Yeah, 1 loss fight here. That pretty much spells the end of the game. They're up pretty much 30% of the gold that Climax has available to them. EMP have that as a bonus. On top of that, they also have an Infernal Drake, so it just adds on.
Infernal Mountain Drake, they're gonna be able to shred through the turrets. The inhibitors won't stand a chance from EMP's relentless siege. Down bot side though, Renekton.
He's coming. Renekton's looking for an Akali. Rexion can't really do a whole lot. He will get dove if he's not careful. And just like that, Shine. Oh, that demolished proc. Woo, that's a big boy right there. Takes that tower down to barely any health. Look at mid lane too. It's getting sieged upon. Empire now crack open the base of Climax. Climax trying to hold on. They're on the edge here of death. And Ray's able. Oh! I was about to say he spell shields the storm, but the laser, the death ray finds it. Hey! Rexion! Shine survives! Oh no, it's tragic, because guess what? Empire now closing in. They take the mid lane inhibitor, and now they're going to go ahead and take the top lane inhibitor to add on insult to injury. And Shine has teleport shortly.
Yeah, I'm just going to be able to move back in the team. The Infernal Dragon is going to be available, so they might try and pick that one up before ending off the game. I mean, what? Empire, they go in, take the Baron, take the 2 inhibitors in the mid lane, up in the top lane, now bot lane, basically broken.
Just look at these gold totals. It speaks itself here at this point. Empire, they look dominant. They had themselves a bit of a shaky one.
Oh my goodness, they're just going to get all spotted out by the Squire.
That orb spots everyone out. Shine says, okay, thank you. You guys run away now. I'm the captain of this game, Shine says. I am the Empire. They're also going to go ahead and pick up a second Infernal Drake.
What, do we need to play the Pirates of the Caribbean team now? Get the captains ready?
Well, you're going dun 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 dun.
No, he started to use that joke already in the match.
Personally, nothing beats the videos of people that are coming in really fast on different cars and stuff, and that just plays in the background. That's my favorite thing at the moment. But my other favorite thing is watching 3 inhibitors fall. Climax only have their Nexus towers left. Ravina stepping up very close. Final hour was popped. That's a Cataclysm. But look at the health bars just deteriorate instantly on the side of Climax. Desmond tries to run away. Azora Vecchi is going to fall. And Empire, with these minions, should be able to close out Game 2 and lock in their ticket into the Sea Tour Major. Just like that, Grandin. We have ourselves our 4th and final team. So congratulations to Empire, as they will be the representative for Singapore and Malaysia.
Look, I have to say, Fish has had his moments. He said a lot of things. He's talked a lot of smack, but when it comes down to it, the man knows which team is going to win at the end. He picks Empire correctly, and Empire finds themselves as the representatives for the Singapore and Malaysia region. This Malaysian team with a whole bunch of superstars has come in and played phenomenally for us. Congratulations to the team for picking up this win.
Now, we have ourselves 4 teams for the Sea Tour Major. And on top of that, too, we're now going to look to decide the bracket. Grandin, this should be a fun one here. I feel evil. But first off, though, of course, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the team stats from our final game here on how Empire were able to close that one out. Again, they just kind of won.
Yeah, that was an impressive showing coming in from Empire there.
Yeah.
The second game, much cleaner. It looked like there was a decent amount of skill gap, honestly, between the 2 teams. I think that's the best way to describe it. It looked like Empire had the more veteran, more seasoned players who understood what they needed to do in those positions. And then just 25.5 minutes in,
that was almost a perfect game,
pick
too.
Up the win. Yeah,
there were 4 kills away from having a perfect win there. As hello there. It's all good. Just saying hi. Window bar says hi. Says hi, Grandin. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot else to say. Like, again, we were excited for the starter, and then Kench came by. And then Shine was like, hello, I'm Renekton. Nice to meet ya.
I like this one. Gonna say.
You can agree with this one?
I can agree. 100% agree with Shine being the MVP, being able to neutralize the Akali. I felt like the Akali was a strange pick from the get-go. It wasn't able to perform up to standard and was ultimately one of the factors that led Climax to lose that series. But still, very good play coming in from Empire, very good play coming in from Shine. I really appreciate Empire for showing us the things that he can do, the diversity they have by switching out the top laners here.
Yeah, so with that, Empire, we're going to take the series 2-0. Again, we had ourselves 16 teams from the regions, and now we come down to our final one, which is Empire. Now, let us look toward the LST Major taking place next weekend, as we now look to decide the bracket and the seeding. Brandon, I'm excited.
Oh boy.
We feel menacing.
All hail the God Hand Opal.
The God Hand Opal.
The God Hand
Opal. Now, what kind of matchups are we going to have, Brandon? It's a spicy one. We're going to take a little while on this one.
I mean, you had a much better
Ow,
draw
I just hurt my hand again.
than Fish did.
All
so
right.
I believe in your powers, your Opal.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and crack that one open. So, our first one. From Thailand. Mega. Going to be our first team drawn into our bracket.
Yeah, just draw the powerhouse right off
Yeah,
from
no,
the
just
get-go.
the Mega. The Mega card right here.
Just draw a powerhouse team, the team that's slated to try and win it all. Just draw that team right away, Opal, why don't you?
You know, considered from one of the more stronger regions when it comes to LST. Most of the time, the most dominant when it comes to history.
Absolutely. Since the Vietnam move, it seems like Thailand has been having a monopoly over Southeast Asia. We're looking to see if any team can try and take that title away from them.
All right.
And Opal, you're going to find that second team.
Now we're going to see the second team. Now, I'm not too sure exactly where this team gets placed, if it gets placed with Mega or if it gets put onto the other side of the bracket, but we're going to find out. What team are you hoping not to see here, Brandon? What would you like to see?
Oh my goodness. I don't want to see Liab. I would like to see a Liab Mega Finals.
Come on. There we go.
Hey.
That one was put together really tight.
All
right. Here we go. We have ourselves Capital Esports being drawn in. So we'll see where they get placed in the bracket. They might be going up against Mega here.
Yep, Indonesian team coming into the competition. The Indonesian region for quite a while moving into the LST has been on the receiving end of not so great games. Sometimes they have been able to come up with some standout performances, but for the most part, the Indonesian region has been a little bit further behind some of the other regions. So this is a good chance for them to come back in and show off what they can do. A lot of faith in them here.
All right, Grandin.
Let's see what we have here.
Third team. Let me go with this one. Let's see here. Oh, see, this one was nicely done. Jeez. All right. Oh, look at that. From the Philippines, it's going to be Liab being drawn in as our third seed for the LST Major.
Yeah, one of these super teams that has picked up a number of imports for themselves, upgraded the coaching staff as well, moving into this competition, coming in with a much stronger roster. They're looking to try and take the title away from Mega, even though Mega is still believed to be the strongest team here.
Yeah, and for good measure, of course, final draw coming on in. Who could it be, Grandin?
I'm not sure.
It says Sam on the back of this. Do we have a Sam team? We have, of course, Empire, as you guys just saw, as they were able to take home the victory in their best of 3 against Climax. So, that is our draw, and we'll get to see our seedings and to see which one it is. I think that means Liab and Empire are going to be in that semifinal here. So, let's take a look.
What have you done?
Ah, it is!
What have you done, Oppo?
Mega taking on Capital Esports, and then we're going to have Liab taking on Empire in our semifinals.
Oppo, I'm looking at this, and the more I see it, the more I like it. All hail the Godhead, Oppo.
The
perfect seeding once again.
Is it perfect seeding?
This is good skill. This is good skill gap between LYP and EMP. This is
honestly,
a very exciting match to watch.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, you take a look at here. Indonesia is usually viewed as one of our weaker regions when it comes to LST.
Right.
Of course, Thai teams, again, have been dominant since Vietnam moved out of the region. So, in theory, that would be your 1 and 4 seeds in Liab and Empire. You know, they're 2 and 3 here. So, we should have ourselves a really good semifinal out of that one there.
Absolutely.
Capital,
Looking
though.
forward to see what we have.
Yeah, Capital, though, we're going to be fighting an uphill battle, but we'll get to see. Again, it's our time to see these teams clash in our inter-regional play, which is always exciting. It's always good to see the regions clash against each other.
Yeah, and I think, the plans and the things that are moving forward with LSD, this is a big step for a lot of these teams. They're going to be able to start going into these international competitions once again as they take the look to see into the future if there's any more such opportunities.
Yeah, so with that, guys, that concludes our national minor for Singapore and Malaysia and the national minors as a whole. Our stage is now complete, and we head on to our final stage that is going to be taking next weekend. That is, of course, our LST major. And on top of that, too, we're going to have an expanded roster of casters. So be sure to tune on in next weekend to go see their lovely faces. I know, Brandon, you get to have friends now. Get to join in here at the studio. Not the always, it's just it's like me and Fish, we're the full times always here. Grandon's the guest. Now we have more guests. It's going to be a bunch of fun. So be sure to tune in onto that. From myself, Grandon, and the rest of the production crew, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Damage. So Ezra gets 50 damage down. Varus will always get 55.
Oh, jeez. That's
damage and CC that you need to get the kill.
Capitalizing the burn flash, but now it's mid lane. Charm comes through from Rakan after Raven slides in with a Shurima shuffle.
Priority from Joker is going to allow them to invade here. Penguin goes a little too far. The slowest auto attack in history. Unfortunately, you can't run away too far from the Realm Warp. Get some damage there, but no, Desmond is stunned underneath. The resurrection comes on through from Aetherius, and Desmond is going to get taken down. And Climax now in a little bit of trouble. Ray goes down extremely low, and here comes once again the cut this item
with their flanks. Like we see another one.
Oh, there you go. Desmond finds it.
But because of all the Java gank spot lane, there's actually been a volatile bot. Ooh,
oh, the Ignite's ticking. The shield. Is it going to be enough?
Did level 6, but didn't level up in time.
Not a whole lot of mana for Quan at this point. Penguin could maybe
try.
Yes,
to dance by the minions.
Oh, no,
he's
in the minions. He gets the kick back underneath the tower. He needs to actually land the Q, though. He can't finish it off. Here he goes.
Meanwhile, though, Kirina being jumped on by Zev once again. Deathmark has been bragging. I don't see them trying to fight for this.
No, weren't able to get that dragon away. He's going to flash out.
Caspiel is not able to steal it. Teleport's going to come in for a big flank. Kirina's going to join this fight. Zed going to try and jump in here as well. Rabino is fairly safe. Kicks him back, but he still gets taken out. Jumps back over the wall. No, that's a double kill to Zed. Raven just takes them down one by one. Member of Empire's 4.
I think it's actually going to come down to the next big objective that teams want to look for, which is sadly not going to be until for a while. Double auto attacks coming through for the Diana. Whoa, flashing forward the Ignite. Looking to try and pick up this kill. It's a counter Ignite. Overtaking down, but both sides.
No! That 2-on-1 around. Can Empire win the fight in time? They kill Celia. That's the 80 carry dead. Teleports into the backline, onto the ward. Shizukai's into this fight. Kasuo lives with a sliver of health. Ribena now trying to fight against the Vladimir. Ultimate being thrown down by Vladimir. Using the stasis spell, but Ribena cuts through it, picking it up. Ribena, the callback from the feathers, rips it.
Going to be coming in from both members. They're going to go ahead, full commit onto that ribbon, and now they get the forest. Big targets down. Shine is still alive. What are they able to go for? Huge Hemo Plague into the back line. The exhaust is there, though. It's going to interrupt some of the damage, but the chunk just forced this fight and possibly take it into the back line. They go ahead, find themselves the kick onto the Lee Sin. Shine, though, going in for the rotation. Wants to get on top of the back line. They get themselves multiple members, but here comes the Vladimir. Gets the damage. Can they turn that around? And Shine is just obliterating, bathing in their blood, but they're able to find the kill. Goes into the stop. Oh my God! Pull it off. The Cornito is still alive. A double kill coming in for Carino, and the teleport in mid lane. They're going to look for the end.
What is going on happening right now?
Joker should be able to get a decent chunk of damage. I don't know what I'm watching, and I'm afraid. Ultimate comes out here from Joker. The whip combo is able to connect. Cataclysm coming on over, and there you go. Climax. They find themselves the advantage and find themselves the kill, but Shine is tearing them apart. Able to flash on in, finds himself the kill. And Rexion, you playing with some death right now, bud.
As you said, but what's going on here?
Suppression's going to be there, but we saw it once again. Root's going to land, but look at the damage coming out from the Victor. Joker tries to go in for a flank. Empire in a little bit of a 4v4 now, maybe not going their way, but Rexion takes way too much damage. Flawless execution onto the back line, not able to find it. Here comes that big Renekton. He's here to tear up everything on the side of Climax. A double kill for the victor, and Shine, he's even going to ascend and really make Joker just pay for it. And the Vayne also nearby, getting...
Take it up, take it over, take it out of control. Today I'm free of my soul, and now you got me singing, oh, hey, I'm on top of the world, and now I'm living, and the good just gets better, keeps on giving. Not even close to the end, it's just beginning. Life is getting lighter while the days are getting brighter, yeah. And it's a good, I won't even worry anymore. Took all my cares, took and kicked them all out the door. Go on and try, come and tell me what you're waiting for. Move and keep 'em going till your life is overflowing, yeah. I do a dance of victory, 'cause now I'm living good. No, I'm not living like I used to be. Now talk about things, talk about my mind. Now I'm free from the words that I left behind. I gotta jump for joy and shout aloud and make a sound. Oh, the world can stop me now, no. And on the music I will ride on the beat. Play my guitar while I'm stomping my feet, yeah. I gotta celebrate life and get excited about good times and good living. Come on, shout it out, hey! Take it up, take it over, take it out of control. Today I'm freeing my soul, and now you got me singing, oh, hey, I'm feeling fine, smiling big, feeling right like I should. Life is better than good, yeah, you got me singing, oh, hey, I'm standing up on top of the world tonight, and everything's working out just right. And while the world is spinning, it's a brand new beginning, and we finally winning, hey. So take it up, take it over, take it out of control. Today I'm freeing my soul, and now you got me singing, oh, we gotta be the best we can be. And though sometimes we don't want to, still we gotta chase our dreams. Reach up and reach high, because we're gonna pull through and give it all we got.